West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm Sean Pendergast.
Thursday. Feels a little bit like a Thursday.
It does? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Thursday is like getaway day for everybody around here. We got the email from the boss lady, like everybody's out the door at 2 o'clock on Fridays for Memorial Day.
You want to hear my grumpy old man moment that I have every week? Friday afternoons on the highways. I'm like, rush hour apparently starts at 2 p.m. on Fridays for the people who actually show up to work.
Are you talking?
What are we doing?
Are you talking in general on Fridays or like this Friday before
any
Friday?
Friday?
Any Friday.
Any
okay.
Friday.
Yeah.
There's got to be so few people actually sitting in their offices. And I'm not talking to the blue collar guys out there because you guys actually have to work. You got to punch in and punch out.
That's it, man.
I'm talking about the people who phoned it in on Friday and they're out there clogging up the traffic arteries on a Friday at 2 p.m. because everybody's getting off early.
Maybe they're on their way to a meeting, Seth. All right. Maybe they're putting in the full. They're putting in the full 9 on a Friday, and they're on their way to a meeting. Okay?
Yeah, they're in the car with Jenkins, just trying to meet their weekly quota.
Yes.
They got to get out to sell some widgets.
Yes,
I'm not buying it.
Deals close on Friday. I'm telling you, it happens.
I'm in our building on a Friday afternoon. It's the only time all week you can get an elevator in a reasonable amount of time. It's vacant here on Fridays.
Yeah. There's tumbleweeds rolling through the office here on Fridays. Not to say
that's the dream of I'm going to tell you what, because there's a lot of arguments, and have been for a while, but about just learn a trade. You want some job stability, learn how to fix somebody's HVAC.
Really?
It's probably going to be one of the last things that even as they use AI to assist them in fixing the HVAC.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some job security.
Survivability, yes. Yeah.
And
but
yet, the problem is that you still actually have to show up. You
have to show up. That's what I was
going to say. The
dream
of these white-collar jobs is that half these jamokes are only working about a 10-hour work week.
I know.
Okay?
I'm like, why are you advising people? I would rather have the 10-hour work week, if I'm being honest. So,
yeah.
But you're right. You're right.
AI took my job, and now I have to work. Now I only can work 8 hours a week instead of 10.
Yep.
While still earning supposedly based on 40 hours.
Meanwhile, people like me and you are in the studio by 5:15, 5:30 Houston time.
I am literally wearing a blue collar as we speak.
You are. That's true. That's true. I am wearing a white collar, but
it's a T-shirt.
It's a T-shirt with long sleeves. So I look like I'm ready to go do some labor.
Mm-hmm.
People like me and you, we get in here, we do this show. It doesn't end at 10 a.m. I know a lot of you out there think that it does, but it does not. We are prepping throughout the day. We're keeping our mental well-being by maybe getting in a little exercise, and then comes the grind, where you got to stay up through a 2-hour rain delay to watch the rest of the Astros game last night.
Mm-hmm.
And game 1 of the Western Conference Finals at the same time. That's a lot.
Night.
It's a lot of watching, man.
It was Imai is the big story for me last night, and that all right, serviceable outing by Imai.
Yeah.
His velo was up a tick.
Yep.
He mixed in his changeup, which made his slider more effective. Instead of that little moment where he felt like after one of his after one of his minor league games, it sounded like he didn't want to be bothered with throwing anything other than his favorite pitch, the slider. That he realized, if I mix it up a little bit, it'll make the slider that much more effective.
Right. Well, his first start back in the big leagues, he threw 2 pitches. He threw 80 pitches, but they were of 2 varieties, fastball and slider. And I felt like when he gave up that first home run to Josh Bell, and they show the replay of it, so they show like where the pitch was in the zone, whether it's green or red as to where it was, what the velo was, and then what the pitch was. And I'm like, a changeup. I'm like, now he's not going to want to throw it anymore. He just put it up in the zone, and Josh Bell jacked it out of the park, and he was the only one that got to Imai was Josh Bell. He hit the 2 home runs against him. The words I wrote down in the rundown, Seth, this is right as soon as the rain delay started last night, for those who missed it, if you went to bed with the rain delay, they played the rest of this game. The Astros went on to lose 6-3. Had some chances in the ninth inning. Jordan came up with 2 on in the ninth inning and struck out. But the words I wrote, I'm encouraged by Tatsuya Imai. I was encouraged by that. And the biggest thing to me, no walks. That's the biggest thing. The biggest problem he's had among a litany of problems is the same as the rest of this staff, which is just giving free passes to the other team and putting guys on base because you can't locate. He had no walks last night. If we're looking just for progress, I'm not looking for him to be an ace yet or anything like that. If we're just looking for progress, I can live with an outing because you're stuck with this guy. If he wants to opt into his deal, you're stuck for the next couple of years with Tatsuya Imai. I can live, given what it's looked like for the first 6 starts, I can live with 4+ innings where he gives up 3 runs, but it's on 2 home runs. Batter to batter, like if you just take each batter as its own sort of round in a boxing match, he had a good boxing match last night. He had a lot of good quality at-bats.
Let's do this. Let's make May 18th the start day for when we start evaluating Imai.
Okay.
Let's figure that the first quarter of the season was just kind of an initiation. And we're gonna wipe the slate clean.
Yep.
And let's evaluate him, his ERA and everything, just from May 18th forward.
I like that.
And then instead of you saying we're stuck with Imai, maybe at some point it gets to be a little bit more like the old Band-Aid commercial. Or, we're stuck with Imai and Imai's stuck on us.
Me.
Yeah. Like a joyful way of using the word stuck.
Is it okay that I'm not there yet?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No. Right now it's like he's like a thrice used Band-Aid that you're kind of like hoping to stick him last.
It's on the hairiest part of your arm, and you're just like, I got to rip this thing off. You're like putting it off for days. Like, oh, God, it's going to hurt so bad.
Yeah.
That's Imai right now. So, I think you're spot on. That was the big that was going to be the big story regardless of the outcome of the game last night. I think he's earned another start. I think Imai is, and I don't know that they have much choice at this point either.
Imai was born on May 18th, 2026.
Yep.
And we'll chart his growth and all the milestones he achieves along the way.
Yeah. We'll flag it as BE and AE, before excuses and after excuses.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Yeah.
BE and AE. So we're in Imai AE.
Yeah, we're in day 1 AE.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
It doesn't. I was thinking of that, but I was like, all right, well, I'll go with it. Yeah. Okay, text message early here in the show. You get paid to watch sports. Calm down, sensitive Sean. That's the joke. That was the joke.
I love that.
Thanks.
I love that. I love that you're getting all the hatred for my angry old man take.
Yeah. I think he was talking about me complaining, staying up to 11 to watch sports.
Oh yeah. That the rush hour 2 p.m. on a Friday is just.
You hate that.
Yeah. Well, I full well recognize that I'm just out bopping about. I'm not. I got actually nothing real to do.
No.
Especially on a Friday. I'm complaining about people who stop their workday at noon on a Friday. After I've already been off work for 2 hours on a Friday.
But see, our job doesn't fit into the same category.
I'm not. No. Look, I'm not trying to make this a either or us and them.
Yeah.
I'm completely outside of it.
Yeah.
But I'm siding on the them, those who actually work all the way until
100%.
5 o'clock on a Friday.
Yeah, man. If you're
I choose to pretend I'm one of those people.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that I can enjoy the fruits of a job where my strict have to be there duties are over at 10 a.m.
I'm the easiest person to find at 2 o'clock on a Friday in town. I joke about this all the time. Like if I ever got sideways with the mob, I would be the easiest person to whack in the world. I am at one of like 5 places within walking distance of our building. That's where I am.
The mob boss is telling one of his little collectors there.
Yes.
He's like, "Yo, where do I find this? Where do I find this Mick?"
He's at Bex Prime, Avalon Diner, Lizards.
Yeah.
Original Carrabba's, Abuzi. Started going to Abuzi quite a bit there on Westheimer.
If you're not back in an hour, I'm going to assume you're dead. This should be the easiest guy in the world.
We need to go get some wine on OTA week, Seth. Me and you over at Abuzi. It's inexpensive, good wine over there. It's just ponder life and put the show together one day.
Can't sit with you in a wine bar.
Oh, come on. It's a restaurant that has wine. That's all it is. That would be a little weird. A text message, I'm blue collar. I leave the refineries early on Friday. Happy hour, baby. That's fine, but you probably get paid by the hour. I mean, you're probably having to punch out to go do, if I'm guessing. Am I overgeneralizing that the refineries that everybody's punching in over at the refineries? I don't know what the work
situation is at a refinery.
I don't either.
It's been a long time since I watched Urban Cowboy.
Yeah.
That's where I get most of my information about what it's like to work in the refinery.
It's been a long time since I worked in a refinery. 57 years to be exact. Yeah. So the Astros, they lose last night, but Imai, the other thing about this is with Imai is like, oh, well, this is encouraging as they lose another game and the season slips further into the toilet.
I know.
Awesome.
You always know it's a bad sign when it's a rain delay. And when they say, well, it is an official game, and you're like, all right, come on, let's just be done with this.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking
let's just go ahead and keep raining, okay?
It was.
Let's rest these guys up as much as possible and let's start anew.
I thought the same thing. Now, the good news was I was way more dialed in and focused on the Western Conference Finals last night with the Thunder and the Spurs.
Yeah.
And that was one of the best playoff games I've ever seen, a double overtime game. Wembanyama in this game, the Rocket fans can appreciate the dynamic of this game. And it's why I went more than on my Wemby points on Prize Picks and less than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander points on my Prize Picks. It was the same dynamic as in 1995, Seth, where Hakeem Olajuwon, the reigning MVP, had to watch David Robinson get the MVP trophy handed to him. I forget if it was game 1 or 2 of the Western Conference Finals, but it was in San Antonio, and I've interviewed Hakeem about this for a piece that I wrote about that Rockets team for the Houston Press about a decade ago. I sat down with Hakeem and asked him about that whole dynamic of watching. He was the reigning MVP, so he's watching David Robinson get handed his MVP trophy, and he said that Kenny Smith and Sam Cassell and all these guys are walking up to him while David Robinson's getting the MVP before the game.
Yeah.
And they're gassing Hakeem up. They're like, man, that's your trophy. That he's holding your trophy right now.
Yeah.
And Hakeem said to me in the most calm, like Hakeem voice, he's like, so I went on the attack. And longtime Rocket fans will remember, he destroyed David Robinson in that series. That was the biggest evisceration of one great player against another great player, maybe in the history of sports. Hakeem averaged like 35 a game. David Robinson not only averaged only about 17 a game, but got memed multiple times with all the pump fakes and the ball fakes by Hakeem, and the Rockets obviously would go on to win the title.
It was actually the first meme in history.
It was.
They invented the meme. People were Xeroxing those and sending them via postage, via snail mail to all their buddies.
Fair. They still use it today. That's my
Hold
point.
on, I got a fax coming in.
Oh, it's one of those memes, yes, that I've seen so much. No, but that's what last night was like. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, credit OKC, who trailed most of the night. They came back and obviously forced 2 overtimes. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was not good in this game. He was 7 of 23. He was turning the ball over in crucial times. He kind of disappeared. Wembanyama had 41 points on 14 of 25 shooting and 24 rebounds. He was incredible. He had 1 3-pointer, and it was from 35 feet to help force a second overtime in that game. Yeah. He was incredible. And so so the 2 dynamics of that game last night, Seth, that hit me. One was the Hakeem David Robinson thing. Watching that was a really cool kind of hearkening back. It's kind of ironic that it's a Spur doing it to somebody else, whereas 31 years ago it was the Spur getting disemboweled. The other thing was, as a Rockets fan, this was incredibly dispiriting and depressing to watch last night. So if Victor Wembanyama is indeed an alien, then we need his family to come back and get him like E.T. at the end of E.T. and take him back to whatever planet he lives on. This is going to be miserable over the next 10 years.
You go back a couple of years and it was, people were irate that, Wembanyama is acting like, he's happy at the lottery that he's not going to have to go to the Rockets, and you hated Wembanyama for it. And slowly over time, that's transitioned into more anger at the Rockets for something they couldn't control whatsoever.
Right. They ended up with the 4th pick and still got Amen Thompson, who's a great player also.
Yeah, exactly. It still ended up pretty well for the Rockets, but I'm less inclined to, right now, I'm not in a position to act snarky towards Wembanyama because he did exactly what you would hope he was going to do if he goes in and reinvigorates an annoyingly durable organization.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to call it, okay?
Yep.
They're annoyingly endurable.
They are, man. They are. And they started, this is the even more depressing part. They didn't have De'Aaron Fox last night, their point guard. Shout out De'Aaron Fox from H-Town. They started a lineup, Seth, the Spurs did, that was the youngest lineup in the history of the conference finals in the NBA. They averaged not even 23 years old between Champagne and Wemby and Vassell and Castle and Dylan Harper. That lineup, I mean, I feel like I just recited the lottery, the top of the lottery from 3 or 4 years in a row right there. That lineup averaged not even 23 years old. They go into Oklahoma City against the defending champs, a 64-win team that hasn't lost a playoff game since Game 6 of the finals last year to Indiana, and they beat them. And they led most of the game. They got punched in the face, and then they win in double overtime. For a young lineup like that without their point guard, I mean, that is just both A, impressive, and B, just I don't know, man. I'm watching those two teams play last night. I'm like, God, they are on just such a different planet than the Rockets right now. And the Rockets are not a bad team, but they don't play like that, those two teams.
We saw that. I mean, the classic, the Lakers go in and it just don't put up a bit of a fight versus OKC.
Yeah.
You knew then that, all right, the Rockets, as constructed this year, without Van Vliet, et cetera, that it just wasn't going to happen.
No.
So that's why I was glad. Usually I like the team that beat my team to at least put up a really good fight. Maybe it's so because it makes you feel better about your loss.
That's the only reason. Yeah.
That was a little bit more of this is the Rockets really got to face reality here. You guys were nowhere in the class of anything close to these teams.
That's got to factor into how they're attacking these next several weeks, heading into the draft and then into – I say heading into the draft because, they might move some picks. Who knows? Whatever. This might be an offseason that requires another big swing just to give yourself a ceiling that matches those guys. They might do something, Seth, that gives them theoretically a lesser percentage chance of winning an NBA championship, but a higher potential of reaching their ceiling. That's what a Giannis move would be. Like a Giannis move, there's a chance if you trade for Giannis, he gets hurt and you win 42 games this year. There's also the chance that you are competing with either of those teams if he stays healthy at the end of the year. I just think it's more likely. It's probably more likely that you get the 42 wins, but at least 60 wins enters the chat. You know what I mean?
So what are you saying? It's more likely that they do get.
I think it's likely they make a big swing. A big swing that heightens what their ceiling is.
Yeah.
And at the same time, probably is very, very risky.
Makes it more volatile.
More volatile, yes. Yep.
More no risk it, no biscuit. Yeah, I'll go for that. I'll go with that because that was Bruce Arians' motto, and it worked for him once in his career when he finally got Tom Brady.
He did. Yes, that's right.
Could be a little bit less risk it, no biscuit.
Yeah. I don't know how you can be Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka and Tillman Fertitta and watch those two teams play last night and say to yourself, well, if the young core just improves a little bit, then we'll just run. And I know you get Fred back.
Look, you can talk your way into it, except that it all revolves. You got to step back and say, wait a second, am I really saying that Fred VanVleet is the difference between what we were and then what these two teams are?
Yes.
Because I can make a lot of arguments for why, it is, because then you get the better version of the young core, et cetera, et cetera. But just, man, the sum total of it all is in the NBA, look at the actual players and the quality of the players you have on the floor.
Dude.
And is Fred VanVleet the missing element between what the Rockets are now and what the Rockets were in the playoffs and a team like OKC or the San Antonio Spurs?
That's what you got to ask yourself, and I don't think that's the case right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running here on a Tuesday. Okay, so this is a former player talking about the Houston Texans. This is the most ambitious prediction and assessment that I've heard of the Houston Texans. Do we agree with it? We have that for you coming up next.
I've got an ambitious plan for you, and it's not all that ambitious. Very achievable. Go to Trajan Wealth. If you're not happy with your retirement,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday, Payne and Pendergast. If you're just getting your car, I know some of you may not have seen the end of the Astros game. They lost 6-3. If you went to bed when the rain delay hit, you saw everything you needed to see, which was Tatsuya Imai pitching 4 1/3 or 4 2/3 somewhat serviceable innings.
Baby, somewhat serviceable.
That's it. That's the Houston Astros' new motto. It used to be chase the fight. Now it's Houston Astros, somewhat serviceable. Yeah.
Put a hashtag on it and live by it.
That's it.
May 18th, 2026.
Yep.
That's our start day for Imai.
I like that.
We're gonna judge him moving forward. Is the day that he induced whiffs with his slider. He mixed in the changeup. Played with a good tempo.
Yep.
We're on our way, baby.
That's it, man. That's it.
They're gonna potentially make a wild card in this absolutely miserable American League this year. Dang it!
Only 2 seasons and 4 months of the Imai experience left. And it's getting better, though, okay?
Yeah.
It's getting better. So let's flip over to the Texans here. This is the most optimistic, definitely the highest assessment that I've seen of the Houston Texans in an offseason where I think, by and large, the assessments of the Texans set have been that, okay, they're improved. They brought in better players on the offensive line. The big question is, are they a better offensive line? We won't know that until they start putting on pads and playing football. This is I forgot. I could not remember this guy's name when I saw him on this podcast giving this assessment of the Texans. But I remembered him from being on Good Morning Football. He's a 10-year NFL guy named Lige Duzable. He played defensive end in the NFL for 10 years. I looked up the back of his football card. Kind of a journeyman type. You played in 16 games a bunch of years, but didn't start any games.
Yeah, 19 games started in 8 years.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. So he hung around for a while, but his big gimmick is he's a chef now. So he pops up on Good Morning Football cooking food from time to time. He's got
a good name for a chef.
Great name.
Duzable.
Lige Duzable. I had to write down the phonetic on the piece of paper here. Lige Duzable. This was his assessment. This is the highest assessment of the Texans that I've found anywhere of anybody yet. Take a listen. Do we agree?
The floor for the Houston Texans should be the AFC Championship game. And that's saying a lot because they've never been to an AFC Championship.
Which is crazy.
But they've been to 3 consecutive divisional rounds, to your point. This is probably the best defense in football. I will say it's the best secondary in football. Them and Denver are neck and neck for the best defense in football. They were so dominant. 2 edge rushers that are all-pro, a corner that's an all-pro, a linebacker that is a pro bowler, and then so many frontline starters that are really good. So the big question mark was the offense and the offensive line to C.J. Stroud. Well, I thought Nick Caserio, the GM, did a masterful job this offseason refortifying that offensive line, and they have something that they haven't had, Jacqueline, in the last couple of years. Depth on the offensive line. And for a quarterback, that gives you so much confidence because I felt like C.J. Stroud the last couple of years has been playing sped up. Right? When you don't have good protection up front, it speeds you up in progressions. Now that C.J. Stroud knows that he has a subsequent talent up front on the offensive line, and they've also put pieces in front of him to protect him, he'll be able to take his time to go through those progressions and find some of those young receivers on the outside. Also getting David Montgomery was massive. When they lost Joe Mixon, he was the guy that kind of steered the ship right when it was going off course, and they didn't have that last year. So now they have a guy that's a bull in a china shop that is going to run downhill and be physical. So to me, for the Houston Texans, the floor should be the AFC Championship game, and I have them going 13-4.
Okay, so he's got the same record you and I have for them. You and I both have him at 13-4, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think I went through an exercise yesterday and ended up with 12 games.
You did?
So I think, yeah.
Okay.
But I was trying to be as brutally objective as possible.
Yeah, we're both optimistic about the team for sure.
It's a complete toss-up in London for me right now. But the one thing that he said there, I guess 2 things that I disagree with was that the Broncos are one of the 2 best defenses in football. But the other is, I see this a lot from people where they kind of do a flyby over the Texans, and they'll say things like, well, in 2024, it was when Tank Dell got injured that the offense really lost its focus. Or they'll say things like, well, yeah, after Joe Mixon got injured, without Joe Mixon, they weren't the same. That's painting way too generous an image of what the offense was like in 2024. Which I choose to interpret as, no, there's actually even more reason for optimism if they can get a few things right offensively. They weren't really able to capitalize on what Joe Mixon could do in 2024. They weren't able to capitalize on what Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell could do in 2024 before they got injured. So it's not as simple as just saying, well, those guys got injured or they didn't have Joe Mixon last year in 2025, so that was where it went wrong. I think there was way more to it than just that.
Yeah. I think the part, too, that jumped out at me is where he categorized the offseason that Nick Caserio had, putting the offensive line or addressing the offensive line as masterful. I think the things that Nick did made a lot of sense. I like the moves that he made. It's only masterful if it works.
Yeah.
It's so I think that's the big thing is I think, okay, I agree with a lot of the moves. I agree with the aisle they were shopping in for offensive linemen. Like in retrospect, giving Tyler Linderbaum $25 million when you take the totality of everything that they did and needed money to do this offseason, that it made a lot of sense that they kind of spread the wealth out over that offensive line amongst multiple guys. Ed Ingram bringing him back, Wyatt Teller bringing him in, Braden Smith bringing him in. That made a lot more sense. Now, center is still definitely an area of concern. But I think if you sign Linderbaum, you're probably not signing at least one, if not two, of those other guys. So I like the approach. I like what they did. Now it's kind of up to Cole Popovich and the players themselves to put it together to categorize it as masterful.
Yeah, I think when you throw a lot of bodies at the problem, people like that. They like to see that in the offseason. But when I'm looking at it from the Texans' perspective, I kind of side-eye the teams that – there's multiple teams on the Texans' schedule where their defense was atrocious last year. And yet you read the reports and people are saying, yeah, but look at all the guys they signed. Look at all the guys the Bengals signed. And then look at all the guys the Giants signed on defense. Yeah, they're going to be better because they've got all these extra bodies. And, man, I'm guessing about half the time or so, it doesn't really do too much for them. Your organization that hasn't done a good job of creating a good defense didn't sign the right guys to improve the defense. So, likewise with the offensive line, I've got a certain amount of skepticism when it's just throwing a bunch of bodies at the problem and draft picks at the problem, that I gotta really see it before I believe it.
Yeah, the other thing I just categorically disagree with is that the floor for the Texans is the AFC title game. I get what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. To me, like by definition, the floor for a team is like the lowest, like the worst it can be.
I guess, yeah, he's probably talking about floor of expectations,
maybe,
or what your expectations should be.
Yeah, I'm nitpicking. I'm nitpicking, yeah. But I want to I just want to be clear. Like the floor for this team is that they could miss the playoffs. Obviously, they're playing in a bunch of street fights this year.
I mean, like going through just the odds on each game yesterday. The one thing that jumped out at me was, all right, if we're talking about AFC title game, then we're talking about, where are you in the power rankings in the AFC?
Yeah.
And on the Texans schedule, the only game where, if you go by the old school, you get 3 points for the home field advantage.
Yeah.
The only team on their schedule where by the odds right now, the game-by-game odds, the only team that's really considered better than the Texans is the Bills. Because every other team where the Texans aren't favored on the road, it's a 1.5 point advantage for the other team, or a half point advantage, which means that theoretically on a neutral field, the Texans are the better team.
Yeah.
And I think that's how people by and large are looking at the Texans. They're in that upper echelon, and that top 4 or 5, I guess as objectively as possible in the AFC.
Yeah.
They're up in there, but that's the difference between being in the top 4 and the top 2 is it's a large bridge to cross.
Well, to your point, the Bills are one of those teams that's in the top 2. They're a 1.5 point favorite opening week at Reliance Stadium. So in theory, that's a team that the odds makers view when you pull the home field advantage out for the Texans and throw them on a neutral field. On a neutral field, Buffalo's viewed as like 4 points better than the Texans.
No, and I think right now, if the Texans were playing the Chiefs or the Texans were playing the Patriots, you'd see more of a substantial gap in the way that people view those teams versus the Texans right this moment.
Yeah. I look, if you're going to be
go ahead.
No, I was getting the Ravens. If you're going to be a home underdog to any of these teams on your schedule, then I'd like it to be the team that can't beat you at home. The Buffalo Bills. That's you know what I mean? Like, if of all the good teams on your schedule, like if the Eagles were coming in to Reliance Stadium and playing in you were a home dog, I'm like, okay, well, we've never beaten them before. That's probably what the story's going to look like. But the Bills are favored against you in Week 1, and part of me is like, okay, big deal. You beat them. You beat them last year in Week 12 there. You beat them in Week 5 the year before. Josh Allen's never had a good game in that stadium, ever.
The Ravens are the one team I screwed up on that because I was looking at the teams where the games where the Texans were underdogs, but the Texans are only favored by 1.5 points at home.
Yeah, the Ravens. Yes.
Like the Ravens are considered a better team.
Yeah, but your overall point is it's not that many. It's a lot of teams where there are a lot of even games on this schedule coming up this year. 12 of their games the spread is 3 points or less. It's going to be a fun season, man. It's going to be.
No, and it really is. It's like people are looking at the Texans as what I think everybody in Houston is looking at them is they've got a hell of a defense, and just if CJ Stroud gets the best version of himself, or if we get the best version of CJ Stroud, then you're easily okay. That's a AFC Championship game. Is anything at less than making it to the AFC Championship game is a big disappointment. If Stroud's out there playing like let's say a top 6 or a top 7 quarterback.
Yep.
Doesn't even have to be a top 5, top 6 or a top 7 quarterback.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll do headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Astros. How did Imai do last night? What's our assessment of him? Great NBA playoff basketball last night. That Western Conference Final is going to be bananas. And we do have some news, some training camp news for the Texans that we will get to as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. That noise right there is
2022. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines powered by the Men's Tea Clinic, as the man said right there. Let's start with the Astros last night. They lose to the Minnesota Twins in a game that was delayed by 2 hours of rain in the fifth inning. As Seth, as you pointed out earlier, like they could have just gone home and said, "Hey, this is an official game." I think the only people maybe complaining would have been the 7 people that were left over in the stands there that decided to stay for the rest of the game last night.
That was a minimally attended baseball game. That was my first.
To begin with,
my first observation in my notes was, where is everybody? And it was look, the Twins are not a big draw this year.
No,
and I was happy that you weren't up there because I feel like, those people despise you.
They hate me, but I might have been able to take all of them on at the park
last night.
That's
a good point. I felt like with nothing else going on, with wide open spaces between you and people who hate you, they might get bored and come attack you. That's
true. That's true.
Yeah.
So the Twins win last night 6-3. So that's bad. But I think the good news, slightly good news, I guess, Tatsuya Imai, 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs. No walks, 5 strikeouts. The 3 runs came courtesy of a couple of Josh Bell home runs. This, to me, when you consider, look, we are starting with a baseline of he was arguably the worst pitcher in baseball. So this is a major improvement for Tatsuya Imai.
Yeah.
I mean, and the reason he came out of the game was because of the rain delay. So he got yanked. He didn't get yanked after 4 2/3. Because he got trafficky or got in trouble in the fifth. He'd thrown 74 pitches. He was probably going to finish that inning, and if he finished the inning still with lower than 80 pitches, he might have come back out for the 6th, which is a massive improvement for Tatsuya Imai.
That's where I just kind of I looked at, if I were watching that game without, if you had told me they're going to lose no matter what, I was happy that Mother Nature kind of made the decision.
Yeah.
And let's start. We're starting from scratch here. May 18th, 2026 is when I'm going to start. I'm going to start judging him by his performances moving forward off of that.
I love the grace that you're giving Tatsuya Imai, Seth, and I think he through an interpreter would say that he likes it as well. So Imai better last night. Not great by any means, but much better than it's been. They are back at it. Tonight, the Astros are in Minnesota against the Twins. NBA playoffs last night. Just a classic game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Spurs 122, Thunder 115 in double overtime. Victor Wembanyama was sensational in this game last night. 41 points, 24 rebounds. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was handed the MVP trophy before the game. Played like anything but an MVP, 7 of 23 from the field. So he shot 30% from the field, while Wembanyama shot nearly 60%. Hit a huge three-pointer from like 35 feet in the first overtime, I believe it was. He was awesome. And the biggest thing, Seth, with Wembanyama, not only last night, but just in general, and this is relevant against a team like OKC, which relies so heavily on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's mid-range game, he's just somebody at the defensive end of the floor that you can watch the other team having to account for him with everything that they do. Because of that wingspan that he's got, he can cover so much area. Everything they do is designed to somehow avoid Victor Wembanyama.
Did Stephen A. Smith's take from last week? How did he fare in Take-A-Mania, where he said that maybe the opponent would prefer it if Wembanyama, or maybe they like having Wembanyama out there because he's skinny and they can push him around.
He's the new champ. Yeah, he
won that. Okay,
we made him the champ.
I'm glad, and with each, I'm almost pulling for Wembanyama to be the Finals MVP because just to prove how stupid that take was.
That was so silly, man. That was so silly. Yeah, for those who missed it, Stephen A. Smith's theory was that after the game where Wembanyama got ejected for elbowing Naz Reid in the face, that the Timberwolves would not want Wemby to be suspended because he's so skinny. They want him out there so they can jockey him around and punish him because he's so skinny. not maybe realizing he's been skinny his whole career.
I remember a lot of people were saying that about Altuve in 2017, that the opponents would say, I hope he doesn't get injured because we like having a short guy. We're like facing a short guy out there. There's we don't expect this. We don't expect him to continue this stellar level of play, given that he's so short.
Yep.
But no, it didn't work out that.
Didn't work out that way. Cavs Knicks tonight, 7:00. So James Harden, another crack at getting to the NBA. He's been to an NBA Finals, but it was as a six-man with OKC as one of the primary guys. Really, since then, he's never made an NBA Finals. So the first step in that venture is tonight against a Knicks team that is favored by 7.5 points. Knicks are playing some great basketball right now. At least they were until they've had the last week and a half off because they swept Philly. Seth? 2 joint practices for the Texans this coming training camp. They have one against the Raiders.
Yeah.
In week 2 of the preseason,
we get to see Fernando Mendoza
up close. Not only that, we get to go to one of his press conferences.
Oh my goodness!
I'm going to that one. I'm not going to any of the Texan ones.
What about Kirk Cousins? Where are you on the excitement level of Kirk Cousins or Fernando Mendoza?
Same.
Hey, by the way,
the
schedule. I wasn't here for the schedule release, or was the schedule release videos. I wasn't. I was off that day.
Yeah.
The Raiders are getting so much love for their schedule release video, where they had Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins basically do a bunch of Step Brothers, the movie Step Brothers references.
Yeah.
I'm just, can I tell you, that was awful. It was awful.
I didn't see it.
They did it was them just kind of just very monotonely delivering a bunch of Step Brothers references. And this is why it bothered me, is because you know who's gushing over it? It was the millennials. That's right, millennials. You're back in the mix, okay? Everything's been all Gen Z for the last few years or so.
Yeah.
Listen.
You're in the crosshairs.
You and I had to endure millennials for years, talking about how lame we were for making Seinfeld references all the time.
Oh, yes.
Meanwhile, now it's all these millennials who are the bloggers and the writers and the media types out there who are like, whoa, did you see him drop those Step Brothers references?
What year was
brilliant.
Step Brothers?
That was brilliant. No, it was awful. It was awful.
What year?
No, I hope I'm going to tear into Fernando Mendoza.
2008. So that movie's almost 20 years old.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. We were doing Seinfeld references like in the 20-teens, and the millennials are like, okay, boomer. Yeah, cool joke.
Yeah, but now anytime there's an Office reference or a Step Brothers reference, they think it's high art.
So where do you come out on the Colts doing a Simpsons schedule release?
I didn't watch it at all.
Yeah.
Just because I'm Simpsoned out. I can't handle the Simpsons.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't find the Simpsons funny anymore, even the stuff that's genuinely funny.
That answers my question.
Lisa Simpson ruined it for me.
Yep.
If there was any Lisa Simpson on there, I didn't want to be exposed to it.
Hey, by the way, the Raiders joint practice here. We didn't get to the other one. They're gonna practice with the Panthers in Carolina for week 3 of the preseason. So 2 joint practices, one with the Raiders, one with the Panthers.
And as you pointed out, no trip to the Greenbrier, which I think the Giants are going to be up there for a certain portion of time.
Yeah.
So the Giants took our place in West Virginia.
That bums me out. I had a good time up there last year.
I should do it later. I'm going to take up for West Virginians because I saw a bunch of jokes from Giants people after it was announced that the Giants were going to West Virginia, and all the stale old West Virginia hillbilly jokes came rolling out, and I feel that I get sensitive about it because those people are nice people, man.
They're nice.
Every time, and everybody goes out of their way to prove to you that, hey, listen, we're not just backwoods inbreds.
Right?
Are we inbred? A little
Maybe,
bit, but we've risen above it.
Right. No, we're modern inbreds.
That's right.
We're
metrosexual inbreds.
Inbreds 2.0, man. That's what we are. Yeah. Actually, if you go, but that
put
part
a little cologne on for your first cousin.
That part of West Virginia. If you're going there looking for hillbillies, you're going to come away disappointed. It's fairly hillbilly free. That part, the White Sulphur Springs, where the Greenbrier is.
Like in that 5 mile, radius out of the,
which we never ventured out of, really.
Remember when I almost got murdered by an axe murderer at that abandoned Girl Scout camp?
I remember
in the national forest there.
I remember you and I taking separate cars one night, and you left way before I did from the media party, and I got home and you weren't there, and I'm like, oh my God, they got Seth.
That was only the second most harrowing thing that happened to me in West Virginia.
Crazy.
The first most harrowing was when I pulled over to take a whiz in some national park, and it turned out that there was an abandoned Girl Scout camp.
Yeah.
which is exactly where people get hacked to death.
Oh, yeah. Any movie.
That was the scariest 45 seconds of my life.
Hey,
damn you, prostate. You're going to get both of us killed.
Be listening next hour for your chance to win Journey tickets November 18th at Toyota Center. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour. All right, one person gone from the AFC South that I'm very excited that they're gone. I'm even more excited after hearing one of his former teammates talk about him. We'll have that for you. Also, we're going to get our grudge on. I'm going to get into 5 reasons I hate you mode for the entire Texans schedule, rapid fire style. We got a nice long segment coming up. We'll do that coming up next, but let's get you guys into a new luxury vehicle right now, and we'll do that with
weekend at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Jeffrey Simmons did an interview where he was asked about T'Vondre Sweat getting traded.
Defensive tackle that retired Shaq Mason.
Yes, it was a menace to the Texans. And I remember that was 2 years ago. You called that one. That was T'Vondre Sweat's rookie year, and the Texans were playing the Titans, and that was they split with the Titans that year. That was the year that Will Levis came in here and did the Texans in Week 12. Just not a very good memory. But
he got sacked 6 times in the first half.
Yeah, still won. Threw a pick six. Threw a pick six in that game.
Yeah,
that was one of those games that I hate, where the only times that a quarterback has been sacked 8 times and thrown a pick six and won the game were these 3 times in the history of the league.
You know what? You should be happy that the Astros haven't had as many of those types of performances lately. They've battled back, and they're not. You don't see as many historical, only teams that have had only one team in the 150 years of baseball history has ever made the playoffs, et cetera.
No, the Rockets more than made up for it in their season this year. They had a bunch of those where they had a 98% win probability with 40 seconds left, and they'd lose the game. At any rate, so Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat were a problem for the Texans. At least half of those two won't be a problem anymore because he's out of the division. The Titans traded Sweat to the Jets so that they could bring, is it Jermaine Johnson they brought in, I think? The defensive end that solid drafted in New York. You knew him already.
They did a lot of things with the Titans, whereas, okay, let's make this defense fit more what Robert Saleh wants to do. Yeah. And T'Vondre Sweat, big, massive dude, not as much of a pass rusher, classic run-stuffing guy. That it's interesting because in a lot of ways, he's the kind of guy that we looked at in the draft and thought, all right, I don't know if D'Amico's into this type of defensive tackle necessarily. And I wonder if going back in time, maybe D'Amico would have changed a little bit. Because Caden McDonald is more towards the T'Vondre Sweat spectrum. Caden's not as big as T'Vondre Sweat, and I think he's got more upside as a potential just a guy that gets push on the passing downs. But I think people thought that D'Amico might not be interested in a Caden McDonald type of guy because he's a massive defensive tackle. And I think that D'Amico's I think that was always a little bit overstated, but then also D'Amico, just based on his comments after the draft this year, it sounds like, he sees that there's some times where you just want to have a big body in there. Yeah. So it's got Robert Saleh and D'Amico, who both came from the same place in San Francisco, had the same philosophy in a lot of ways. You can kind of see maybe their philosophical paths starting to diverge a little bit. A little bit. Well, I mean, and it's logical for the Texans and D'Amico to think that way. Look what you're trying to do. Look what you as a team are trying to do offensively. This is what a lot of the league is trying to do, you know? That's true. Caden McDonald is kind of a massive cherry on top of a defense that's already immaculate. Whereas Robert Saleh is like, all right, I could use a T'Vondre Sweat if we already had a bunch of other things in place, but I gotta get more of my core guys right now. We'll see. I just know, I think you judge a lot of moves by the reaction of the opposing fan bases, and we're the opposing fan base in this case. I was really happy to see T'Vondre Sweat get sent out of the division. So happy. Yeah, really happy. So with that in mind, so now that you guys kind of know what our feelings are on that trade, that we're happy to see him go to the Jets. I would have loved to see him get out of the AFC altogether, but he's out of the division at least. This was Jeffrey Simmons, who had kind of taken Sweat under his wing as a mentor because they play the same position, and Simmons obviously is a great player. This was his story about how he found out about the T'Vondre Sweat trade. Well, first off, I found out from him. I'm sitting in the training room. Of course, I got a little clean up with my elbow and whatever. And I'm laying there getting my elbow worked on, and I'm like, what the heck, Sweat calling me at 8:30 in the morning for? Why is he calling me? At that time, I'm thinking, because I know he was in Dallas training with my trainer. Yeah. He was like, I'm going to go train, because I actually supposed to have been there, but decided to get, stuff cleaned up. And he went up there, and I'm like, he probably called him about the Dallas situation. Training, he called me, he was like, man, I appreciate you. You like what? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, man, I'm gone. They trade me.
I said, bro, get off my, stop playing. Get off my phone, and I really thought it was a joke. But when he kind of bro, I'm so serious, I'm getting traded to the Jets.
Yeah, that had to be wild. Simmons had to be incredulous about that. T'Vondre Sweat is a good young player.
Yeah, no, and I think that Simmons probably kind of looked at him like his little brother.
Yeah.
His big little brother.
His big little brother.
Yeah, it was an incredibly large little brother. Yep. I thought that tutelage was going really well. T'Vondre Sweat was a more versatile player than I thought that he probably would be. And it's just kind of one of those things that happens when a new coach comes in and you got a different scheme, different methodology. It's not I'm guessing Robert Saleh respected T'Vondre Sweat a lot.
Sure.
But that's the big thing about the Titans this year is that I've felt like for the last couple years the Titans defense underperformed. I thought they should have been a better defense than what the numbers ended up showing, and they just weren't consistent with it. I think Saleh's got a real chance to change that for him. Yeah. Say whatever you want about Saleh as a head coach. His defenses in San Francisco were awesome. And then in New York, even the year he got fired, the defense was playing really well. They fire Saleh. The offense continued to suck, but the defense fell off a cliff too. Mm-hmm. And if there's one thing that I think you can depend on with Saleh as a head coach, it's that he's not one of these head coaches that becomes a head coach and all of a sudden his area of expertise falls off by the wayside. I think that the Titans, he's going to be a head coach. How good of a head coach is he with the Titans? We don't know, but I think the defense is going to be much improved.
Yeah, and that was a defense that already played the Texans tough both games last year.
Yeah.
That game was a 6-0 game going into the fourth quarter. And then the second game was a 16-13 win. The Texans won on a last-second field goal. So, Saleh coming into the division as a head coach there is not great news for the Texans, although his decision, and I think it's his decision to move T'Vondre Sweat, I do like that for the Texans. One more from Simmons, said he thinks Sweat is going to be a great player.
It was a surprise to me. Just understanding that and trying to get a feel for why. Because I feel like Sweat still got he got some potential that sometimes he don't understand it, and I feel like for me it was that's the reason why I'm like, Sweat, you coming to Dallas with me this offseason. I wanted to pull that out of him to be able I have so much potential. I could be the best nose tackle in the game of football, and he have the potential to do that. And I hate it, but it's a business, and
that's the business of football that they don't tell you about, man.
It's one of them things to where you build a relationship and things like that happen, especially with a young player that's going on year 3. I didn't expect it, but it's one of them things to where I can't really do nothing about it.
That does suck for Sweat that he doesn't have Jeffrey Simmons in his life anymore as a guy, as the mentor, big brother type. I don't know who it is. The Jets are
I feel awful
dumpster
for him.
fire. Yeah,
I've cried so many tears over this. I've been staying up at night, losing sleep, and I'm like, poor Jeffrey Simmons. I don't know how he's going to motor on.
Well, T'Vondre Sweat is who I was talking about. I feel like Sweat.
Yeah, I just feel awful for him too.
I'm just saying. Okay, you like James Harden, all right?
I'm Sweat.
I'm not feeling bad for him. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm saying in terms of the development of a young player, I'm saying it sucks for T'Vondre Sweat.
Sure.
I'm not saying I'm kneeling down next to my bed weeping into my pillow about it. Yeah. I'm making a point. It sucks for Sweat, who is on his track to becoming maybe a Pro Bowl type player. You get traded to a team like the Jets that's a dumpster fire and has nobody like that in the building. Mm-hmm. Not that the Titans were anything great, but at least for him, he had that guy right there. Yeah, I'm just making a point that it's not ideal for a young player who had a guy like Jeffrey Simmons as his mentor to go somewhere where there's, where it's just this barren wasteland of football is all.
Yeah, it's a tragedy.
Sounds like it was a horrible point, I guess. I don't know.
No, it wasn't a horrible point. I'm not going to join in your feeling bad for T'Vondre Sweat. Until he's a Houston Texan, he can go die.
I don't feel bad for him. I'm making a point about his development as a football player.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for him at all. So, okay.
I feel bad for Jonathan Grenard.
You do?
I feel because he was just cast aside for a guy that, like, what are you going to argue? That, okay, Danielle Hunter, he's a better, Jonathan Grenard had a really good season.
Yeah.
And then he basically was a virtual swap with the Vikings. It wasn't an official trade, except the Vikings let go of Danielle Hunter.
Okay.
The Texans signed Danielle Hunter, and then Jonathan Grenard goes to Minnesota, continues to play really well. But it's not like he did anything wrong or anything. It's just that sometimes if a team has a chance between you and Danielle Hunter, they take Danielle Hunter.
Yeah. No. I mean, he got $76 million, Grenard. I mean, he landed on his feet. He wound up okay. He got 100 more from the Eagles like a week, a month ago or whatever. So at any rate, this we can agree on. I'm glad Devondre Sweat's out of the AFC.
Yeah. I don't care. I hope it was a move by Saleh where it's one of those things where you're just a tick too clever, where you're just saying like, well, I don't know, I've got a good productive football player, but I'm going to cast him aside because of scheme fit. And
it's always dicey. And I think they may find this out in New York with John Harbaugh, where they signed 8 former Ravens. It's always dicey when it's guys that you handpicked somewhere else, that you're maybe just sometimes a little too close to. You pick them. You don't have maybe a rational view of that. I think anytime you're the guy that handpicks somebody, you feel, and you like them as a person also, you feel an affinity for them as a player. And so it's not like Saleh was watching film on him somewhere else. Like, he was in the building with him. I think sometimes you can be too close to guys when you're bringing your own guys in.
No, 100%. And sometimes, too, what happens is what coaches won't sometimes realize is that guys are different in different environments. And a lot of times a guy that was everything you wanted in a previous environment comes into a new environment, and for whatever reason, it's not good or bad or his fault or anything. It's just not the same. Plus, they're usually a year or 2 or 3 years older than the last time you saw them. I told you yesterday about that's what it was like when Kubiak came in. Those first couple years, Sherman was the offensive coordinator, and they brought in various guys from Green Bay that just weren't the same guy, whether it was Amon Green or a couple other guys. It's just not the same.
Yeah.
I told you. That's why one thing, I've always told you my biggest regret was that I had the opportunity to sign with the Giants the year that they ended up winning the Super Bowl. One of the reasons that made my decision to not sign with the Giants was that Coughlin was kind of doing that with me. Tom Coughlin he knew who I was as a veteran, as a player, as a person, and everything. He wanted to bring me in because he thought, the team needed more veteran leadership. And there was a part of me in my brain where I thought, like, man, I'm not the same guy Coughlin remembers me as in terms of just physically. I was coming off a couple of really, really bad injuries. And I know what it's like when you're the veteran guy brought in and the coach is talking about you. Like, this is the guy to follow. And meanwhile... Pet. Yeah, you're the teacher's pet. And for a guy like Coughlin, especially, being the teacher's pet doesn't always make you the most popular guy in the room. And it makes it really hard to provide leadership.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, I think he wants to bring me in for a level of leadership that I don't know I'm in a position to provide, because they got some really good defensive linemen on that team. Mm-hmm. And it's not like I'm going to come in and all of a sudden, like, for one, obviously straight. I'm going to set Strahan straight. Don't worry, Tom. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That room. That room was the linchpin of that football team.
Oh, they were awesome. They were awesome.
That was Justin Tuck and Michael Stray, OCU Minora.
I kind of looked at the cold, hard reality of it. And it's like, I don't think I'm not the guy that he wants for this role.
That would have been great if you went there, though, and totally leaned into it, and then you went on to win the Super Bowl, and Strahan's holding the Lombardi trophy, and you rip it out of his hands. Give me that. I'm the leader of this room. Push him aside.
I start telling all these inspirational stories
yes.
of how I helped extract the very best version of Michael Strahan.
That would have been great. That would have been amazing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, so Texans schedule. I thought this would be good, Seth, just to start to prepare. The same way the players are preparing for the season starting next week. OTAs are next week. You get OTAs late next week, and then the following week there's 3 OTA sessions, and then in the second week of June we got minicamp. Everybody's getting ready for the season. So I thought, similar to kind of how we've gone through the schedule a couple times already since it's come out, go through the schedule in sort of a classic Petty, Payne and Pendergast, Grudge, 5 Reasons I Hate You type of lens. Mm-hmm. Start to get our hate on for all 17 games here. So we're not going to do 5 reasons for each game, but just sort of like a Costco sampler, just like one reason for each game, just to start to get people in that frame of mind for when the season hits 4 months from now, they're ready to go. So, in order, week 1, the Bills, reason to hate and be petty. They employ C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I had not remembered that. I'd forgotten that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, it was like a minor headline for about 3 hours before something else happened, and It was fun because I got to go through and read all of the people saying the exact same things I was saying 1 year prior about how, or less than a year prior, about all of the, hey, if you can harness the upside and his playmaking ability and all those things, and they're very, very true.
Yeah.
I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a classic guy of he has yet to find the locker room where he's an awesome fit. Even in Philadelphia, they just pretty much said, it was a great magical year we had.
Twice.
Winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, but enough is enough, okay? Yeah, twice. Yeah. They went back to him twice. And I think likewise, who knows, with the Bills it might be that. It might be just that same thing. I think what you hope for, this is what you got to hope for if Nick Caley is crafty enough. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, if you can get him up in his feelings and feel like this is a revenge game for him somehow.
Oh, yeah.
And get him to jump some double moves and just take him out of scheme a little bit. I know because of some carefully placed leaks to Texans media after C.J. Gardner-Johnson was released, the Texans know exactly where his vulnerabilities are in when he does and doesn't play the scheme. Yeah. So that'll be an interesting little tweak as a potential they can dupe C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Absolutely. Week 2, Bengals. I went through the whole roster. I'm having a hard time finding anybody to hate on the Bengals. I tried to find reasons to hate Dexter Lawrence. I can't hate him. I just think that he's a little annoying with the way he annoys for contracts every year, but that's not our problem. So they're cheap, and their city signature dish is spaghetti with chili-flavored diarrhea on top of it.
Oh, okay, yeah, we need the listeners to help us out with hating on the Bengals. I put Dexter Lawrence as my biggest. That's my first really, really fun test of the newfangled interior offensive line. You've got one of the best nose tackles in the league. Week 1 versus the Bills, they were one of the worst run defenses in the league last year, so hopefully the Texans can get something going on the ground. But versus the Bengals were one of the worst defenses in the league, but they really bolstered their front seven, and just the individual matchup versus Dexter Lawrence is a big test for them early in the season.
Yeah, huge. All right, week 3, getting our hate on. Chris Ballard has a bridge troll vibe to him. You know, where he's kind of got that, kind of got that look, kind of got that voice where he's like, yeah, we just had the best defensive player in the draft.
Right. He pats himself on the back so aggressively.
Yes.
And now the owner there, the Carly Ursay.
Yeah.
She's
in the room.
She is a big part of, I think, feeling like the Colts are tougher than anybody else on the block.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Ballard and Carly Ursay just don't take no crap from nobody.
You know what else? You know what else they do, which I hate, is they do the orchestrated standing ovations in the war room after their picks.
Yeah, horrible. They pat themselves on the back.
Horrible. Yes, exactly.
Let's give ourselves a standing O.
Yep. Week 4, they play the Cowboys. The fact that the Cowboys somehow convinced Ian Rappaport to proclaim that Jerry Jones is proactive as an owner bothers me still.
Yeah, no, and that Ian Rappaport, when he did that, it was when they had let somebody go to the transition tag already before they finally gave him a new contract.
Right.
That's not being proactive.
No.
That's like, it's not letting it drag out on into the regular season or before this, like a holdout situation, but it's not proactive.
No.
It's just, what do you, come on.
Yeah, so that's, they're able to dupe Ian Rappaport into that. That bothers me. Week number 5, we just talked about the Titans. Plenty of reasons to hate them. Brian Daboll is back there. Brian Daboll, who in the general manager, the front office version of Hard Knocks, came across as one of the dopiest, dumbest head coaches I've ever seen about the sport of, about how football operates.
And maybe this was just editing. You never know with those shows. But it looked like... Yeah, just within a couple of weeks of the draft, he was just getting clued in on some
on how the draft works.
That's right. Yeah, or even how the draft works.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? Also, too, I always feel like he to me feels like one of those guys that people wanted to name him a QB guru based on just the good work of actual, like Josh Allen just being a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Or Saquon Barkley and what Saquon Barkley could do for Daniel Jones.
Yep.
But boy, Brian Daboll is a hell of a quarterback coach when Saquon Barkley is healthy and awesome.
His running back. Yeah. So that's week 5, the Titans, Brian Daboll. He also put all that weight back on too. That's not a reason to hate him. That's a reason to feel sorry for him. Week 6.
Put him in a room with T'Vondre Sweat.
There you
we'll have
go.
a pity party for him afterwards.
That's right. Okay. Okay, I think we can be very clear. I don't feel sorry for Brian Daboll putting all that weight back on. All right? I think we know that. Week 6, Jags in London. That's an easy one. The magnificent Gladstone telling everybody to behold the beauty that he has put together, the 2026 Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is the problem, man, too. I wish Travis Hunter were a more unlikable dude. I really like Travis Hunter. I hated that he went to the Jaguars and that's where they're going to play that experiment out, because I try to dredge up hatred for Travis Hunter and I can't do it.
I can't either.
But James Gladstone talking about Travis Hunter is enough for me that I just lump it all into one big thing.
Travis Hunter is collateral damage in that whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, he's just sorry. You're the guy that Gladstone's pulling in front of the bus. That is the Payne and Pendergast hate train. So Gladstone, the reason for the Jags in Week 6 in London. Week 7, Giants. Let's stick with the GM, Joe Shane, who likes to dupe old people. Remember when he sat down with John Mara and was like, I don't know. I'm seeing this.
What's the latest?
Yeah. What's the latest with Saquon? And then he's basically lying to the old man. He's just lying to the guy. If Joe Shane weren't a GM, he'd be running some sort of email scam or some spam number scam calling old people, trying to dupe them out of their money. The same way he duped John Mara into thinking they had any shot at bringing Saquon Barkley back to the Giants 2 years ago.
Plus, you know what? Matt Nagy. He's
there now too, huh?
Yeah, he's the offensive coordinator, and Greg Roman's in the building too. So John Harbaugh has a couple of. He's got. Might be a little too many chefs in the kitchen. Who knows?
Chefs in the kitchen and players on the roster. He's taking all the janky parts of the Ravens and bringing them all to New York with him. Although Roman did a good job for a while with.
No. Roman's a classic. You just wonder. Okay, it seems like he's able to bring some quarterbacks up to a certain level, but is he able to just get them over the top?
Yeah.
But for a guy like Jackson Dart, especially, I think that there's a good chance that if they try to do the same stuff with Jackson Dart that they did with Lamar Jackson when Greg Roman was there, Jackson Dart is going to be he'll be eating his soup with a fork.
Yeah.
By that, I mean, like, the occupational therapist is going to be trying to tell him, like, no, we're trying to learn how to use a fork, but you want to use a fork on solid food. And Jackson Dart's going to look,
that kid, man, that kid.
Okay, now we're going to practice sliding today.
Week 8 is the bye week. No reason to hate that. Week 9 is the Chargers. Seth, this is an easy one. 2 words. Trevor Penning. We're doing
6 O-lineman of the year for the worst offensive line in football last year.
Yep.
He's not going to be anywhere near the field with them. They actually, the Chargers have the chance to actually have a genuinely good offensive line this year, which means that Trevor Penning probably isn't going to be on the roster. If he is, but God, I hope so.
Yeah.
If they have to start him or something.
Yeah.
Oh, the things that Will Anderson did to Trevor Penning in his rookie year.
Yeah.
It was damn near. It should have been illegal. He just destroyed him.
Pulp Fiction style, yes.
Yeah.
But he's on the roster now, and on May 19th, that's a reason to hate the Los Angeles Chargers. Week 10, Browns, Deshaun Watson. But if that's too easy, then how about the owner's wife, Dee Haslam, who wouldn't shut up at that one press conference telling us exactly how counseling works? Remember that?
Yes. Listen, they didn't see a problem with Deshaun. No. But also remember, the counseling is going to take a long time to kick in.
He's fine, but it's going to take a while for the counseling to kick in.
He's absolutely fine, but it's going to take a long time for him to get to fine, okay?
Yep.
No more questions.
No more. That's it. All right, people are weighing in, by the way. Joe, there's people that don't like Joe Burrow. You were asking for reasons to hate the Bengals. Where are you on Burrow? I like Burrow. Fine.
I feel like Burrow's a little too diva-ish at times. It's not just because he dresses funky or anything like that. I think the biggest thing about Burrow for me is just for quarterbacks, I look at durability as an athletic trait. The really good quarterbacks don't spend 50% of their seasons on IR, and yet that's what Joe Burrow does. He routinely misses a half of a football season.
Yep, availability. Week 11, reasons to hate every opponent on the Texans' schedule. This is the show that you come to this for, or come for this. Week 11, Colts. So we already had Ballard in the first Colts game. So now we're getting into the second divisional games here.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson is still on that team. Anthony Richardson quits in the middle of games, and he does not care how hard he throws the ball at his receivers. It's their responsibility to catch the football.
We had that quote from the Combine where he just said, if a guy, just catch it. If I throw it too hard, catch it. That's his definition of throwing with touch. And that's how you end up with an awesome highlight reel, but awful actual performances.
Right.
I would say with the Colts, I think, too, like Pat McAfee, this is enough, all right?
McAfee.
Pat McAfee, who's just somehow a fair weather cancel. I'm going to cancel my season tickets. I'm so disgusted with this organization. I don't need you. You're either a Colts fan or you're not. Pat McAfee.
That's a great one. You know what? That's a better one than Anthony Richardson. That's a really good one. All right, Week 12, Ravens, Sunday afternoon at NRG Stadium, soon to be Reliant Stadium. I did not know this, Seth. Trevor Penning has a brother. His name is Jared, and he is on the Baltimore Ravens. So I'm adding the second Penning brother, guilt by association, to a reason to hate on a team in the NFL.
Yeah. I think, you know what, for me, Derrick Henry, and just the fact that Derrick Henry for so long absolutely owned the Texans, and yet now Derrick Henry has had some of his worst games in his career versus the Texans. The actual worst game of his career was in 2023 versus the Texans.
Yep.
But like when he doesn't have Lamar Jackson next to him in the backfield, the Texans do a great job of bottling him up.
Like last year.
I just want to see him bottle up Derrick Henry while Lamar Jackson is also on the field.
Yeah. You know what? Also, just as a sort of a sub hate, Diego Pavia is on the Baltimore Ravens right now.
Yeah, for now.
He won't be to start the season, but he's on the team for now. Steelers, Week 13. Aaron Rodgers is a little too easy. Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is the dictionary definition of retread for me.
Yeah.
I'm not a Mike McCarthy guy. And that's, basically, I had a hard time finding other reasons other than Aaron Rodgers to hate the Steelers. But I've never been a huge Mike McCarthy guy. I think he's a little overrated.
The Steelers are hard to hate because I think, for one, Steelers fans are way more self-aware than, say, Cowboys fans. So if you talk about two organizations that have had great eras in their history, the Steelers fans are the ones that more quickly and immediately realized, hey, bro, what are we doing here? We're like a slightly above average team. Making the playoffs isn't enough. Enough already. They don't sit there wasting time telling you about how great Terry Bradshaw was back in the day. Or you better watch out. Remember what we did to you in 1992?
Yeah.
There's none of that with the Steelers. They understand the severity of the situation, and they want their team to do something about it, which makes it hard for me to hate the Steelers because I keep seeing them do the same thing over and over and over again with these aging quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's a good point. I think my thing, the one thing I would say as I hit pause on Steeler fans just for a second here is they've never really been put to the test with bad football.
Oh,
they like the Cowboys have picked fourth in the draft before in recent years. They've never really been put to the test. If they get put to the test with a 4-13 season at some point, are they doing the very annoying thing you were talking about, which is going, oh, Terry Bradshaw. Boy, who was a better Super Bowl quarterback, Big Ben or Terry Bradshaw? That kind of thing.
You know what we could do is this game, it's almost got to be that after the playoff game last year, a lot of people are saying, oh, boy, look at Rodgers is definitely done. There's no way he wants to come back for more of this. And lo and behold, in one of his earliest decisions ever in an offseason, he decides to come back for more with a healthy pay raise. And I think the thing that he did last year was, hey, they went on a nice run at the end of the season. Mm-hmm. The Texans can be part of making that decision for Aaron Rodgers and for the Steelers. Like, all right, look, you still got games to play after this, and Aaron Rodgers just threw 6 interceptions. Yes. Can you do that for the Steelers, Texans?
Yes, do it. Yeah, do it for the Steeler fans. Week 14 at the Commanders. Laramie Tunsil, vet.
Oh, yeah.
First game against Tunsil since he got traded.
First game against Tunsil, and I think that, the ideal scenario here would be that it's got to be – people need to understand that it's not just false starts. It's false starts that erase a big play on offense. It's false starts in critical situations. Mm-hmm. If he has a couple of false starts in the fourth quarter on a critical drive, that would make my season. Oh. That's my Super Bowl.
Yes.
I just want people to understand how it hurts. I want to be able to go back, and I know you've kept receipts of all of those people in the Commanders fan base and in their sports media who were acting like we're a bunch of dumb hicks for caring about false starts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know who they are. And they did what the Texans did a couple times, paid extra to keep the false starts on their roster.
Yeah.
They just gave him $30 million a year on his extension. All right, we're getting down to it. Final 4 games. Week 15, they're playing the Jags again. We already did the Magnificent Gladstone. There's a reason. Trevor Lawrence and his flowing locks and his horrible commercials. Boy, that commercial that he and Travis Hunter did last year, I think it was for Adidas, if I'm not mistaken.
They're doing the footloose dancing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Super uncomfortable. Awkward.
Yeah.
Not good.
It was, and also this was around week 15 a couple years ago, wasn't it? When Trevor Lawrence decided to slide late.
Week 13. It was week 13.
Aziz Al-Shire was blamed for him sliding late. But then remember, the really annoying thing was that it was widely reported that Trevor Lawrence was out for the season with a concussion.
Yeah.
Instead of the fact of the matter, which was, no, Trevor Lawrence was out with a shoulder injury for the rest of the season. And he played like ass in that game leading up to him sliding way too late.
Yeah, they were better after he left that game.
Yeah.
Mac Jones was better in that game.
The victim crying by the Jaguars after that game and trying to pin it all on Aziz Al-Shire was pathetic. It was un-American. It was wrong. Is what it
good.
was.
I'm glad. I'm glad I put Trevor Lawrence.
I love America.
No. I know you do. No,
I demand a higher caliber of behavior from my quarterbacks and his supporters than what those commies in Jacksonville were doing.
You're a patriot. Everybody knows a true patriot, not capital P, lowercase p.
You want to cancel me for loving America?
Right.
Sorry. But I feel like Trevor Lawrence should play like an American.
I was only hating on him because of his hair and his commercials, but you took it to a whole other place.
Traitor.
Yeah, I like that. Week 16, Christmas Eve at the Philadelphia Eagles. Reasons to hate every opponent on the Texans schedule. Nick Sirianni, their head coach, his whole gimmick is built around being a meathead dullard and being belligerent with everybody around him, whether it's media or his own fans, things like that. That Sirianni has...
He's got that Dom thug that works for him.
Yeah, and that guy, too, gets way more attention than he should get.
Yeah, Big Dom.
Big Dom. Well, okay, whatever.
I can't wait until the truth is revealed about Big Dom.
Oh.
I don't know what it is.
I don't either.
There's definitely some truth there somewhere.
Yeah, he's got pictures.
It's like that guy's never deflated a football,
right?
And they're not, and he won't have the excuse of saying, "Oh no, they called me the deflator because I lost weight."
Yep. Week 17 at Green Bay, Micah Parsons. He is a gym hogging weirdo. Remember
that's right. I forgot about the gym hogging.
Gym at our hotel at the Super Bowl this year. We stayed at the same hotel as all the Pro Bowlers, and there was Micah Parsons hogging the gym with all of his equipment strewn everywhere in his
a massage table. He had a massage table set up in the middle of a hotel gym.
A hotel gym, and his snot-nosed little kid running around the place causing a ruckus.
It was so weird. It was like he was treating it like his own personal gym.
Yeah.
And he was the thing that annoyed me the most was classic. Like he was. The guy's working with him, doing the massage and everything. And Parsons, I didn't see him interact with the guy once. Parsons was on his phone the whole time. That guy doesn't get excused either because he was part of just laying all of his rehab equipment out all over the gym.
Now here's the thing: is that Parsons we know is good friends with Deshaun Watson. They're both Mulligetta clients.
Yeah.
So maybe Parsons is like, hey, man, I saw what happened to Deshaun. I'm doing all my massages right in the middle of a room where everybody can see what's going on. Yeah. I'm not going to be no he said. Well, it sounds like it'd be he said if he had a male masseuse.
Right, yeah.
But, none of this. And by the way, if hating on Micah Parsons is just a little too cliche, just know that an even bigger weirdo is their defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon. That's where he went. Yeah. So he's there, too. Week 18, this is simple. We're up against it. Amy Adams Strunk. Got to throw a bone to all the Amy Adams Strunk and the old Oiler fans out there. Week 18, Titans. Okay, that worked for me, man. I'm hating everybody on the schedule now.
Somehow taking up a color palette as a cause. Yeah.
It's suing colleges over it or threatening
suing
lawsuits.
Educational institutions.
Cease and desist
Hey, let's
letters.
remember, though, too, University of Houston is a public university, so when she's suing the U of H, she's suing all of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all right?
Yeah, she's suing the entire city.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's give away some Journey tickets right now. 713-572-4610. What's the song of choice today, Ben? Oh, Open Arms. A junior high slow dance anthem back in the days, I say. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Journey. It's the Final Frontier Tour 2026, Toyota Center, November the 18th. That's caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets to see Journey every morning this week on this show. Make sure you're listening in the 9 o'clock hour for a shot at Gamblers tickets. Gamblers got a big win last week. I saw Kevin Sumlin's pep talk for the locker room after the game. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Up next, James Harden starts on his next quest to get back to an NBA Finals. He hasn't been since 2012 with the Thunder. Harden gets a lot of heat from a lot of corners of the basketball universe. A couple of his former teammates are wondering why. We'll workshop that coming up next. But first, AI, artificial intelligence. If you are a decision maker,
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Eastern Conference Finals start tonight, which means the annual tradition of nitpicking a series that James Harden is involved in. We've already gotten to do that a couple of times as they advanced in 7 games in each of their first 2 series. The Cavs have had to go 7 games. So technically, James Harden has won 2 Game 7s so far this postseason.
Yeah, buddy.
One against Toronto, and then on Sunday they blew out the Pistons. Harden didn't shoot the ball well in that game, but he was fine. He didn't turn the ball over a bunch. He had a bunch of assists. They won by 30. We were talking about the fact that he just wasn't that great in that game the other day, and someone texted in, like, he was plus 31. It's like, they won by 31. Like, yeah, like he was on the floor with a bunch of teammates. Like, Donovan Mitchell was fantastic in that game.
There were a lot of guys who were plus
Jared
double digits
Allen,
on that game, yeah.
And you started, you were plus 31 in that game. So, yeah, so we'll see what happens with Harden tonight. But this is sort of the time of year where James Harden, until he wins the championship, is going to take some probably.
He has to, I think, above and beyond just winning a championship, because he's already done that. He's already made it to the finals.
Yeah.
But as a sixth man.
Yeah.
But I think he needs to have a signature performance in a closeout game.
I would agree.
Yeah. And and it doesn't have to be a Game 7, but an elimination game signature performance on this stage. I think that would reverse a lot of the narrative around James Harden.
Because he's had great games. His numbers in the postseason are good.
Right.
It's these isolated, just horrible performances.
It's these crunch time moments where they're not just underwhelming performances. At times, they're just atrocious performances.
Yep. So a couple of his former teammates kind of taken up for James Harden. This was Chandler Parsons saying, man, in the years he played, he was here for a few years with James when James first got here. He loved playing with James Harden.
How was it like playing alongside a guy?
It was awesome. I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves. 'Cause when I played with him in Houston, he had just left OKC, like you said. He was kind of that 6-man role. This was his opportunity to kind of, be the face of a franchise and become who he is today. And he did it. And he was so talented offensively. He's so strong. Like TA was just talking about, they literally had to change kind of the swing through foul because you could not guard him, because anytime he'd reach, he would just create the contact and get the whistle every single time. One of my better years, I averaged like 16, 17 points in the season playing with him because he created so much attention, and the scouting report obviously was to stop him, and I would just play off the catch and just kind of eat off him. But I love playing with him. I really enjoyed it. He's such a good playmaker. Awesome dude off the court too. Like he can hang. He's one of the boys. I hope this year, even now in Cleveland, I hope he finds success. I want to see him win a championship and play. And he's had bad luck in the playoffs, but I mean, no doubt he's first ballot Hall of Fame.
For sure.
Top
For sure.
5 shooting guard. Like he's got all that.
No, I think like everything Chandler Parsons said there was things that are known. Like, hey, thanks Chandler for letting us know about that he was really good at drawing fouls. Yeah, that was never talked about. People don't realize, he was actually really good at causing fouls and getting to the line. Yeah, we get it. Yeah. I think the part there at the end where he says he's an awesome guy and he's a good hang and everything.
Yeah.
That's the part where I think Harden, it works against him that he's so opaque. Like, in terms of just, I don't think people really feel like they know James Harden.
Yeah.
He doesn't show emotion, and it's easy to kind of just paint him whichever way you want, whether you like him or dislike him or whatever. It's just, it makes him kind of an enigma because he doesn't ever reveal a whole bunch of his personality.
Yeah, the only thing too I would say about Chandler's impression of James, and who knows, maybe they stayed close after Chandler left here. Chandler only played 2 seasons with James Harden.
Yeah.
Chandler Parsons was gone by 2014, 2015, so he was only a teammate of Harden in that first year pre-Dwight Howard. And then that first year with Dwight Howard, because if you remember, the big plan was for them to bring in Chris Bosh and then re-sign Parsons using his bird rights, and they were going to have sort of I'll call it a big 3.5 of James, Dwight, Chris Bosh, and Chandler Parsons, and then Bosh reneged at the last second, so they let Chandler Parsons walk to Dallas. So I don't know if the version of James he was getting in the first couple years as a Rocket was the same one that by the end was very entitled in the building. Very, very demanding of what to do with the roster and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess, but it's hard, though, too, because, I mean, some of that comes from just the frustration that he would have as a guy that like wants to go to a championship game, and you're going to try to do things and make that happen somehow. I mean, it's just I feel like people have almost fallen into a category of a situation with Harden where I think people almost want to forget how awesome he was because they don't like the way it ended, that you forget that, like, by and large, except in critical moments in the playoffs, he was an incredible basketball player, and those were really, really good. It was the second best team in the league in a lot of years, which unfortunately coincided with the Golden State Warriors being a thing. So that's like nothing that Chandler Parsons said there was really any different than what he was his entire time here up until the very end when he ate his way off the team.
I just wonder how much of one of the dudes he was by the time at the end. You know, like I feel like over time, I mean, like James had a separate agenda. Like I know that, like James would travel differently sometimes to road trips because they were in LA. You know, he would stay back or whatever the case would be. So that part I wonder about. This is Patrick Beverley. We'll answer the question for him. I think it's a fair question. Patrick Beverley wonders, why do people hate James Harden so much?
What is it with James Harden that people just don't like? I don't get it. Like, what is it about him that, like, people just don't like him for whatever reason? We don't see, we don't see him on the internet a ton, right? You know, he promotes his shoe, has a fire-ass shoe, right? We see him donating a lot. Like, What is it about James Harden that people like just don't like? Is it the beard? Is it people scared of how the beard looks and whatever? Like, what is it about him? Because if you gave his numbers to anybody else, any type of player, like, you would adore that player. So, like, my question to the fan base: what is it about James Harden that you actually just don't like?
Okay, the biggest thing, honestly, aside from all of those kind of external type things. It's in Houston, for instance. Okay, it's the way he left, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
Like that's 100% clear. It's the really bad performances in some critical points in the playoffs. And then I think ultimately the part that I think is a little bit unfair is, and this I've never been comfortable with this because I know and I understand what you're alluding to with the way he operated in the building and everything. Mm-hmm. But I also I have to step back sometimes and say, oh, no, he didn't get along with Chris Paul. Please show me the parade of people who get along with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Like, that's like that part of it. When it gets down to the very end, getting Russell Westbrook forcing Russell Westbrook onto the team,
that's bad.
and then everything that collapsed there. The last couple of years, it just got super dysfunctional and weird. But I would say there definitely was never a point where I felt that the fan base embraced James Harden the way that they've embraced other Hall of Fame caliber athletes in any other sport in Houston.
You're saying Houstonians never really embraced him to that degree. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, there would be. He certainly had his people that did embrace him like that, but not to nearly the waves of people that, and it's unfair to compare him to someone like Hakeem Olajuwon, who won championships, played college here, and so. But even just the guys who were the popular athletes at the time he was here, Jose Altuve, guys like Deshaun Watson. That's when James was at his peak. Those are J.J. Watt. Like, those were the big names here in town in sports were probably – because James's peak here was probably from 2015 through the 65-win team that Chris Paul pulled his hamstring. Yeah. Like, those 4 years were peak James Harden. After that, it kind of fell off a cliff. And who were the most popular athletes in Houston at that time? J.J. Watt, DeAndre Hopkins, Jose Altuve – probably George Springer, Carlos Correa, all the Bregman, all the young Astro guys. And then, James Harden, who was one of the more popular athletes, but you're probably right, was never on a level with any of those guys.
Well, and I think part of it, too, is, and since Pat Beverley there was kind of addressing some of the non-basketball type of things, I think that, Chandler Parsons doesn't talk about how he is as a hanger or anything, but in terms of a relationship of the fan base with the player, I think especially in modern times, people get accustomed to just seeing and getting to know players at a level different than what we ever have before because of podcast interviews, because of social media, all these things. And I think Harden in a lot of ways is kind of a throwback to the 1970s.
He's a mystery man.
Where you just kind of, you didn't know a whole lot about those athletes other than whatever beer they advertised on TV in their post-game interviews. And Harden's kind of a throwback in that way that it's just, I don't think like people ever feel like they got to know James Harden. And that's not a criticism of Harden. I think that's just who he is and that's how he operates. But that makes it puts him on a different level in terms of embraceability compared to other modern athletes.
I think, and this probably deserves more than the 5 seconds I'm going to give it because we're up against it. I think around the league, take it outside of Houston, people don't find his style of play aesthetically pleasing.
That part, yeah, that's huge.
Drawing the fouls and everything. Yeah.
No, there was a part of that. Like, you had to kind of grit your teeth and defend that style of play.
It is what it is. Yep.
We liked it because it helped us win.
Pettycast time, Seth. 8 a.m. Tuesday, Pettycast. We will get Petty coming up next. But first, I got to tell you, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading online therapy platform.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Tuesday Pettycast time. Let's get petty, baby.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. As Jalen Reed
I've been
would
thinking
scream.
all about all the people who have wronged me in my life, and I'm ready to go.
You're ready to go? You're in the right frame of mind. I love it. I love it. All right.
Sublimate some rage.
Let's start with Tom Brady, who spoke at the commencement ceremonies at Georgetown University this weekend, Seth. Spoke at Georgetown and took a shot at his old head coach. If you're wondering if either of these guys can carry petty feelings around, here's Tom Brady taking a shot at his old coach, Bill Belichick.
I wish you nothing but the best of luck and the most courageous of choices on your journey. And I challenge you as graduates of this amazing institution to seek out more things that are just too hard. Things that will force you to grow beyond what you thought was possible for yourself, physically, mentally, or emotionally. I want you to challenge yourself with ideas that are uncomfortable and people who push you to be your very best. Even if one of those people is a cranky old coach who cuts the sleeves off his sweatshirt and screams at you all day, do your job. Okay, that's too specific in my experience. You guys get the point.
Okay.
I don't think it's all that petty. I don't know. That's I feel like Belichick would enjoy that joke.
You know, the irony of that is Belichick did an interview with the Barstool guy. I think it was Pardon My Take.
Yeah.
And they did a live sit-down with him in what looked like his office. There were a bunch of Super Bowl trophies in it. And a bunch of clips dropped from it yesterday. It looked to be a good interview. There were some interesting things. He was over-the-top complimentary about Tom Brady in that interview.
I don't know, like where I say I don't think that's petty necessarily. It's like I think that Belichick would agree. That's exactly his whole MO, is to push guys above and beyond what maybe they even think is capable. They're capable of doing. So without all of the other backstories and everything that go into it, I deem that not quite petty enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's we'll move on to the next one then. This is J.B. Bickerstaff. Now this is after Game 6. So this is after a game that the Pistons won in their Eastern Conference semifinal round. J.B. Bickerstaff is the head coach of the Pistons. They played Cleveland. They won Game 6, and he had this to say about James Harden manipulating the referees.
He's got an unbelievable ability to manipulate what the rules are, right? And we were together 4 years in in Houston, and you would watch him, and he and I would play one-on-one, and he would foul bait me. You know what I mean? Like, he would I'm serious. Like, he would only get to play offense, and I would play defense, and he would practice those things, and he would work on them, even just playing one-on-one versus me. So it's like he has a great understanding of the rules and then how to manipulate them in his favor.
There is more referee complaining going on in this postseason in basketball than any that I can remember ever.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I guess, do you feel like, so are you feeling petty about that?
No, I think J.B. Bickerstaff is feeling a little petty that James Harden gets away with all the things he gets away with.
I don't know. See, again, I guess that's more, like, DeAndre Hopkins was really good at that. Like, DeAndre Hopkins understands exactly how the push-off rules are called. Like, DeAndre knows where he is in relation to the official and everything, and does an awesome job of manipulating. Harden does it to such an extreme degree, though, that they have to change. Like, they have to change the way they officiate games.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I interpret that more as a kind of a measure of respect from J.B. Bickerstaff.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Especially since he almost makes it sound like he was part of creating the monster that was James Harden. Okay.
Yeah. Like, you're gonna just you're pushing the envelope and trying to just gain every little edge.
Okay. You know what?
I feel like you and I are we're discovering a different worldview here with this week's.
Yeah. No, that's okay, because what I can do now is say I am petty that J.B. Bickerstaff is allowing this to happen, and he created this monster in the first place.
He created this monster.
Yeah, there will be pettiness. It's just a question of who. If I need to fill the petty void, I will fill the petty void.
I'm feeling, man. I'm just feeling too benevolent today.
Hey, I
don't know what the hell's wrong with me.
By the way, people are probably wondering, are we going to get to Jaylen Brown and Stephen A. Smith going at each other at some point? That gets its own segment.
Yeah.
That's its own thing later in the hour. So or maybe at 9 o'clock, I think we'll do that. That's something else. This is Kelly Stafford, Seth. This is the wife of quarterback Matthew Stafford.
Well, I'm ready to be petty now.
She's on a podcast, one of these, podcasts where women are interviewing each other.
Yeah.
And I don't say that disdainfully, just to be clear.
Sounds like you're petty about that.
I'm not
petty
petty
we're allowing
at all.
them to talk to each other now?
I shouldn't have even said anything acknowledging it was a woman's
couple
podcast.
ladies gabbing,
I forgot who
Unique concept.
Forgot who my co-host was.
More like a broadcast.
Ben! And that's what I call a broadcast. Oh, that is good. All right, so here's Kelly Stafford. She's having a conversation. And if you recall last year, you remember, Seth, where there was talk of Matthew Stafford getting traded out of Los Angeles, maybe to Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
And it was his wife that was viewed as kind of the bad guy in all this.
Yeah, it sounded like she was like, it always feels like Kelly Stafford feels like her husband doesn't get enough respect.
Yeah.
Like she was whining the other day that people still call him Matt Stafford.
Right.
As if a guy who insists on calling himself Matthew is something that you should want to be married to.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Oh, excuse me, it's Matthew?
Right. So
he needs his wife to step in. He'll be called Matthew in this interaction.
Here's Kelly Stafford, mad that I guess some of the other kids at school were coming after her kids because of her, because she was trying to force a trade out of Los Angeles. Yeah.
When there was speculation of Matthew getting traded this past year, and then it was a headline that his wife was the problem, and that's part of the reason.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And listen, media is media. They're going to dig and do whatever they need to do to make a story. But the kids at school were like picking on them, being like, well, you're going to have to move because your mom doesn't shut her, or your mom is an issue. Like, she's too loud and whatever. And
yikes.
So my girls came home and they're like, Mommy, are we having to move because of you? And I was like, because of me? And they're like, yeah, like the Rams don't like you. And I was like, what the
Okay. I'm not saying that there's not truth in what she was saying. I don't think someone would lie about what their kids were saying to them on a podcast that would go on. There's no reason for her to do that. I'm always suspicious of Kelly Stafford, of like what version we're getting, like how embellished is it?
That's true. Like the way she presented it. Her kids came home and said, "Mom, you're making us move because of you."
She's so out there and over the top and public, and like even
listen, Kelly Stafford, you want to talk about kids with issues because of their parents? Let's talk about the Vrabel family, okay?
Right. Well, it's funny that it's an easy segue into our next one, but even like the Ty Simpson thing, where he's doing his introductory press conference, they're like, have you heard from Matthew Stafford yet? He's like, no, but Kelly got in touch with me on DMs on Instagram. I'm like, what are we doing?
Super interesting, because I heard that story about her dating Matt Stafford's backup in college.
Yes.
Can I call him Matt?
Right.
She said I could.
Yeah. She still got it.
She said, hey, Ty, you can call him Matt.
Yeah, just you.
He's not as impressive as people say he is.
Just you. So this is Colin Cowherd, speaking of Vrabel. The Chargers, in their schedule reveal video, took a few veiled shots, very thinly veiled shots at Vrabel and Rossini.
And it really wasn't much, was it? It was just kind of like a little reference, almost like an Easter egg, wasn't it? It wasn't front and center. It wasn't the whole theme of the Patriots
They
game.
did a Halo-themed schedule release. It was really good.
Yeah.
And there were like three different things. There was a billboard that kind of casually referred to some element of the story.
Yeah.
The game paused at one point to say, you have a notification from the New York Post, which broke the story. So it was little things like that. It never referred to them by name or showed pictures of them or anything like that. Colin Cowherd did not think this was a good idea.
I don't think, although it may be funny, I don't think it was necessarily smart for the Chargers social media team, known as very witty, to take shots at Vrabel. That's friendly fire. Protect the shield. You want controversies to go away. That is my take. That is not smart. It gets a laugh in the room. You're building a brand. I do not think that was smart by the Chargers social team. That is not protecting the shield. That's just my take. As long as I've lived, if there's any sport that has felt corporate It's the NFL.
I know if nothing
Listen, old
else,
man.
this will get you petty, Seth.
Listen, old man. You know who probably shouldn't have done what they did, old man? Mike Vrabel. Okay? Yeah. I'm just saying. He panders to rich people worse than anybody I've ever seen who's not like in the actual financial sector. He just worships at the altar of billionaires, and it's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's got no gonads, and that's why he chooses a stooge to be his co-host on his show.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody that doesn't actually put up any kind of a fight.
Mm-hmm.
You notice Nick Wright was only on that show for so long before Colin was like, "You've got to get him his own show." I mean, can you imagine if Nick Wright had actually gone full bore in some of his debates with Colin Cowherd? How thoroughly Nick would have destroyed Colin Cowherd?
Yeah, he would have handled him.
Nick, whether you hate him or love him or whatever, Nick comes with actual facts and arguments, whereas Colin Cowherd is all pure rhetoric and logical fallacies. No, listen, social media kids out there, rage against the machine, okay?
Yep.
You do you. You're gonna make something of yourself. I hope you get fired a time or two because it shows you got some gonads. All right.
All right. We have so
Are you
much.
going to try to impress Colin Cowherd? Is that who you want to impress in life? No. Impress 21-year-olds. That's where you get the traction.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have so much more petty to get to, man. Okay, so I'm going to do, we got two more in this segment. We still got Jaylen Brown and Stephen A. Smith we'll do later in the show. I'm going to save the last one here for the next segment because it's Astros related, and we can do that and talk about EMI. This is me talking out loud and changing the rundown. This is Fred VanVleet, Seth, on the podcast that he does with Sarge. And they were talking about the Kevin Durant burner accounts on there. And VanVleet led into this by saying something to the effect of that the stories are always more fun than the truth. Kind of implying that the whole burner account thing and the stuff that it did to the locker room, air quotes, was overblown. Mm-hmm. And VanVleet takes up for Kevin Durant here. I'm petty because I don't know the point that Fred VanVleet is making here.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have you help me and maybe even make me less petty in the process. But here is Fred VanVleet talking about people using Kevin Durant to engagement farm.
The gift and the curse with K is that he's so open and he's so authentic and he's so approachable and he's so him that it leaves room for the clowns to jump in and add their own twist on the and then if he don't come out and directly say no or go against that, which is what they want, it's just so much room for like clickbait farming and like that when it come to him. He don't make it he makes it easy. You know what I'm saying? He make it easy for that. So I saw that for the first time this year with my own eyes. And it's something that I grew to appreciate with him was like his personality, how he approaches things as a superstar. And I don't think people really appreciate it, and they won't, because I don't even know if there's another guy that will do that.
Yeah.
Like he does, like how he engages in it. You know what I'm saying? He's super regular with it. You know what I mean? And I think people take advantage of that, and they know that you can run with a story.
Okay, if what I'm hearing is correct, Kevin Durant is some kind of victim here in all this.
I think the biggest thing is that, okay, he's easy and he's open, and that leaves him vulnerable to all of this speculation. I feel like you're leaving out the one key item, which is, the burner account.
Right.
Like, his easiness or his openness had nothing to do with the fact that a burner account was exposed.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. And I think that, and if you're easy and open, then also maybe you address it head on. Yeah, I don't necessarily understand the point he's making there.
I don't either.
Because the thing is, up until the burner account, there was zero, as far as I recall, I mean, people were very complimentary of Kevin Durant and the way he was operating on the team and what a good mentor he was to the younger guys and everything. So it wasn't his easy, open attitude that opened him up to all of that as it's concerned with the Rockets. It was the burner account.
Yeah.
And that's what opened the door for all of the other speculation, not his easy, open attitude.
I guess the other thing, too, that I have trouble processing is the whole engagement farming notion that somebody who replies to, because Kevin Durant is, as VanVleet just admitted, Kevin Durant, very open, tweets a lot, says a lot of things. So are people not allowed to reply to him? Like, that's like, it's social media for a reason. Like, so if you're replying to Kevin Durant, does that automatically mean that you're trying to build your engagement with the whole thing because you know he's going to fire back at you?
Right.
Or?
Durant's more of the engagement farmer.
Yeah,
than a lot of the people that he's burning or whatever.
I feel like Fred VanVleet doesn't really know totally how that whole world works, and he's just throwing terms around.
And the thing that happens though too is it's I don't know, it's kind of like in political debate. You as an athlete, when you see certain things, you see the most irrational, hottest take, and you look at that as what people are saying out there, like it's the majority opinion or something. So I think a lot of times, with Fred VanVleet or any other athlete, when they're talking about this type of stuff, and they talk about the haters and everything, they're almost in their mind, I can see them picturing the most extreme things they've seen, the most ridiculous and most absurd, because that's what grabs attention in your gray matter.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't like Durant opened himself up to that by having a burner account allegedly.
100%. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the Pettycast. We've got more Petty to get to. In fact, let's get to the Astros from last night. Not petty at all about Imai's performance. It needs to get better from here, but it got better last night, and we'll explain. And also, they are feeling petty up in Dallas right now about our baseball team. We will get to the morsel that we didn't get to in the Pettycast. We'll do that coming up next.
I'm petty about summer temperatures. I despise them. I rage against them. There's nothing I can do about it. But you can do. You know what yourself? You can do it. You can get yourself a brand new Honda, nice air conditioning.
Astros 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Ground ball to short, and Brooks Lee will go to first, and that will end the game. Astros lose 6-3 in the opener of this three-game set to the Twins here in Target Field, scoring all their runs in the seventh inning. But Josh Bell was too much tonight. He drove in 4, the 6 for Minnesota.
All right, so there you go. Astros lose again. Josh Bell was the man last night. 3 hits, including 2 home runs, both of them off of Tatsuya Imai. I don't know, if someone had told me just blindly, like, okay, the only thing I'm going to tell you, Seth, is that Imai gave up 2 home runs to Josh Bell. That's the only thing I'm going to tell you about this outing. And those are the only 2 home runs that he gave up.
Oh, and those are the only ones.
Those are the only 2 home runs that he gave up.
I would say, I would like, how many? Oh, you're not allowed to tell me.
I'm not allowed to tell you. I would have been like, okay, do I feel like this was just another Imai batting practice sort of thing, or do I feel like he might have straightened the? I probably
did. He walk a bunch of people? That would be my first question.
That would have been,
yeah. To tell me.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm going to tell you. You got 2 home runs. You get to pick one other stat that I'll tell you, and you would pick walks. And I would say he didn't walk anybody.
Yeah, I'd feel good about it.
I would too. I'd be like,
I feel good about it.
2 home runs to 1 guy, so that guy had your number. You know,
the guy that you've been wanting to attack the strike zone.
Yeah, and he kind of got it up. Both of them, he got up kind of high in the strike zone. You know, that's
in my mind. In my mind too, where I'm thinking about what we need to see more out of Imai. Is like, okay, be aggressive, but okay, if you're going to let up. I'd want to know were they solo home runs?
Yeah, one was a 2-run homer. Yeah, so those are your follow-up questions. I'm going to tell you, you got 2 home runs, you get 3 more questions, and that's it. And you tell me how you think Imai did. The walks are the biggest thing to me. And if those of you are maybe just late to the party here, because the game was delayed by 2 hours, and we should point that out. Someone may have just woken up and looked at the box score and like, oh, look, Imai didn't even make it 5 innings again. The rain started coming with him 2 outs into the 5th. Yeah. So they had played enough baseball to where it could have been, they could have called the game right there. They didn't. They kept it. They delayed it for an hour and 57 minutes, and then people, they all came back out and played. But obviously, the 2 pitchers that were on the mound at the time, Imai for the Astros, being one of them, didn't pitch anymore. So he didn't get yanked after 4 2/3 because he was bad. He got yanked after 4 2/3 because Mother Nature can be a real biatch sometimes. So
yeah.
I'm encouraged by him.
If we start May 18th as the first day of Imai's season, that's when I'm gonna just wipe the slate clean and say on May 18th, yesterday, that's when Imai's season starts. He did a few things, like his velocity was up a tick. He mixed in a changeup, which helped make his slider more effective and induced a lot of whiffs. And I would be looking at today, and he'd have a sub-6 ERA. So after one outing, the beginning of a season, sub-6 is a 5-something ERA, but it's one short outing. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes from here.
What is his ERA? His actual ERA is 8.31 now, so it came down a little bit. It was above 9 before. So I look, 5 hits in 4 2/3. 2 of them were home runs, so that's unfortunate. But no walks. 5 strikeouts is big. And the big thing is 74 pitches, 53 of them for strikes, because he was all over the map before. Like, he was under 50%.
Yeah.
So I'm encouraged by Imai. Now the question becomes, look, they're 19-30 now. So how stoked can we get about these little nuggets of good things if they keep losing baseball games?
If they keep losing baseball games, I'll get even more stoked about Imai things, because the Astros are on the hook for 3 years if Imai so chooses. So I could get excited about Imai being here for potentially 3 years if he doesn't exercise any of his options.
Oh, boy, yeah.
What if we get to the point where he's pitching so well that we're worried about the fact that he's got these options?
He might opt out.
Don't pitch too well, Imai.
Honestly, that would be a great problem to have.
Just right, yeah.
Yeah, stay in the sweet spot.
Plus, I want him to I want him to have, you know what I want?
Yeah.
I want for him to have, if it ends up being a lost season for the Astros, I want him to have a young Framber type of season.
Yeah.
Where if you cherry pick the really good performances and forget about some of the disasters, hey, you've got something there, but not necessarily something where he'd be tempted to exercise his option because there's huge money out there for him. Crap, we're screwed, aren't we? No, we're screwed. Unless the Astros don't get it going, we can only feel awful about Imai because he's pitching awfully, or feel awful about Imai because he's pitching incredibly.
They're screwed.
And he's going to exercise his option.
Dude, that's reason number 18 that they're screwed.
The only chance we have is for the Astros to get their act in gear and be a legitimately good baseball team.
Now, here's something we can take pleasure in.
500 team over the last 4 games, Sean. So
okay, all right, 2-2. Here's something we can take a little bit of pleasure in, is that our colleagues up at 105.3 The Fan, our sister station, our brothers in radio, Seth, RJ Choppy and Sean Sharif, they do the morning show up there on 105.3 The Fan. They're of course big Rangers fans. I think they carry the Ranger games on that station on 105.3 The Fan. And boy, we know that the Astros took 2 out of 3 from the Rangers this weekend. So we can take a little bit of joy in that our friends at our sister station were completely verklempt and upset that the Rangers lost 2 out of 3 to your Houston Astros this weekend.
There's no way to look at this other than a wasted weekend. You went up against one of the worst pitching staffs in the sport and the worst pitching staff in the American League. The Houston Astros have allowed 263 runs. Nobody in the sport in the AL has allowed more than 249 other than them. And that's Baltimore. And then the Angels at 246. And then nobody else is above 225.
Their ERA coming in was a 5.59.
And they embarrassed you in the first 2 games.
A shocking margin of more than a half a run. They're the worst in baseball, team ERA-wise, by more than a half a run. And they almost no-hit you. Like, basically through 2.5 games, it felt like you got no hit. 2.5 games of the series.
This is.
I wish, for the purposes of the show, that yesterday's win happened on Friday,
right?
And then the other 2 games happened Saturday and Sunday, so we could come in with the focus. It would obviously be a lot more negative, but I think it's most important to focus on really what happened Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, it is that dynamic is interesting to me about weekend series.
Yeah,
is that. You come in on Monday, and the most recent thing is Sunday. But the fact of the matter was, most of what happened over the weekend, starting on Friday night for the Astros, was okay. The offense stunk, but the offense has been – we've gotten a little used to that of late. The other thing I would say is that I'm not blaming these guys for this. They don't follow the Astros on a daily basis. But when they're kind of painting they're talking about this pitching staff – was terrible, and the Rangers were awful, and the Astros have the worst ERA in the American League. Friday night, none of that matters about the worst ERA in the American League because Spencer Arrighetti's on the mound, and he's one of the 5 or 6 best pitchers in the American League so far this year.
Yeah.
By ERA, at least he is. So it didn't really matter. It didn't really matter on Friday how bad the team ERA was. They had their ace, or the guy who's become their ace, at least through the last month and a half, or month or so out there pitching. So I just like that they got all angry at our little Houston Astros.
It was like getting
it's kind of a
shot
win.
down by a hooker at the bar or something. It's like
I suppose.
I'm willing to pay the going rate. Nope.
I feel like the Astros they're 19-30. After listening to that clip of Sean and RJ, I feel like we're like 21-30 now.
Yeah,
that was worth 2
good.
wins to me. Yeah, just hearing our colleagues up in Dallas get upset about our little old Houston Astros.
I went. Look, I didn't make it past the rain delay last night, so I went to watch the highlights this morning on YouTube. And on YouTube, they mix up the commentators from both teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice because they use the radio and the TV.
They jump back and forth. It's nice.
But it was weird because the opening statement from one of the Twins broadcasters was might get a lot of action tonight because these 2 teams are the top 2 teams in the AL in batting or something. And I'm like, that was accurate a while ago.
Yeah.
But I looked and no, the
Any
Astros.
metric?
What's that?
Any metric there? Top
It was
2?
runs. She said runs scored.
Okay.
And as of right now in the AL, the Astros are 5th in runs, and that's coming down from where they were. We know it hasn't been an offensive deluge.
No. What are the Twins?
The Twins are 2nd in the AL.
Oh, they are. Okay, so they've been scoring a lot of runs this year. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yankees are well.
They're good at baseball. Unfortunately, did you all cover the final balk last night? He gave an excuse about the pitching mounds affecting him.
Because he stumbled on the...
He stumbled on the rubber.
He stumbled on the... did he stumble on the rubber or on the dirt?
The dirt, well, it was somewhere around there.
It was, whatever it was.
Wherever he was planting his foot.
Yeah. It was... okay, thanks. I didn't want to...
He did give an excuse. See, that game ended so late. That game ended so late, we didn't get any audio from... Usually
from his interpreter.
Well, no, but usually. Oh, yeah, that's right. We wouldn't get any audio from Imai because of the interpreter. No, I'm just saying, the game ended so close to. The game ended after Area 45 was off the air. Usually, Area 45 guys get the audio for us.
Listen, remember, Texter, thank you for that nugget.
Yeah.
And I choose not to be agitated about it because I am starting on May 18th with Imai.
Yeah.
And that is the first excuse or explanation I've heard from him, and it seems reasonable. All right.
Yeah.
Guy comes over from Japan. The mounds are a little bit different. He gets a balk. And if anything, I'm grateful to him because I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to pretend like I can always explain exactly why a balk is a balk, but that was an easy one to explain.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, that's a balk. Yeah. I knew that was a balk when I was 6 years old.
That is one.
He doesn't listen. There's one thing about Imai. He doesn't go halfway with his balks, okay?
No.
If he's gonna balk, he's gonna damn sure balk the hell out of that balk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's gonna stumble and make excuses afterwards.
It'll look like you're worried that he tore his groin.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. So BetOnline.ag has put out odds on who's going to start in Week 1 at quarterback for 5 teams. All right. So I want to bounce these off of Seth. How juicy or non-juicy are these, and who are we picking? Is there any value?
Including a potential holdout situation from one of these, which is a weird one.
Yeah. Can't wait. So we're going to get into these these quarterback battles. We'll do that coming up next. No battle for me, though, about where to bring your metal patio furniture.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you tuning in. So there are odds out on who's going to start for a handful of NFL teams in week one, and there's probably a team or two that I would add to this, just as, you know, where that are intriguing quarterback situations.
Yeah.
But these are ones, Seth, that I guess there is a degree of question for a variety of reasons. One of them is clearly injury related. Like the Kansas City Chiefs are on this odds board. They're not on here because Justin Fields is going to beat out Patrick Mahomes. They're on here. You're basically betting on the injury news that we've been getting with Mahomes.
Which, by the way, the latest video I saw from Dr. Chow was that he says there's no way Patrick Mahomes is 100% by week one, but that doesn't mean that he won't start week one.
Yep.
Like, he might be not fully recovered, but they might decide to roll him out there.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at the Chiefs' schedule because the Texans aren't on it. I haven't looked at the Chiefs' schedule to see what the early part of the season looks like, to see if it's a part of the season where, depending on where he's at with the knee, Patrick Mahomes, if Andy Reid is like, yeah, we might be able to muck it together with Justin Fields.
They open up with the Broncos.
I knew
which
that.
Is not, that's not just
like
roll into this nice and easy here versus a slappy defense or something. That's a really good defense.
Broncos, Broncos, Colts, Dolphins are their first three games.
So yeah, week two seems like a good time to start.
Yeah.
For, if they just if they come up with a reason for him, they'll make up some kind of medical reason that he can't go quite yet in week one, because his ego's not going to let him do that. You got to say no. It's very specific. The AI, I would throw AI in there somewhere. AI tells us that you've got a 98% better chance of finishing the season if we wait until week two.
True. Well,
because it's not just that the Broncos are good. The Broncos are really good at racking up sacks specifically.
They get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, that said, two things. That said, Mahomes is minus 800 on this odds board to start in week one, which means heavy favorite. You got to risk 800 to win just 100. Two, that game is on Monday Night Football. Yeah. And I'm guessing the league, when they were putting the schedule together, are not counting on seeing Justin Fields on Monday Night Football against the Denver Broncos.
Everything
defense.
I learned about the way they come up with a schedule is that it's almost impossible to know exactly what they factor into every little thing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
we'll see. Yeah. So these.
So the first, let's go through these quarterbacks. Who are we going to see in week one?
Okay. So Arizona Cardinals.
All right, Jacoby Brissett is currently in a soft holdout, which is not the headline I expected to see yesterday.
No, and he's a minus 400 to start week one for them. Gardner Minshew is 4-1. Carson Beck, who they drafted, is 7.5 to 1.
He knows he's got leverage, Jacoby Brissett does. He's like, after everything I've done for you, the sacrifices I've made, that you're just he wants a new contract, and he's holding out for a better contract. He's not holding out. He's not attending OTAs.
Yeah, that's bold for Jacoby Brissett to do that.
Man, I respect the hustle. He's only got so many years left. Yeah.
I get it, but this is a team that, let's face it, this is a team that either probably should find out what they have in Carson Beck, who they drafted in the third round, or throw Carson Beck out there because they'll be so bad they can get one of the guys in next year's draft. If I'm the Cardinals GM, I'm like, why am I dealing with a Jacoby Brissett holdout right now?
By the way, I got with a fake tweet regarding Carson Beck, and I only bring this up as a PSA because I know by the number of times it was retweeted and everything, I'm guessing a lot of people got it. It was for a little bit. Like I saw it. I actually texted it to you. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
It
was Carson Beck saying he's the best quarterback in the draft.
Oh,
and all this stuff.
yeah.
It was one of those AI joints, and just
it was.
It was fake. Yeah.
Oh God, I hope I may have even liked it. I have
before
no idea.
I talk about it on air, before I tweet about something or anything, I always run a little fact check on it.
That's smart. That's really smart. Okay, so the only thing sexy about the Cardinals one is, why the hell is Jacoby Brissett a holdout right now? Atlanta Falcons, Tua Tagovailoa minus 150 to start in week one. Michael Penix Jr. plus 105. So Tua is the slight favorite to be Kevin Stefanski's new pet project in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Does that one move you at all, the Atlanta Falcons battle between Tua and Penix?
It does. I get it. Like, from afar, it's just fun to watch and try to figure out exactly what they're thinking, what their strategy is, and all of that.
I'm always fascinated by fixer-uppers. Like can Stefanski get something out of Tua that Mike McDaniel couldn't get out of Tua?
I think that, Stefanski very much, as long as, as we've seen from other Shanahan types, like Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta, is if you run the scheme right and you can get the absolute best performance out of either an aging or a mediocre quarterback, no matter who it might be. Like, Shanahan's done a great job with that. Stefanski hasn't had the same success with it when he's on bad teams. Not that the Falcons are a bad team, but I would say they're going to go with – I think they're going to – like, Penix, I'm guessing, despite his age, they still look at as a guy that – needs some time and needs some seasoning, and they'll start off with Tua and figure out exactly how far you want to play it with Tua.
Yeah, I would guess. I think Tua is rightfully the favorite there. I don't disagree with any of the odds so far on these. Okay, next one. Deshaun Watson is minus 200 to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns in Week 1.
Yeah, I think I would go with that. I'm not going to put money down on it. It's just not enough of a payout on it. But I think that I think if you look at realistically with the Browns, what's the logical thing to do? As long as you know that Deshaun Watson's going to be on your team, that you've got two young developmental quarterbacks. And is that T Green for Trent Green?
No. That's it's the kid from Arkansas, the rookie. I had to put the T just to remember what his first name was.
Deshaun Watson. I think that you just see you take one last stab at seeing if he can recapture any of that glory from the past, and if it works out, then it's great. If it doesn't work out, what have you really genuinely lost? Oh no, Shedeur Sanders only gets 12 games to learn how to play in the NFL this year instead of 17. It's going to be Deshaun unless he's injured.
I think so too. I thought that 2 months ago. I said that, and I think it now that there's been reports that he's got the lead, I obviously believe it even more. I would have really loved to have played the Cleveland Browns early in the season when it would be a guarantee to see Deshaun Watson go against this defense. Mm-hmm. They play in Week 10. My theory, my correlation is that if he starts Week 1 and he's their guy, if he's still starting in Week 10, he's probably having an okay season.
Yeah.
If he's still starting in Week 10, because that would see, and I don't know where their bye week is, Cleveland. That's always a logical place to replace a quarterback. But I just feel like if we're almost 3 months into the season, Deshaun's still playing, then they haven't cashed in their chips on the season yet, the Browns.
Dylan Gabriel. So Shedeur Sanders is plus 150. Yeah. Dylan Gabriel is plus 3,300.
Yeah.
So 33-1 odds for Dylan Gabriel versus 3-2 odds for Shedeur Sanders.
What a horrible, that was.
It's just an awful scenario as a football organization.
Well,
what are you doing? Honestly, how on earth are you doing this where if you liked Shedeur Sanders enough to draft him when you did, then the fact that you took another quarterback who you obviously don't like as much before.
They took him before. They took Dylan Gabriel
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Why they... whatever compromise, it speaks to a process where they're trying to figure things out on the fly.
Yeah.
As they're going along. If they had liked Shedeur enough to draft him, when they did, they should have just as easily have drafted him when they drafted
Gabriel. Yeah, when they drafted Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, because whatever value you got, and make no mistake, as a fifth-round pick, that's a really good pick, Shedeur Sanders so far. He started some games as a rookie and won some games. As a fifth-round pick, that's a success. Whatever value,
if you try to ignore everything else and just look at it from that standpoint.
He's a fifth-round
pick. All right, that's
fifth-round pick, and you won a couple games. Whatever value you got out of that gets totally canceled out by the fact that you drafted Dylan Gabriel in the third round, and he's shot. You're not going to use him. Last one, Las Vegas Raiders. Kirk Cousins minus 250 to start Week 1. So he's an even bigger favorite to start Week 1 than Deshaun Watson is.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza is 2-1 to be the starter Week 1.
I think it's going to be Kirk Cousins in Week 1.
I do too. Now, it's a question of when.
Yeah.
Mendoza. Yeah.
We see this all the time. It's got to be. I'm guessing it's 90% of the time that teams claim at the beginning of the season that a guy is going to sit his entire rookie year. Yeah. He ends up playing at some point. And this is on a team in the Raiders where it's really hard to envision them all of a sudden taking a big leap forward offensively, that there's going to come a time at some point this season, despite everything that they've said in the offseason about wanting Mendoza to have a full year, that they're gonna roll him out there at some point.
Yep, I think so too. I think so too. All right, so there you go. Those are the battles going on right now, including one, as Seth pointed out, where there's a holdout. Minus 400, but you got to get through the holdout with Jacoby Brissett. All right, Payne and Pendergast, hey, listen, next hour, you're going to get a chance to win 4 tickets to the Gamblers and the Battlehawks this Sunday night. Okay, 3 topics going on right now in the NBA that have more buzz. Well, I say more buzz in the actual playoffs. They did, before last night's game at least, have more buzz than the actual games going on. We've got audio for each of these. We'll do those coming up next.
For the first time in 7. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Into the 9 o'clock hour. We did a Pettycast at 8 o'clock. There are three things going on with the NBA over the last, I would say, 2-3 days that have a lot of people talking that have virtually nothing to do with on-court, with the games, with, hey, last night Wemby was amazing. And last night Wemby was amazing. It was a great game. Double overtime win in the first game of the Western Conference Finals. If this is what's in store for the Western Conference Finals, then that's going to be a hell of a series. And highly depressing to watch as a Rockets fan because the Rockets ain't on that level right now. Not with those two teams last night, especially with the Spurs, who won the game without their point guard. De'Aaron Fox, ankle, didn't play. They trot out a lineup of 5 guys averaging 22 years old, and they beat the defending champs.
I was led to believe that the lack of a point guard is a death blow to any kind of chances in the playoffs.
That's what I was told, too. Yeah, that's what I was told. They managed to...
they had a backup point guard.
They did. Huh. Well, they had somebody that could handle the ball and get them into their offense.
That's a strange concept.
I know. It's odd. I'm hoping the Rockets were watching that last night. And maybe get somebody else who can handle the ball other than Freddie V. So these are the things, Seth, that had people very worked up over the last couple days. Anthony Edwards in Game 6 against the against the Spurs. It was the elimination game in that series on Saturday, where Anthony Edwards, Minnesota Timberwolves big star, their franchise player, in a game where the Timberwolves were losing an elimination game at home by about 30 points at the time, I believe, with about 8 minutes to go, he gets taken out of the game and walked over to the Spurs bench to give them their congratulatory handshakes and dap up that is customary typically at the end of the game.
Yeah.
He did it during the game. Here's what it sounded like. Here's a couple people's takes on it, and then we'll give ours. This was Dirk Nowitzki on the Amazon Prime Studios show, being shown the footage of Anthony Edwards dapping up and congratulating the Spurs while there's still 8 minutes left to play in the game.
So we're going to unpack some of the things that Ant said there, but here is the moment where he said he was just giving them the respect they deserve. 8 minutes were left in the game. Your reactions to this moment?
I've watched the NBA and been a part of it for a long, long time. I've never seen this. A guy walking into the huddle with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and dapping up the entire team. Too much for me. Obviously, you can do that after the game and show plenty of respect. That was a little strange for me.
Okay, so Dirk Nowitzki says kind of strange.
Yeah, it was. What
do you think of that?
I thought. I guess I just I kind of figured it's like, all right, Anthony Edwards is just one of these weird dudes that kind of doesn't go by the normal guidelines and norms of the way people behave. I didn't know without knowing the whole backstory or anything. I didn't necessarily think that it was like the worst thing ever, but I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't either. Like I watched it. It looked strange, for him, and the Spurs seem to be caught a little off guard by it too.
Yeah.
In doing that, so it's inarguably it's unorthodox. We haven't seen guys do that before. This was definitely one of those things that once again illustrated, I think, the line between the current players and the retired players.
Yeah,
the retired players all seem to hate it. It's like, no, you wait till the end of the game. The game's not over yet. Your coach is still trying to coach you and things like that.
The part for me, and it's like honestly. If I put football standards to it, I would be livid. I would actually be incredibly PO'd. Just like, cause I don't want you conceding a game until there's the last play, until the final kneel down necessarily. So that's the part where I guess when I see stuff like that, I kind of chalk it up to like, all right, I guess basketball is just a little
It's different. Well, even just.
So when you hear guys like Nowitzki or Udonis Haslem or other guys just talk about, this is messed up. That's where you see, okay, it's messed up.
It's messed up. I think the other thing too, it's a little bit, I'm glad you brought up football just because I was curious what the football culture would think of that. The logistics of a basketball court make it a little easier to do that too. Like the bench is right there. You're getting taken out. The guys are 10 feet away from you. That would be something if a player walked Like, CJ gets sacked for the 6th time in a game, down by 30 with 6 minutes to go. You know he's getting taken out for Davis Mills, so he trots over to the other sideline to dap up a few of the guys.
This is what Udonis Haslem said. As a leader, I would not have walked down there and shook their hands. As a leader of my troops and my guys, I would not have shown that weakness. The game is not over. I've got 8 minutes left. I still got smoke coming out of my ears. Let me calm down for those 8 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe it's an individual thing too. Haslam was one of those guys when he played basketball. Like he was an energy, physical, angry player, and so that I could totally see that. Here's Chandler Parsons kind of taking up for Anthony Edwards.
We all like Ant, right? Like we consider him like a brutally honest, unfiltered. Like, because if LeBron and Schiff, shout out, was just mentioning, if LeBron did it with 8 minutes left, like he would get absolutely crushed.
It'd be the end of the world.
But we look at him.
To be honest with you, though, I didn't think twice about it until I saw all the backlash on social media.
Much
like
backlash.
I swear, I was like, oh, that's just Ant being Ant. You're right. It is the person that I think has the impact of the situation. Like, I literally just saw that. I was like, oh, and then I saw all the stuff that happened afterwards.
I think your brain just went,
what? It was kind of weird that he did that.
Yeah, the clock really says 8 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm kind of the biggest thing I agree with in that cut, Seth, was Beadle saying that if LeBron did this, it would have dominated the talk the next day.
I think the whole thing about Anthony Edwards, it's weird, though, compared to a guy like LeBron, which is like LeBron has no self-awareness about, anything that LeBron does, and he's just in a completely different world, for one, because it's LeBron James.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is kind of known as an eccentric, offbeat humor, just a different type of dude.
It's a free spirit.
Yeah, he's a free spirit. And I think that's where those guys get a pass, partly because, they don't operate by the same norms and rules as the rest of us do. And when do you pick and choose when you like that guy or how he's a little bit different or a little bit quirky? Some guys are just quirky. That's what you do.
I am team Chandler Parsons on this one. I was the same. I'm watching it. I'm going, okay, why is this on my timeline? What am I watching here? Oh, okay, that's what happened. And knowing full well there would be an over-the-top reaction to it on social media. I didn't have a huge problem with it. Second one, these are things that were, until last night, had more buzz going than the actual playoffs in the NBA. Shams Charania revealing that SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was going to win the MVP award at 6:30 in the morning on Sunday morning, which kind of thieved the announcement from the Amazon Prime crew. They were supposed to announce that on the Prime broadcast on Sunday night of Game 7 of the Cavs and the Pistons.
Yeah.
But Shams found out and reported it and tweeted it out. Mm-hmm. And everybody got upset that Shams was kind of hijacking the NBA. Not everybody, but people did. People got upset about this. The Prime crew had some fun with it, actually. Here's the Prime crew telling Shams to basically get a life.
All right, now, just to be clear, the official announcement is happening here. Dirk and Steve, you all both won MVPs, but I don't remember Shams spoiling it way back then.
I don't think he was around. He was a baby then.
Yeah, what are we doing, man? It's Sunday, Shams. Go to brunch, you nerd. Come on.
There are other things to do.
Yeah, that was Blake Griffin, the non-MVP on that set.
You nerd. I don't listen. The NBA is not allowed to get mad at stuff like this because so much of the NBA especially is fueled by these nuggets and insiders. Shams Charania, Woj before him.
Yep.
That's their entire ecosystem now. That you can't, the lady doth protest too much.
That was petty. They were petty about it on there. They're like, well, since Shams spoiled it, this is where the official announcement is going to take place. The
NBA is the league that embraced not worrying about television anymore because it's a social media world. And now, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, boy, we got over our skis on that one because it turns out we really need this TV money. Twitter ain't paying nearly like NBC would pay.
No, and Shams, who we spoon-feed all these things, is now taking nuggets and reporting them, as is his job.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm Team Shams on this one.
I am too. I'm Team Shams. So you and I agree on both of these so far.
Now, wasn't there a theory that he had accidentally scheduled the tweet for 6:30 a.m. instead of p.m.?
He debunked that. He said, "No, I'm a reporter." He went on. He went on McAfee yesterday and basically said, "No, I had it and I reported it."
That's where, remember Schefter got a lot of crap for announcing Tom Brady's retirement before Tom Brady himself did?
Yep.
And I'm in that same boat where I'm like, all right, look, Tom Brady's got to do a better job of battening the hatches on his personal inner circle.
Amen.
All right, somebody in Tom Brady's camp that, dished when they shouldn't have dished. I'm not mad at Schefter. I'm mad at the person who Tom Brady has confidence in who let the cat out of the bag.
All right, this last one, the third one, the three things that had more sizzle than the actual NBA playoffs going into last night. This is the feud that was too big for the Pettycast today. There was too much for the Pettycast. Jaylen Brown is going to war with Stephen A. Smith right now. Jaylen Brown, Celtics forward, who is it's really interesting just from afar to see how his whole deal is getting processed right now, because he said some things right after their season ended against the Sixers to where, one, he was complaining about Joel Embiid flopping, which looked lame to do it right after the game, did it on a press conference and in his Twitch. And the other thing he said was that this was his favorite season that he's ever had of his career.
Mm-hmm.
They've won an NBA championship before.
Yeah.
And Jason Tatum missed a bunch of the year also this year. So people are reading into that like, oh, you got to be the guy.
Connecting the dots.
Yeah, you got to be the guy. But the bottom line is Jaylen Brown. Stephen A. Smith has been critical of all of those things with Jaylen Brown, of him saying all of those things. Jaylen Brown went on his Twitch a couple nights ago, basically said, bleep you, Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen A., Stephen B., Stephen C. Like, my offer still stands. You want me to be quiet and stop streaming? Well, I want you to be quiet and get off these networks, because you're not using your platform to do real journalism. You're using your platform to use clickbait. You're using your platform to, let's go back and let's use example A.
Okay, so this is
nobody's accused Stephen A. Smith of doing real journalism in a long time.
Then
my pearls.
When it's the athletes, a lot of them too, because they're not in the media until they have their own Twitch or whatever. They get confused about the word journalism sometimes, I think.
Yeah.
Stephen A. used to be a journalist. He's not anymore. He's a hot take debate artist.
Hot take spewer.
On First Take. Yeah. So then what he proceeded to do after that, Seth, after that cut we just played, was play like 4 or 5 clips of Stephen A. on First Take saying things about him, and then proceed to try to debunk each of them.
Yeah.
Here was Stephen A. gets wind of this, and just it's like blood in the water for the Sharks. Here's Stephen A. coming back. It's a little long, but it's good. Stephen A. going all mob boss on Jaylen Brown right at the beginning here.
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room? How the organization might think about you? How the city may feel about you? How Jason Tatum may or may not have feel about you? Sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on. The season is over, bro. You on Twitch trying to do what I do and talking about me needing to step away. It makes no sense. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm simply making the point that it is not wise, after 24 hours of having your season over in the first round, for you to be coming out talking about that's your favorite season. It ain't the smartest thing in the world to do. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was trying to sit up there and look out by letting you know this is not a good look. It's not wise. That's all. And I would have respected Jaylen Brown more, Big Perk, Jay, had he come at y'all, had he come at everybody who said exactly what I was saying. But evidently, you understand, when you're talking about clickbait and all of that stuff, somebody told you one of the best ways to get it is to bring up my name.
Yeah. Okay, so this is 100%. This is it's the funniest thing. And kids, you'll see this as you go on in your sports viewing experience in life. It's that every single time somebody says, "Oh, that's it for Stephen A. He's not going to step out of this mess that he created," or like, "Oh, he's got to step down after that horrible take." That's the very sentiment that makes him as highly paid as he is.
That's the fuel.
It's year after year after year. I can't believe Stephen A. said that. He's done. Let's get 20 million tweets about it right now.
Yep.
Like that's exactly. And this is where athletes are at a disadvantage, Sean. I realize this. Athletes, most of them, especially the star athletes, haven't spent a whole lot of time in their life being bullied. So they don't understand how to deal with a bully. So when somebody like Stephen A., who has a bully pulpit, where he has just this highly visible position where he can just insult and bully and lob the cast aspersions and everything, like the old athletes are not. The star athletes are not accustomed to, like, oh wait, I gotta just not give him any air, not give him the attention that he wants. As soon as you do, the bully is won.
Yep.
So it's a fight that you're not going to win if you care about it. Now, if he maybe Jalen just really genuinely does just want to create buzz and maybe trying to set up a career after media or something, then he's doing the right thing. And you should, by all means, be the person that says Stephen A. ain't walking away from this one.
Yeah, I guess if you're up for the fight,
it's like our one listener that thought we were being mean to Kendrick Perkins.
Right.
No, Kendrick Perkins is in that world.
Yes.
Kendrick knows that a lot of the things he says are ludicrous, but that's part of the game. Like he's that style of sports media personality where he's going to be big and bombastic, and sometimes he's going to say ludicrous things, but it all feeds the machine.
Loves that he's being talked about on any local show.
Right,
Kendrick
Perkins, like
any
if you
local
sat down
show.
with Kendrick Perkins, like, away from a camera and you went over a list of his takes, he'd be like, oh yeah, that was dumb.
Yeah.
He knows.
He knows.
You just throw it out there and some of it's going to stick.
Okay, so Stephen A. went on for 7 minutes about Jaylen Brown. The only other one I pulled was this one, because I think this is good advice. If Jaylen Brown is doing what you're talking about, Seth, trying to get into the media, his setup stinks that he uses for his Twitch feed.
Yeah.
It's just not, it's dark. It's not very, it doesn't pop to me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter anymore.
Well, here's the other thing.
Stephen A. is old guard.
He's old guard, but Jaylen Brown was also having all sorts of trouble playing the clips of Stephen A.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, if you're going to clown somebody, you better hit play, and that stuff better play.
Yeah.
Just the optics of it. Here's Stephen A. saying, get a better studio, buddy.
Get your ass a studio. You looking like you in some dungeon, some little room or whatever. You making $54 million a year. You're going to make 57 next year, 61 the year after that, 67 the year after that. You're in the midst of a $304 million contract. Get a studio with a director and a producer. Call it up, clips of mine. The computer ain't even working right, can't even get the full sound up in there. Get that together. That's number one. Stop being so damn cheap. You got the money. Pay it, okay, for a better production.
That's where I'll criticize Stephen A. Smith. He's old. The kids don't care about that stuff anymore. Especially if you're on a live stream. It's sloppy. It's messy. It just doesn't matter like it used to. So, if anything, you get more cred when you're making $55 million a year for keeping it real and just doing it from your own computer. People enjoy the technical struggles and everything. Stephen A. is a little out of like him acting like who was it that last year said that he didn't know which show that Cam was on? Oh, it was Drake May. Remember? Stephen A. was incredulous that Drake May wouldn't know who was the current cast of First Take.
Yep.
And I think that's probably the majority of young athletes don't give a damn about First Take other than what they see on their social media feed. And a lot of times they're not realizing like, this is from First Take, which airs from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. Or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm with Stephen A. on that one, but I'm old, so I agree with him on that one. I think he should get a better studio. I think he should spring for a better studio.
I'd say keep it casual, keep it real, especially because you make $55 million a year. Now you can get better at the technical stuff over time.
Oh, you're connecting with the regular folks then.
Yeah. The audio quality, the video quality, the actual set, it just doesn't matter as much as it used to.
No, but learn how to press play on a video.
Which is part of the process. He's going to be doing that. Stephen A.'s just being mean at that point. He's being a bully, which is something Jalen is going to have to get used to.
Yeah. I kind of liked it. I don't know. Hey, let's give away some Gamblers tickets right now. They're playing the St. Louis Battlehawks this Sunday night at Shell Energy Stadium. Caller number 5, you're on your way to the game. 713-572-4610. Each show is giving away a 4-pack today, so keep listening all day for more chances to win Gamblers tickets right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Do we agree with this particular former player that the Texans' floor for the upcoming season is this high? We will have that for you. Coming up next, Men's Tea Clinic. My floor on my quality of life elevated.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, congrats to Justin in Houston winning those Gamblers tickets. Text message from a listener. My daughter at Kate Watson Music is performing the pregame concert for the Gamblers game.
Oh, wow.
How about that? Good luck. Good luck with that. I just jotted down her social media at Kate Watson Music. We'll mention it on this very popular radio show.
One of the nice little pearls you find every now and then in attending anything live is just who performs the national anthem or who performs beforehand.
Yeah.
You discover a bunch of little things.
Yeah. Post-game. Sometimes there's post-game concerts at college events and things like that. You're right.
We were, Brandy and I were at a concert once, and this guy opened for, I don't want to get the band wrong because somebody will fact check me on this, but the opener was this guy named George Ezra. At the time, nobody knew who he was, and he ended up being a
famous.
Yeah.
Did
and we
you?
were like, who the hell is this guy?
I was going to say at the time, did your keen ear for talent go?
Yeah.
This guy's going to be somebody.
Yes, and he came down to watch the show afterwards. I need to fact check myself on this. I'll flesh this story out more later. I need to fact check it with the internet with Brandy herself.
Okay.
But he came in like we are like, holy crap, this guy is good. And later on, when the main performers were performing, he came in just to take in the show. And he was sitting down. He was in front of it. He came in and he sat in an empty seat in front of us.
Oh.
And we were like, "Hey, man, you were really awesome."
You talked to him, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was very gracious. And I don't know if he might have already been a big name by that point.
Maybe.
But he was new to us. So I gave him the old "You're gonna go someplace, young man. Good for you." He's probably already a millionaire,
Did he say that's true? Did he say was he out there just sort of watching it through like a scouting lens, or was he just enjoying the music?
He was just enjoying the music. Yeah, he was really stoked to just be out there watching them. Yeah,
I like it, man. That's good.
I'll flesh this story out and have the actual accurate story in the morning.
Yes,
yeah.
I want answers.
There's a good chance it wasn't even George Ezra, but in my mind, that's what it was.
Once you confirm with the internet and Brandy,
yes,
and I trust Brandy more than I trust the internet, then we'll be onto something. Yeah. So at Kate Watson Music performing before the Gamblers game. So good job, Kate Watson Music. I'm looking forward to checking out some stuff on the old gram after the show and seeing what it's all about. All right, people, I think generally, I would say the vibes on the Texans nationally are positive this offseason to varying degrees. I haven't seen anybody, Seth, say that the Texans are going to be a 7 or 8 win team this year. I think most people are pretty.
I think that's one thing where you've got a really good defense and you returned basically all of your starters.
Yeah.
From last year, and then you added you have an actual starter in Reed Blankenship at that revolving door safety position.
Yeah, and you had one of the more popular draft choices as well with Caden McDonald. People generally really, really love that Caden McDonald pick, probably as much for where the Texans got him in the draft as the fact that they got him in the draft.
Real quick update. It definitely wasn't George Ezra because he was only 10 years old at the time.
I've been wondering.
Okay.
Do you have a...
He was only at the date that I'm thinking of, unless I missed. So we might have seen this concert a lot later. That's the last you'll hear of this until the end of the show.
That's fine. Well, no, but ask Brandy after the show who you might have been thinking of.
I had to at least get that out of the way before we do anything else. Yeah.
Okay, fair. So this is one of the more bullish, this is the most bullish opinion I've heard on the Houston Texans this offseason. So let's play it. It's from Lige Duzabel, a former defensive end with the Jets and some other teams. He played about 8 to 10 years in the league. He's been on Good Morning Football several times. He's very good. He did an interview he was doing a hit on CBS Sports HQ and had this to say about the Houston Texans.
The floor for the Houston Texans should be the AFC Championship game. And that's saying a lot because they've never been to an AFC Championship.
Which is crazy.
But they've been to 3 consecutive divisional rounds, to your point. This is probably the best defense in football. I will say it's the best secondary in football. Them and Denver are neck and neck for the best defense in football. They were so dominant. 2 edge rushers that are all-pro, a corner that's an all-pro, a linebacker that is a pro bowler, and then so many frontline starters that are really good. So the big question mark was the offense and the offensive line to C.J. Stroud. Well, I thought Nick Caserio, the GM, did a masterful job this offseason refortifying that offensive line, and they have something that they haven't had, Jacqueline, in the last couple of years, depth on the offensive line. And for a quarterback, that gives you so much confidence, because I felt like C.J. Stroud the last couple of years has been playing sped up. Right? When you don't have good protection up front, it speeds you up in progressions. Now that C.J. Stroud knows that he has a subsequent talent up front on the offensive line, and they've also put pieces in front of him to protect him, he'll be able to take his time to go through those progressions and find some of those young receivers on the outside. Also getting David Montgomery was massive. When they lost Joe Mixon, he was the guy that kind of steered them the ship right when it was going off course, and they didn't have that last year. So now they have a guy that's a bull in a china shop that is going to run downhill and be physical. So to me, for the Houston Texans, the floor should be the AFC Championship game, and I have them going 13-4.
That's bold. The floor is the floor is something you've never ever done before.
I'm glad we played that again because I didn't catch, honestly, probably the most important of what he said there that I agree with is the depth on the offensive line.
Yeah.
We heard Nick Caserio say, look, you're going to have 8, 9, 10 guys play at some point during the season. And that's exactly what happened at the end of the season, which was, hey, the Steelers offensive line put on a good show. And they were going against some of those very tough, physical type of defensive linemen they'd struggled with before. But that was when Trent Brown was playing right tackle. Trent Brown doesn't go versus the Patriots, and man, it went right back to being a mess versus big, strong, physical defensive linemen. They just got manhandled on the front, and it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but it does if you don't have the depth. So that part of it I feel better about. I think they're taking more swings at the plate. They draft 2 offensive linemen in the first 4 rounds. They bring in a couple of bona fide veteran offensive linemen. They re-sign Ed Ingram. They're doing more things to feel like, all right, we've got answers when the inevitable injuries occur. And the other part, when he's talking about CJ playing sped up, I think the best example of that in the last couple of years, the one that really sticks in my brain, was when in the Packers game in the fourth quarter, CJ had been getting bludgeoned all day long. They had all kinds of protection issues. The disguised fronts and blitzes were really killing them. And by the fourth quarter, there was a play. It was the play that CJ ended up throwing the ball to Tank Dell inbounds, and no, out of bounds. Okay. It was at that point because you would have. Well, anyway, but they didn't get the first down out of it. They were already in field goal range. If he had held on to the ball a little bit longer, he had John Mechie, the third read in the progression, wide open over the middle. Yeah. But at that point, you can understand why CJ was a little sped up, and it's this incredibly stressful balancing act that young quarterbacks have to learn. And it's that much harder if you don't have good protection, is when do I push the envelope? When do I hang on to the ball? Or when do I take the easy reception? Yeah. And in that moment, CJ ends up making a completion, but it was for something that didn't really help you. And at that point, like, if he had held on to the ball a little longer, could have had a touchdown to John Mechie. But, like, you can understand why his clock was sped up at that point.
And that was the period in that season that I said to it was that game and then the Colts game the next week, which they won, but he was pressured almost as much in that game. Yeah. And then the Thursday night game was the real killer, the Halloween night game against the Jets, where they sacked him like 8 times against not even a good defense. Like, the Jets stunk that year. Their defense was okay. It was a solid – well, that was after Saleh got fired, but their defense was okay. That period set, those 3 games, I'm like, man, that was a 3-game stretch where I'm wondering, is he going to be the same again? He got – That was a really harrowing 3 games if you're a Texan fan watching CJ, and I think you could argue that to a degree he hasn't been the same since then. There've been elements of that.
And that's where, and I'm gonna give credit to CJ Stroud, and just to clarify the situation, it was 3rd and 15. On the Green Bay 17. So it was a point blank field goal at that point. Yeah. There was 1 minute and 52 seconds left in the game. It was an incompletion to Tank. And it wouldn't have been a first down anyway, and I think he would have had to catch it going out of bounds. Yeah. So it was like it stops the clock.
Yeah.
And
it made no sense. Yeah, that's right. You wanted to stay in bounds.
Yeah, you wanted to keep the ball. You wanted to keep the clock running there. It would be better for him to take a sack in that situation.
Yeah, because there's a minute left, and you don't want to leave Green Bay time to do what they did, which is kick the game-winning field goal.
Yeah, but the club, so it was compounding issues there.
Yeah.
He'd been getting clobbered all day long. Ends up attempting a throw to Tank Dell that's incomplete, stops the clock, would have stopped the clock even if it was a completion,
Yep,
and if he had held on to it and looked for John Mechie, would have had the touchdown. You can understand why he got to that point in the game and why he made the decision he did, because the pass protection wasn't there. I think what CJ's not getting enough credit for regarding the 2025 season is that he didn't get sacked nearly as often.
Oh, not even close.
And you got to look at it. And a lot of people, when people were trying to act like all of a sudden this was an awesome offensive line because CJ wasn't getting sacked and wasn't getting pressured, they weren't giving enough credit to CJ Stroud for being the reason they weren't getting sacked.
Yes.
Like he wasn't trying to hang on to the ball too long. He was getting rid of it. He was throwing it away. There were a lot of times on some plays that didn't even get chalked up as a pressure on the quarterback, where CJ had to get rid of the ball because somebody on the O-line had gotten beaten clean and fast. So CJ did a good job of managing that situation. I think, and I'm guilty of this, I think sometimes I'll look at, hey, the offensive line improved in a lot of ways fundamentally and whatnot. It still wasn't a good offensive line. And CJ was trying to manage that throughout the year, and I think he did a much better job managing it than the traditional stats are going to reflect. I think he did a better job of knowing when to get rid of the ball quickly, when to hold on to it. And you saw the progression through the season, where early in the season his time to throw was really, really low. He was getting rid of the ball really quickly.
Yep.
Over time, and as the offensive line did improve somewhat, he started to be a little bit more judicious. It's just that's the process that every young quarterback goes through, and it's that much harder when you don't have a genuinely good offensive line in front of you.
Yep. Quick text message. Seth, I have a similar story to yours at that concert with Parker McCollum, except I know for a fact it was Parker McCollum.
Yeah. Look, I gotta, truth be told, I was wasted. It's
the best excuse.
There's a kernel of a story. Brandy was not. She was annoyingly sober on this trip.
Annoyingly
Good enough.
sober.
I do remember.
I hate that when they're sober.
I do remember that. So at the time, I would have been 29 or 30 years old.
Yeah.
I do remember at some point the four people next to us tried to. I'm pretty sure they were swingers, and they tried to come on to us.
Oh, really?
And I didn't get it or understand at all. But these 50-year-old women were just basically sexually assaulting me, while Brandy was like, "Hey, ladies, back off."
Yeah. Shoot.
They were inviting us to go in their limo afterwards and everything.
God.
I was like, let's keep this party rolling.
Let's go.
It was a Rolling Stones concert.
Okay.
And once I confirm and verify who the band was that I was impressed by, it's going to be that much more embarrassing.
Oh, because
they were definitely already famous. They were a young band that was definitely already
that's
famous.
Hilarious. Yeah. Okay, cool. We will. So we'll find that out. Are the Texans in the correct tier of primetime games this season with the schedule? Are they alongside the right teams when it comes to the marquee value of the Texans? We'll hit that. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop coming up next. But I want to get you guys out to a premium, elevated experience. It's amazing, and it's coming into town. It's going to be here for the world's biggest
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment of the show. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop today. Rainy one. Drive safe out there, everybody. The weather's crazy out there. As I'm sure many of you listening to our signal times.
If you're new to Houston, just know this: that when it rains, you can't see the lane dividers.
Right. At all.
No big deal. No big deal.
Dude,
you're left to guess exactly where you should be driving.
It's crazy, and it's like that on the highway.
I know.
Not just like up Kirby or something like that. It's like that on the highway. And at night.
It's on a 9 to 10 lane highway.
It's wild. Dude, it's just Thunderdome out there.
Like you're driving through a pond.
You're just like trying to find
exactly.
You're just trying to find space.
Where do I fit in this world?
we have the only highways that are general admission. Like it's
part of that.
It's like you're trying to find a spot to sit, like down on the floor at a concert or something.
I'm going to talk to a traffic engineer about this. I think part of it is in Houston because of our clay soil and everything. Like all the highways, they're concrete instead of asphalt.
Yeah.
So that makes it because it's light colored.
You're out
and
of my
because they
purview.
only repaint the lanes about once every 29 years.
Yeah.
It just you can't see where the lanes are.
Yeah. So be safe out there, everybody. All right, be safe. Are the Texans on the correct tier of primetime game participants this year, Seth? So the rule used to be the maximum number of primetime games you could get was 5. The rule used to be everybody had to play on a Thursday at least once, or everybody got at least one primetime game, but no more than 5. They've loosened up the rules when I believe they started to realize, wow, you know what? We sure would make more money if we put the Rams on more games and just didn't put the Titans on any primetime games. So it's just good old business.
Yeah. You know what? I would be more worked up over it if the Rams have 7 primetime games.
Rams have the most by themselves. They have 7 primetime games.
The Rams are just, for me, just not a detestable team. And maybe that's because they're in the NFC. It's weird. I somehow look at them as like an expansion franchise. I have a weird glitch mentally, but once they move to LA, I almost look at them as like a brand new team. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, oh well, I barely get to know and hate this team.
Right.
But they're also one of it's Super Bowl or bust for them this year.
Yes.
Yes. If I were going to get mad about it, I might say, boy, the league just wants LA to be a thing so hard, and that's what they fought for years, to get a team or 2 out there to LA. But it makes sense that they've got 7 primetime games.
It makes sense they have 7. It makes sense they have the most in terms of market size, in terms of star value, in terms of your dynamic Super Bowl or bust. They have a very watchable brand of football. They've got a popular head coach, all of those things.
Yeah, the watchable brand of football is a big one.
Big time, yeah, like on either side of the ball. So 7, the Rams are by themselves with 7. The next tier is with 6 are the Packers, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Seahawks, the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Of course, the interesting thing about that is there's 5 teams in that tier. 2 of them didn't make the playoffs last year.
2 of them didn't make the playoffs, but they're all teams that are expected to be good teams this year.
Yeah.
So the two criminals there would be the Cowboys and the Packers if they had a bunch of primetime games despite not being, expected to be good teams.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are clearly getting treatment above and beyond their quality of play from last year.
Yep.
But they're probably going to be better than they were last year. They've got stars on there. It's annoying that they have as many as those other genuinely good teams on there, but I'll take it.
Well, the Chiefs
are the other one.
Yeah, the Chiefs are the other team that didn't make the playoffs. Packers made the playoffs, but they snuck in.
Right. I was looking at it from the perspective of the Packers and the Cowboys are those teams with national fan bases that get a lot of primetime games, even when they're bad.
Yeah.
But they're not bad, at least.
No.
So I don't get as worked up about it. The Chiefs are the team that's getting the Pat Mahomes, Chris Collinsworth love affair treatment.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, and that all factors into. And I think too with the Chiefs, I think most people, certainly the experts, the people who put the win totals out and the odds out, are looking at last year as just a one-off. That hey, it's still a good team. Mahomes tore his knee, so
Yeah.
I know what you're going to say. They weren't a good team when Mahomes tore his knee. They were already a 500 team that year.
It's funny because the year before they won all those one-score margin games.
15-2.
People acted like it was evidence of their greatness. The next year they lose a bunch of one-score games. And it's like, well, just bad luck for them. Just bad luck.
That must be nice.
What are we doing here?
That must be nice.
I think the thing that people are ignoring with the Chiefs is that they've been steadily declining in their fearsomeness.
Yep.
And the offensively, they haven't been anything special for a few years now. Yeah. The last 2 years, that's been a team that's been either driven or at least buoyed by their defense.
Yep.
And last year, their defense wasn't as impressive. So I feel like they're getting the benefit of the logo on their helmet at this point, and the fact that Pat Mahomes is still genuine. Pat Mahomes, despite his numbers being pretty pedestrian, like in those clutch moments and on third and manageable,
he's
and
scary.
everything, he still nails.
Yeah, he's scary. So those are the teams with 6 primetime games. Next tier, 5 primetime games, 4 teams: Eagles, Bears, Patriots, Niners. Do the Texans belong on the same tier? Because the Texans are in the next tier with 4 primetime games.
I think this is where I felt the sting of just still being treated like an expansion franchise versus a team like the Bears that, by and large, you guys are kind of in the same bucket of teams on the upswing. Young quarterbacks. Right now, people are more excited about Caleb Williams than they are C.J. Stroud. But it's also the Bears. Then they've just got a bigger fan base nationwide.
They're a blue blood team. Yeah, they're a blue blood team. Eagles are a good team.
But the Eagles are boring. That's the only problem with the Eagles because of because their whole style of play they just mash you in short yardage situations, with or without the tush push. And Eagles fans revel in it. They love that people call them boring, but they win 11 games year after year after year.
Yeah.
But I don't think the tush push should be banned. I didn't like it. I didn't think it should have been banned 2 years ago, just because I think it would have been messed up to do the year, is when you're trying to just take a notch out of the team that just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
By this year, it's more so that I think things have balanced out a little bit, but I despise that play because it's just boring. My big hope this year is that the tush push for the Eagles, all of a sudden, without Jeff Stoutland as their offensive line coach.
Oh, I love that.
Because people love to. People don't realize how much coaching goes into getting the tush push.
The
just
old
right.
line part where they got to go down to the ground.
Maybe they're just not quite as good at it, and hopefully that's the case by the time the Texans.
That's a good. Nobody's talking about right there, Seth. That's a good one right there.
I'm not going to talk about it much.
That's you should hammer it.
I should tweet it right now.
Yes.
And just save it so that I can show how smart I was.
Plant a flag in it. That's really
what the only goal worth having in this.
I 100%. Now, the one thing I will say, when you said the Eagles are boring, I'm like, well, wait a second. The style of play, yes, that's what you were talking about. They are not a boring team when it comes to storylines or their coach or anything like that. So they'll bring some sauce to it.
I am like, but whether it's the short yardage stuff or all right, great, are a bunch of hooks and curls going to be the key to passing glory this year? And I guess. Great.
2 years ago it was. Yeah. The Texans are on the same tier as these teams for primetime games. Vikings, Giants. It's a little disrespectful, honestly. Steelers, Ravens, Lions.
Honestly,
and Commanders.
I think that's where, the disrespect from having 4 instead of 5 is where I am right now. Yeah. I got no hatred in my heart for the wealthy primetime games with 6 and 7, but those teams, the Texans should be on that caliber of team that has 5 primetime games.
There should be a primetime game in the first half of the season for them.
They shouldn't be sullying their shoes walking in the muck with the New York Football Giants. No.
With Joe Shane in Mara sitting there going.
I think the Ravens fan base should feel especially disrespected.
Yeah.
More so. I would talk. I would talk more smack if the Texans would ever do anything against anything other than the Ravens JV squad.
Yep.
But the Ravens have the most reason to be put out by the fact that, look, they've been good for a long time. They've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league when healthy, and they're one of the best teams in the league, at least as we look at it right now.
What about the Steelers? Are they only at 4 just because they're the Steelers? Is that it? Like, do they?
Yeah. The Steelers and the Giants.
Quality of team, they should be with the 3s right there.
The Steelers and Giants. The Steelers, yes. The Giants especially.
Yes.
The Giants shouldn't be even on there except for the Giants.
How about the Jags and the Broncos? The Jags and the Broncos each got 3 primetime games. They won 13 and 14 games last year.
Yeah, which is weird too because I feel like the Broncos, I don't know if the Giants draw that much more on TV than the Broncos do, but the Broncos have a deceptively large fan base.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Broncos should feel really disrespected by the Giants being above them.
A marquee head coach, a better defense. Yeah.
The Panthers having 3 primetime games is just bogus.
Dude, the Jags and the Broncos on the same level as the Panthers and the Falcons.
Stop trying to make fetch happen, and fetch is Bryce Young.
Of course, then there's the Colts. You're the Colts. You're on the same level as the Saints and the Browns.
Yeah,
Nobody
nobody cares about that trash city or its football team or its fans.
One game.
They can't be promoting. Look, they'll promote Mike Vrabel's infidelity in primetime in Week 1.
Yeah.
They will not be promoting inbreeding in primetime football this year.
No, they will not.
You ever seen how ugly those people are up there? Ugh.
I've seen, yes.
It's like when you take ugly people and then those ugly people inbreed.
Right,
It's a genetic disaster.
Not like math where 2 negatives make a positive. It's like 2 negatives make an even further negative, all right? You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. The fellas from In the Loop are here. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. Hi, gentlemen.
Hello, friends.
How are we doing?
Great.
That's good. That's good. You made it in okay today? You safe out there with the weather?
Made it in okay. A little sleep deprived from that game last night, but that's okay.
Which one, the Astros or the double overtime basketball game?
The answer is yes. It ended up being the Astros, but mainly the basketball game.
It was a weird serendipitous thing because I was watching the Astros. I had the basketball game on the smaller TV, and then the rain delay forced a TV switch, which was fantastic. Yes. And then the game ends, and the basketball game ends, and the Astros game starts right back up. Yeah. And I'm like, boy, you know what I would really like to do is stay up until 11:30 with a 4 a.m. wake-up call to watch the Astros.
I was actually thinking of you.
Not score any runs.
I really was.
They scored a few runs.
I was like, I wonder if Sean gutted it out.
Dude, I gutted it out. And the only reason I did, I was ready to go to bed, and then Jordan steps up with 2 guys on base, and I'm like, I got to stay for this.
Yeah.
This could be the time he hits a home run. Spoiler alert. It was not. It was not. Yeah. So it was. But that was a hell of a game last night. The basketball game.
Oh my gosh!
I
mean, it is just dominating every conversation.
Little Olajuwon Robinson dynamic going on out there. Yeah,
sure was.
It's good. So along those lines, what is the question of the day?
Has nothing to do with that.
Are you sure? I watched the beginning of a fearsome argument outside in the hallway.
Actually, he conceded at the end.
You did?
He conceded at the end.
I have
you got to concede to him.
Because he's right, unfortunately.
Victory is mine.
Okay.
I don't enjoy admitting it, but he was right in the circumstance.
But
it's almost like he lived through it.
Yeah, I hear you.
But
yes,
I don't know.
Covered it even.
I know you didn't. Yeah, I know you didn't see this. Maybe Seth did. That North Carolina high schooler that is it's just scorching the internet right now for 3 days. They were going to win a state championship, 4x4, last event of the meet. He raises his hands with like a palm, basically, a palm facing him, just raises his hand as he crosses the finish line to no one, just celebrating.
Yeah.
They disqualified him for taunting, and they lost the state championship.
They lost the state championship.
This is the way I understood it, was that he was raising it as if he was looking at the people behind him in the rearview mirror.
Maybe. I hadn't heard that one.
I guess that was the interpretation I
That's
saw.
the only acceptable.
But literally just doing this.
I don't think it's acceptable either way. Like, that's a state championship. Like, this, come on, man. Like, he wasn't harming anybody.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't. If you have to have a discussion about whether it's taunting or not, I feel like you shouldn't.
Not in that moment. Not in that moment.
I would like to go a step further. When it comes to foot races, Taunt all you want.
What are we even
to your
doing
heart's
here?
content.
Taunting,
If I
yes.
can taunt you because I whipped you that bad,
Are you worried
You know what?
Are you worried that track and field is going to become too popular of a television sport?
Right.
If you bring a little entertainment to it.
You know, if it was, that's 2026, and if I know anything, it's people don't like showmanship. That's one thing people really hate.
P.T. Barnum said that.
It's a 4-letter word, showmanship.
If your schedule allows it, we have some animals that you'd like maybe.
Just I like them. All right.
I mean, it is just scorching the internet.
Okay, I got to go look at this when I go sit down and eat my omelet.
But that leads to the question of the day: what is something you were robbed of?
Okay,
you were like, man, I should have had that.
Okay, nothing athletic for me because I was not in a position to be robbed of anything athletically. Mine is academic, actually. I was so in high school. Junior and senior year, you can get voted into the National Honor Society, right? Every high school has a National Honor Society. And my grades were, and my test scores were more than good enough. But there was a third component where the teachers voted on who was going to be put in. Yeah. And at that point, the particular teacher, most of my teachers liked me, but the particular teachers that were on that board voting, I don't know. I guess I acted up in their class or I talked a lot. Me and my buddy John, who we actually ended up going to college together as well, smarter than me. He's a high-powered lawyer now, one of the smartest people I know. Yeah, one of the smartest people I know. Neither he nor I got voted in. Because we were class clowns too.
You weren't nerdy enough.
Yeah, I wasn't nerdy enough. Yeah.
There's nothing nerds love more than when they have the opportunity to exclude people.
Yes, when they got our comeuppance.
This is true.
John and I did.
So I know that as a big man who's done cross-country, who's done some distance running, I know those little wiry bastards love to rub in your face how slow you are.
And they raised their hand in victory.
They did. They probably did that. Yeah. So me and John, now we both got in our senior year.
Yeah.
But we didn't get it. We got robbed.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well,
although you kind of earned a little bit of that. I guess.
Yeah. It's probably But statistically and empirically,
you got screwed.
Robbed. I got screwed. Yeah, I got screwed.
I'm curious. You can only put on your resume now. You can only put one year National Honor Society.
That's
member.
It, man. Because companies are really impressed.
That's what they care about.
Accolades.
Whenever
it's in your permanent record, and you know how I feel about that.
Finance director for the yearbook.
Yeah.
Seth, I'm really curious on yours.
So you're 57 years old.
Okay, this was interesting. So in 2005 was the first year, like I actually kind of came into my own as a player. It was my fifth year in the NFL. But I ended up they let me stay in on third down every now and then, and I had 5 sacks as a defensive tackle, which is a pretty respectable number. And I kind of started off on a tear. And so there was, people were talking about like, oh, Seth might make the Pro Bowl this year. Like guys on the, coach was telling me that and everything. And I always tried real hard not to care about the Pro Bowl, but I was curious to see how it all work out. Lo and behold, when it came time to vote on the Pro Bowl, the guy who was in charge of it for the Texans had not submitted my name as a starter.
No way.
So I wasn't on the ballot.
Oh my God.
No. So I don't know if I was robbed of it or not, but I was robbed of even having a chance to get voted to the Pro Bowl.
Which is even worse.
Because I wasn't even on the ballot.
You don't need to name names, but whose job function was it to do that?
Okay, so it was a really good dude who was like in charge of the sports media, whatever.
Don't try and save him. Don't put the really good dude on. No, we want to be mad.
This is how he made it up to me because he felt genuinely bad about it. I made all kinds of like all blue collar team and everything like that year. Peter King's unsung heroes.
Oh God.
Yeah. It was rough.
That's not the same as the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, those don't show up on the Pro Football Reference page.
It wasn't. Like at the end of the day, it didn't. I just genuinely always tried not to carry about personal accolades, and I wasn't that type of player. I was more of a run stuffer. But like that was the one year that it might have happened. I wasn't even on the ballot.
Yeah,
they put because Marcus Stroud was
bogus, dude.
Marcus Stroud was drafted in the first round, and he just assumed that Stroud would be the starter. And I don't know when they had to submit it, like the ballots to the league. I think he must have filled them out a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I started that whole season, and Stroud was my backup. But Stroud was on the ballot for the Pro Bowl.
Probably got no votes. Like, was a wasted spot on the ballot.
I wasn't on the ballot. Oh, yeah. Stroud.
Stroud. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man.
I like that Seth's like, I'm not about these individual accolades while there's a trophy right over his shoulder in the shot.
That's there as a piece of art.
I know.
I've told you that. Yeah.
I'm just clowning.
I'm wearing my high school National Honor Society ring. Yeah.
Thank you. To taunt me.
I should have gotten out my NHS ring for this segment.
Yes.
I can read the engraving. It says all blue collar.
Yeah.
Right there. Oh my God.
Rhinestone encrusted. Oh my God.
Did you give yours of what you were robbed of?
Mine, I like to go in the Wayback Machine sometimes.
Sure.
This is about as way back as you can get. The year was 1974.
Okay.
1974.
50 years ago.
The dribble shoot contest. It was very popular back in the day.
Okay.
And I made it to the finals regionally, and the champions of each region would do an exhibition at the Spurs ABA halftime, or maybe they're in the NBA by then, halftime show. And they miscounted my. You had to dribble through cones and then shoot from 3 cones.
Yeah.
And then make as many layups as you could until the 3 minutes was up.
Yep.
And they miscounted.
Did you know they miscounted at the
afterward?
time? Found out?
And I went and asked them, but I was meek and shy back then.
I like the idea that John is counting his points as he goes. That's 17.
My sister,
19.
My sister and my best friend were counting them, and then the person who was counting them missed me by 3.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and I would have gone to perform at the halftime of the NBA.
NBA
game.
They couldn't.
I asked.
Did they disagree with you? They miscounted.
She was just kind of not paying real good attention.
She's like, get out of here, kids. Yeah, we got our winners.
Yeah, but I would have been featured at halftime, and then who knows what would have
Who
happened.
knows where your life goes
They would have
from
signed
there.
you. They would have signed you as a minor.
As a 12-year-old. As a 12-year-old.
You might have been more kept up about basketball.
Isn't it funny, though, that still sticks with me?
Yeah, I think it's
1974.
Yeah. John Lopez can hold a grudge. 52 years against some random chick that couldn't count.
Whose job probably was not even. That was not her job description.
it was volunteers.
She was just doing something.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, I love that sticks with you. I hate that it happened to you, but I love that it sticks with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Grievances,
yes. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies. Oh, it gets even worse. 2001, Seth Payne. 15 TFLs.
You had 15 TFLs in a year?
Yeah. It's a hell of a year.
Dude, you might
hell of a vintage.
Okay, I'm going to go look this up as soon. Not on your guys' watch here. I got to look up who actually did make the Pro Bowl.
Oh, no, it was some really good players, including Gary Walker. Yeah. No, it was
your teammate.
I would have liked to have been considered.
Yeah, right. I would have liked to have been on the ballot.
Apropos of nothing, I still have Tony Wiley's phone number.
Oh, it wasn't. No, this was with the Jaguars.
It was Jags.
No, Tony Wiley was the Texans. This was with the Jaguars.
Oh, okay.
It was Jags. Yeah.
The Texans weren't a franchise in 2001.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll need to find out the name of the Jags person so we can throw some poop at their door or something. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Seth, we will see you tomorrow. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program. The text line, 713-572-4610. And also appreciation to the Mo Care Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. All right, John.
Yeah.
You know me.
Mm-hmm.
Lover of basketball.
Yes.
Lover of all levels of basketball, in fact.
You know me. I go back to the dribble shoot contest.
You really do. Everybody knows the dribble shoot contest of 1978. Everybody knows about
74.
That one. Well, 74, my bad. Apologies. I somehow made you
Not
younger.
that it stuck with me.
I don't know if I've told you. Mm-hmm. I will watch a middle school 7th grade B team basketball game with an intensity.
I've told you.
Okay, perfect. We're in the same place.
Yeah.
So I know that this could sound like we might be doing a little bit much, but I think we all agree. That might have been one of the greatest basketball games that we've seen in the last half decade.
Yeah. Oh, we're not doing too much. We are not doing too much. I mean, to keep my wife up.
She's going to bed no matter what.
She's going to bed like, tell me what happens. To keep my wife up for a double overtime game like that. We're not doing too much.
If you're unfamiliar, Western Conference Finals Game 1 happened last night, and buddy, it was a doozy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that we're in an era where more people are finding a little bit of disillusionment with NBA basketball, I think it had been hard for you to maintain that, at least for the night. If you watched Spurs Thunder, in which Victor Wembanyama, I mean, there was literally a moment where he did something incredible. There's a number of things that I can't even remember at this point. And he is standing, just looking, cutting a figure that looks superhero-like.
Oh, and then
it looks
teammates?
like it's etched in marble.
Oh, yeah, the
and
teammates.
in the background, all of his teammates. I'm talking the young guys, Dylan Harper. I'm talking about Stephon Castle. I'm talking about all-stars.
NBA champions, De'Aaron Fox.
All these guys. And they are looking at him as if...
In awe.
Yes, really and truly.
In complete awe.
And it was deserved and it was earned.
That moment actually is what led me to this question. And I want to ask it of you, because we'll get into more on this, of course, and there's a Rockets angle we'll get into at noon, of course. But there's always the Hall of Fame, then there's the Super Hall of Fame, and then there's maybe less than 10 players in the history of sports that redefined an entire sport. He is redefining an entire sport. The most recent one, to me, is Tiger Woods. Let's look at it from a marketing perspective. He could do for the NBA what Tiger Woods did for golf. In other words, there are millions of golf fans. You're talking to one. I watch just about every week. Millions of golf fans. But then all of a sudden it's like, I got to watch Tiger.
Yeah.
And it multiplied by what, 10, 20 every week? Didn't matter the tournament. Didn't matter whether it was a major, in this case playoffs, or just another tournament. People are going to tune in to watch Victor Wembanyama like they did Tiger Woods.
The word that I use to describe it is a spectacle.
Yeah.
It is not simply a game that is happening, which it was. Like, it would be one thing if there was no adequate foil on the opposite. The Thunder played incredible. Like, there's a whole bunch of storylines within this.
They were awesome.
How about young Elmer Fudd himself? Alex Caruso, shout out to Texas A&M.
Gig him.
Looking like, one of the best role players, legitimate podium game.
Both ends of the court.
Incredible, like, moment for him to step up when he was absolutely needed. Now, hell, we don't even have to talk about it. We can still talk about the Spurs portion of this, where Dylan Harper puts up a game that would be lauded in any playoff game, finals included, if not for looking at 40 and 20 over here, something that's only been done by legends of the game. I'm talking David Robinson. I'm talking Wilt Chamberlain. I'm talking Charles Barkley, right? These are the likes of people that he is putting himself alongside of in game one in the Western Conference Finals as a dude who has not been here before.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is another thing. He is breaking the conventions that we hold dear in basketball. The common knowledge that is honestly not simply common knowledge because we just say it holds out, it bears to be true, that you get to the playoffs and you need to go through this a time or two before you reach this level. They out here looking like world beaters landing on the ground.
Well, and Figgy, I'm curious your thoughts on this, because I was sitting there, after the game, and I was just thinking to myself about this. I mean, he's changing the way the game is played, the way it's watched, as I mentioned, how it's coached, how it's scouted. He's redefining basketball in real time. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. And I started thinking, like, I got to like 8 athletes that, like, yes, there is the greats of the great, some of the Hall of Famers of all time. You mentioned Barkley, that he fits in that, but he didn't redefine the game. I thought of obviously Tiger, Wemby, Muhammad Ali. I'm talking about, like, they change everything about their particular sport. Jim Brown, I think Lawrence Taylor. There's less than 10 players that have ever done what he's doing.
I get a little uncomfortable when we get to these places because, I'm a little hesitant to go to these reaches, which is why I appreciate being paired with you, because you're a little bit less hesitant to do these things. And I think that's why it works. But the thing that I'm very comfortable saying, which is kind of alongside of what you're saying, is we overuse the word generational.
Oh, I saw somebody tweet about that, and I agree.
And he fits into this without question, right? We do this, this is a generational talent. And literally, by definition, it means that this is a once or maybe twice in a generation. Yeah. We're talking about a couple decades. When's the next time you find a 7'4/7'5" dude who can obviously do the things that you saw at the end of the game where he's literally being held and also dunking at the same time? But then also, when his team needs it most and it feels like, man, they're stalling, He can walk across the timeline and pull up from 30 feet and drain that thing. And not just drain that thing, he can take the shot in a way that feels reasonable in a big-time game. Like we know in a lot of sports, there are dudes that can do things. However, in certain moments, we don't want you doing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's guys, we could bring this to the Rockets, right? Like, hey, Tari Eason, you can knock down shots. When it's fourth quarter and we need a bucket, don't just take a shot early in the shot clock, right? I think that we understand that as a concept. We can go further into various different places, right? Don't throw a jump ball to Xavier Hutchinson in the fourth quarter when you need it, right? I think we can all understand that concept. Victor Wembanyama, 7'5" guy walking across the timeline early in the shot clock, pulling up and just knocking down a shot when you need it. And you go,
from 30 feet.
Do what you got to do, big dog. You got it. Go ahead. Like this is mind-boggling stuff.
Yeah.
And even still, I think if the Thunder manage to like not be wasteful on transitions, they could win this basketball game. Which to me, the reason why I bring that up is this is incredible. I love that we see it on the Spurs side, but I don't want this to be one-sided. The Thunder are still over here playing.
Oh, I think the Thunder
basketball.
are the only team that can match up and beat them. Figgy, I mean, I know you saw it.
Yeah. I think y'all hit on everything. I think the thing that stuck out to me was just his character on the court, man. You could tell that dude really loves the game, man. And I'm sure everybody on the court loves the game, but just him, just the way he was holding the basketball. He was holding it like it was his basketball. And he did that a few times last night where he just grab it and just don't want to let it go, and just the way he's looking. And I don't know. To me, this is a different type of character. This ain't a thing where this is a player worried about his own brand, or this is a player that just like playing. This dude, you could tell he really loves it, and I think the NBA needed somebody like that could just take on the brand.
He's transcendent. And that's what the NBA has just got to be gushing about.
Yeah, culturally, I think he could be significant, right? This is the
thing.
He
seemed like he wants it. Because remember, we always talked about Anthony Edwards, how he pretty much said, I don't want to be the face, or I forgot how he said it, but you could tell Wemby wants to be the face.
Well, yes and no, like, because I don't think that he does that with that being the intention. I think that
I think he knows he can handle it.
Yeah, the way that he comports himself makes it so that's
he
the
genuinely
case.
Loves it. He loves basketball.
I think that culturally he might be more significant than he is on the court, right? Because as much as you're like, hey, he's changing the way that the game is played, game is played, game is coached, game is scouted. We're not just going to get out here and find 7.5s. Right. You know what I mean? Like, this is a statistical anomaly. But the point that I want to get to is, like, culturally, we've talked about, and sometimes I think it's overblown, but sometimes people talk about, hey, man, these dudes are too buddy, all those things. Hey, man, he hates Chet Holmgren. That shows up on the court. Like,
and did you see him when SGA was getting his MVP, just sitting on the bench staring at the floor?
Right.
That was very Olajuwon-like.
Yes. Like, he's a throwback in that way. He's a throwback in, hey, man, how many times do we talk about Alper Sengun throwing up his hands asking for calls? When Victor Wembanyama's out here getting hacked.
And he's clapping.
And he's like, you know what? I can give you that too. He's throwing shoulders into dudes that are a foot shorter than him, which means he is crouching down to give you a shoulder to let you know I'm here physically.
Yeah.
Like, these are all things that make me go, oh, the love of the basketball game is back.
The one thing, and this ties in with what you just said, that I think is often overlooked, because we've seen a bunch of 7'5" guys before. We've seen 7'5" guys. We've seen athletic bigs. We've never seen this, and I think part of that is he hoops. It's not just athletic and big and reach and all that. He likes to hoop.
It's skill.
He likes to hoop, and that's one of those things.
He likes to hoop, and you can tell he cares.
Right,
exactly. He cares. I think they showed the video of him when they lost Team USA, and how upset he was looking when Team USA was, I think it was Chet getting the trophy or something.
Yeah, it was the under 18 or something like that. Yeah,
he looked really upset up there, man. Yeah. So you could tell he really cares.
And he's still putting it on Chet's head top right now. And yet and still, I think that the Thunder very much could have and should have won that game.
They can still win the series. They're the only team that can, I think.
Yeah, I still think the Thunder is the best team out there, but man, it's close.
Give me 7 of these games and then re-rack it and give me 7 more. Like, this is if you like basketball, if you love basketball, this is that game in particular. Give me that every day, and I mean I'll be a happy camper. Yeah. So if I'm a little bit on a high, I think that it's absolutely fair that this is the case.
Well, if you still want to watch some basketball, the JV game come on tonight. the Knicks and the Cavs.
Yes, I guess we should bet you that as well. We will.
Put that on in the background.
Yes, that's honestly what's gonna suck. It's just gonna feel like,
and it might be a good game, but it ain't gonna live up to this.
Right, you are stepping right down. Like you went from, hey man, this is pure direct cocaine in my veins, to being like, here's a cigarette. I don't think it's gonna do it.
It's not gonna be the same.
Wine cooler. All right, you're in the wine cooler. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In the midst of while that was happening, the Astros were playing a game in Minnesota that honestly was important for one reason and one reason alone. Tatsuya Imai was on the bump, and he actually looked solid. Do you believe in it, and where could this take the Astros? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Ready. The Texans' schedule is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
See your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Hope your Tuesday is going well. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos for you here on this Tuesday. The Astros.
How about the Astros?
They lost.
Oh, yeah. How about that?
Yeah. Let's bring it down a notch. A 6-3 loss in Minnesota with the weirdest rain delay in the midst of this.
Man, I thought they were going to call it, but they didn't get through the fifth.
Yeah.
Well,
they were in
the fifth. I thought you have to get through 5.
It's 4.5, I believe, isn't it?
Is that what it is?
I think that's what it is for it to be an official.
You'd think I'd know that by now.
Well, yeah, especially with you wanting to be the
official scorer.
Yeah, official scorer of Sports Radio 610.
Come up with it,
you would have gotten there eventually. Is what you're going for. Thank you, thank you for that. But yeah, no, a 6-3 loss versus the Minnesota Twins in Game 1 of this set. However, the game, like the end result of it, kind of didn't matter as much. It was an odd game, but like the big thing for me, I don't know if it hit you that same way, was seeing what Tatsuya Imai had.
Of course,
after you brought him back up from a couple of rehab starts that didn't look that good. His start then didn't look very good. He was only throwing 2 pitches, and you go, why the hell is he starting again? And we talked about something in that context, even him only throwing those 2 pitches, that being a him decision, and it almost feeling like Joe Espada was letting him touch the stove that he would learn.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might have been what was happening, because it feels like Tatsuya Imai might have started to turn a corner. 4 2/3 in this game, and of course he was stopped by the rain delay when the tarps come out in Minnesota. 5 hits, 3 earned runs, which is, I mean, it's not nothing. However, all 3 of those earned runs come off of 2 Josh Bell homers. One of them is a hanging changeup. Yes, he was actually using a changeup in this instance.
What did he throw it, like 4 times, 3 or 4 times?
It was a handful of times.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember what the other one was, but it was just, I think it might have been a slider that was just a little bit lower than he. Oh, no, actually, I think Josh Bell went up and got it as well. Josh Bell had a really good night. Outside of that, Tatsuya Imai was dealing. Like, when you actually look at the stuff, it was really good. And he was placing the ball decently well. I almost feel like, hey, man, this thing feels more viable than at any other point since, like, spring training, the Tatsuya Imai experience.
I don't know if I can go that far, because the Twins were swinging a lot of stuff out of the zone.
They were.
They were expanding the strike zone. So he was missing and getting away with it, but he was better. Let's be very clear about this. I guess we're in a place where we have to just sort of reset expectations. You know, he's coming into spring and they're talking about his splitter and, you know, it's untouchable,
right.
and the you know, the way he can place that slider, as you talked about. And we had much higher expectations. Then we know all hell broke loose, and he, you know, took some significant steps back. I think there was a moment where I'm sitting there going, like, I don't know, really. Obviously better. You know, we resetting expectations, as I just mentioned. It's baby steps. It was better control, better demeanor, you know, better, you know, swing and miss. But the thing to me, there was a moment where he balked a runner from first to second base.
Is that the one where he lost his footing on the rubber?
Yeah. And he balked a runner to second base. And Imai, in how many starts has he had now? 5?
I believe that's his 6th.
Okay, in his first 5 starts, he would have unraveled, completely unraveled. He actually struck out the next batter. And that was the moment where I said, okay, now that I can latch on to. You know, that's between the ears. You know, that's one of those where, you know, it would have completely unraveled in the past. I can't quite latch on to everything you're talking about, because the Twins are a bad offense. Like a really,
they are. And we talked about that going in.
They expanded the zone.
Can I speak to the expanding the zone? Because I know you mentioned swing and miss. He had 19 swing and miss pitches in this game. I mean, how many did he actually get throw pitches?
Yeah.
He threw 74, and he had 19 swing and miss in this. A lot of that swing and miss was like slider down, which his slider almost, at least on the
That's
broadcast,
what you want.
it almost, yeah. And the way that they were swinging, some of this was like really low. I feel like very much that it looked like it's the stuff that's deceiving.
It's what he wanted to do.
I keep going. Yes, it was intentional, I guess so to say. Like this wasn't just he missed and got bailed out. These very much felt like he was inducing swing and miss as opposed to he was getting swing and miss. And that's why I'm going there. I think yes, if certain batters are more patient, more disciplined, making him like maybe it would have been more difficult. But you look at the pitching chart as I'm sick enough to do during games, and he's getting the black on the edges of the strike zone a good amount, especially a lot better than previously. And we knew that this stuff wasn't the issue, as you mentioned, that little bulk. I honestly also took that to. Maybe it wasn't all excuses, the things that he was talking about. Maybe these are things that he's dealing with, getting a feel on the mound and so on and so forth. But you're right. Like him battling through, I think is very important.
Of all the things that I would, quote unquote, say are positives, that to me was that and something else. But the not unraveling in that moment, I'm like, okay, now that shows me something. The other things we can quibble about. But the other thing that showed me something is he hit 98.
Yeah.
He was hitting 96 consistently, and he hit 98, so the velo was there.
Yep.
So those two things, absolutely, there's something you can maybe latch on to.
But unfortunately, Josh Bell just had his number on the day, which we know, like, it's hard to separate these things at times. I feel like I get separated in this instance. Sometimes that be happening, right? Sometimes a dude just has your number, whether it's on the day or he's only had this interaction with Josh Bell. Who knows? That might be one of those dudes that is the anomaly that's, hey, this guy's great, except for this one batter that he faces off against. It really was frustrating because your offense didn't give you anything really to make this interesting. And then the rain comes in and ends what could have been, he could have gotten through that fifth. And then maybe especially the way that Joe Espada's been running these dudes out there, stretch him out, see what it looks like, see how far he can give you, because the actual box score looks like it's similar, but it's entirely different. In my mind.
Yes, it absolutely is.
I thought that, and somebody asked, the Twins are second in AL in runs scored. Are we sure they had the bad offense? If you look at their OPS plus, it's pretty low. It's below league average, and so I would rather use that in the way that we talk about this. But a loss there, but honestly, kind of a Pyrrhic victory for me, at least when it comes to, you have put a lot of money into Tatsuya Imai. You kind of need him to be better if you have any slim shot of getting this thing back. And you saw signs of life. I think it's probably the way that I go. I don't know how far how far can you take this? Do you need to see another step forward the next time around?
You absolutely need to see another step forward. And by the way, official game is 5 innings. 5 full innings.
Okay, so they did need to get through.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt bad for just the Astros in general, because I was hoping that, all right, we could just be done with this after a while, because it just feels like you wait that long to get back out onto the field, and something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, that was a long way, but it worked out in terms of not being able to sleep, so I went ahead and watched the rest of it.
Didn't work out for me. I was hoping to get in like a late workout session after the basketball game. That went double overtime.
No way.
The baseball went. I was like, all right,
no way.
So we're just not getting anything done today.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by a high schooler in North Carolina, what's something that you have been robbed of in your lifetime? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. I haven't mentioned this in a while, but it really resonated with
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832 Astros season. We're celebrating moral victories. It does kind of
it's
feel like
grading on a curve. I'll put it nicely.
Yeah, no, I mean it is, but I think for me it's less just about the moral victory.
Laughing.
We definitely doing that with Iman.
No, that's the point, right? Like, but I think that it's more of if you have any chance of actually getting his back, that was a step that you needed to see.
Yeah.
And it would have hit a little harder if they won the baseball game, which I don't
just give up 2 home runs and not 3.
It was just 2 home runs and 3 runs in 4 2/3 innings. Come on now, what do you want?
See, we getting somewhere now.
What do you want from a pitcher?
He got through 4 innings.
It was 2 swings, man. It was 2 swings. Well, you can't have 2 bad swings. Y'all strict around here, man. Y'all strict.
Hey, what's his contract again?
$18 million
Lots of money.
for 3 years.
Lots of money. Lots of money.
Oh boy. Now
you're sad?
I'm kind of seeing things that way.
All right, let's get mad then if to switch the emotion up a little bit. Question of the day, inspired by a high schooler in North Carolina. What's something that you were robbed of? 713-572-4610.
This is going to get good. By the way, if you didn't know and weren't listening earlier, this really sent me off. This North Carolina high school. Of all the things that can be and are taunting, I've always believed, even in the NBA, talking about the NBA a lot today, if you can celebrate all you want, it's when you look at a guy that I feel like that needs to be.
When it's directed?
Even in the NFL. Celebrate all you want.
Lopez soft, man.
No, but
when you can't look at people now?
No, but because that's taunting. You're actually looking like, if I do whatever just toward the air, who cares? But if I look at Reggie and I start doing the exact same thing, that is potentially instigating. That's my interpretation of taunting. He raised his hand in the air, like just raised it, and he was dang near past the finish line, but he wasn't. He was like 2 steps in front of the finish line, this North Carolina high schooler, for the state championship, and raised his hand. And you could see the guy with the little clipboard walking. Nope. That's
can't let that stand. Not on my watch.
He had real high pants and his shirt tucked in. Did you see that? And I'm like, that's all I needed to see right there. That's the dude that disqualified him right there. He had a white polo with his pants way over his belly button. And I'm like, that's the guy that did it right there.
Yeah, that's the guy to stay away from in school, too.
Yes.
Do you have a hall monitor? Do you have a hall pass?
Where's your hall pass? Anyway, he was right. By the way, it's still ongoing. Somebody texted that they were warned before. That's up in the air. The head coach and others have said they were not warned before. And I get it if you're warned. They're going to be watching you extra, but that's still not been determined whether they were actually warned. Several people say
I'm wondering, is it that deep to take away a state championship from somebody?
Championship. The fastest dude's on the track. And raised his hand, boom, there goes the state championship.
In the purest, I've always maintained that running, particularly, this portion of athletics, of track, this is the purest level of competition, right? I think, obviously, barring, some actual physical injuries or whatever, this is, anybody can get to this, right? This is not, there's not barriers of socioeconomics, right? There's very few barriers. If there is land to run at and you have 2 legs.
That's what it comes down to. Want to race?
Right. And this is just the purest form of competition.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you take the celebration at the end, even if you view it as some level of taunting, even if I know that Seth was talking about the possibility that he might have been putting the hand up as if to use a rear view mirror and signal that he is looking back at folks. The question that I have in response to that, so?
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
So what?
Honestly, if it was a little more time, I might pay attention more to it.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a little more entertaining.
Can I introduce you to someone named Usain Bolt?
Right. Usain Bolt was
posing, in the 100-yard meter dash.
There's Usain, there's Sha'Carri. How many of these other folks that you understand and that you know at the highest levels don't give you some of that flair, don't give you some of that flair? And it's not like the dude was close enough to where this was going to matter. Nah, he toasted that final leg. And so ultimately, I just felt this feels disgusting.
Yeah.
This feels like we are over-indexing on some level of purity that does not actually need to happen in competition. Like, hey, man.
He was robbed.
He was indeed robbed of a state, and not just him, like the other dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost wonder how they feel, because I imagine there's going to be some animosity to old boy, but also it can't be that much.
I don't think a lot. Yeah, I don't think very much. They're probably just mad that was
I wonder
called.
how the ones who was given the state champion, I wonder how they feel.
They got to feel a little empty right now. But in 30 years, when they're telling their grandkids, like, yeah, one state championship.
Yeah. Hey, my name up on the wall at school.
Here's the medal.
See that
right
trophy?
Here. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's the medal. So when were you robbed? The year was 1974. This is so long ago, and it's the first thing I thought of. Some of our old timers will remember it used to be a national thing, the dribble shoot contest.
It's almost like punt pass kick.
Yeah, it started in elementary and middle schools. Then you go through your region, and then you go through the nationals and all that. So I won my school. Then I won the next level. Then I won. I was in the region championship. You dribble through a bunch of cones. You have like 3 minutes on the clock. I remember every detail of this.
Yeah.
I remember every detail.
Because it was a grave injustice, apparently.
Yes. You have 3 minutes on the clock. You start at half court. You do a bunch of zigzagging through cones. Then they have 3 cones. There was no three-point shot back then, by the way. So they have 3 cones set up for jump shots, and you boom. You have to. You can't advance until you make it. So boom, 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 and then after you make your third jump shot, you got to make as many layups as you can, and they count them until
your time is
3
up.
minutes is up.
Yeah.
And so I nailed it, knocked down the shots, and then I went and made all my, made a bunch of layups, back and forth, and they miscounted my layups. My sister and my best friend were underneath the basket counting, and they were celebrating, but the volunteer that was counting shorted me by 3, and I lost by 1. And had I won, I would have gone on to the finals, but beyond that, I would have performed, had the competition at the halftime of an NBA.
You could have had a chance to be in the NBA, man.
I'd be just rolling in
I just know 12-year-old John Lopez.
In the hot tub, soaking with my soulmate.
He thought he was about to be like Mike.
Yeah.
Like, he really did think that he was going to play for the Spurs of San Antonio at 13 years of age, because they're going to see him be so nice in the dribble layups the competition. They're like, we need that kid in the National Basketball Association now.
I used to throw the ball a quarter mile.
Uncle Rico head ass.
Yeah. What about you guys?
Honestly, I think that anybody who did not make it to a D1 level has one of these stories, right? It's always politics didn't allow me to happen. However, in my case, it was true. I want to make that. All the other times people, yes, politics.
People always say it, but mine was true.
Mine was actually true.
They always say it.
I was robbed of the starting X job in high school. When I was playing football, I was an X wide receiver. You might be able to tell by my physique. Relatively skinny, decent size, really good hands. Wasn't the fastest, but really good hands.
Yeah.
The dude ahead of me, crazy fast, terrible hands. And he started. He just kept starting at X because they wanted the dude that was really
fast.
Speed, baby. And, of course, you talked about remembering details. I can't remember where the game was, but there was a game in which he got 8 targets. 8 targets.
Let me guess.
How many catches do you think he had?
3.
Close. No, it's not 0. It's not that bad. He caught 4.
Okay.
50%?
And I'm talking about hit your hands. These are good targets. He caught 4 of them. And I'm sitting here
right
like,
on his hands.
Ain't no way, man.
And you're on the bench.
Ain't no way. I'll catch a 7 of those, man. You give me 8 targets, I'm catching 7 of those. How the hell am I not starting right now? So I maintain to this day that I was robbed and not given the opportunity to flourish.
I believe you. Believe me, I believe you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, so mine ain't that type of entertainment as y'all's. Yeah, Rob, I know we could have had somebody in the NFL and the NBA.
I'm not going that far, but I should have been D1, like clearly, obviously.
I would have been playing for Kansas State.
That's right.
Starting wide receiver. But
I would have hoped a little bit higher than Kansas State, honestly.
Mine is, so I was robbed for not having all straight A's for the first time ever in my life.
Really?
In 8th grade. I was in 8th grade. And I'll tell you, I was busting my ass. I was trying to get.
And you never had them before.
I was AAAB, ABBA.
Yeah.
I was that close. And towards the end of the year, I had all A's, and the one teacher that was giving me A's every single, all throughout the semesters, gave me a B.
Why?
That's what I asked him. what made it worse was he was like, "Oh, it ain't no big deal. You still passed."
It still
I'm
is.
like, man, no, man. I wanted all A's. I'm like, you the only one that gave me a B. Like, what did I do? Like, I was sitting there like, what did I do to get a B?
Yeah.
He was like, oh, it don't matter, man. It's all good. You pass. I'm like, no, man. And then I think to make it even worse, you know, you had the 8th grade, I think the promotion or graduation.
Yeah.
So they called everybody on the stage who had like,
the A honor roll.
Honor roll. No. I think it was honor roll, mirror roll. I don't know the difference, but I wasn't called on stage at all. So my mom was sitting there like, why they didn't call you? You had good grades. And then it was somebody else that I knew I had better grades than. They called them up on the stage. I'm like, what is going on? So come to find out, and mind you, it's over. We graduated. We going to high school at this point. My mom was so mad. We had to go up to the guidance counselor, and come to find out, they forgot to print mine off.
Oh,
so
wow. You got robbed twice.
Yes. So at that point, I'm like, I don't give a crap about no grades, man. Like, they ain't gonna do nothing.
You would have went to college. You would have went to college if they had not.
I might have been interested in college. At that point, I'm like, man, I ain't doing none of this stuff.
Man, you could have been in that spacecraft last month, man. You could have been.
Yeah, you would. I honestly believe that you would have went to Harvard and then you would have eventually gotten a
Ivy
doctorate.
League, man.
Yeah, 100%. They absolutely stopped you from doing all of those great things.
At that point, I'm like, man, I don't give a damn about no straight A's, man. I'm cool.
That was.
You know what? This school stuff is for the birds, man.
Right. That was your Warrior 73 wins. You're like, if I'm not gonna win a championship on 73 wins, who cares?
Right. Blow the whole team up.
Some other ones that are coming in on the text line. Someone made mention of the fact that someone broke into their car, stole their CD book and their radio. They said their collection was deep. You remember back in the day?
Man. That hurt.
I think a lot of our listeners will know about this, but we all remember when you had to have like the book of CDs and you had all the sleeves in there, and you knew some of these were mixes that you had burned yourself that you just couldn't find nowhere.
Songs.
And then someone got in. That's real hateful because they stealing your radio. That was the thing that people did. Stealing your CD.
It's hard to replace.
They hate you.
Yeah, you can't replace that.
They hate you.
Yeah,
that's a real jerk thing to do there. And then I believe there was one more that I missed in here somewhere. Oh yeah, someone said that they won their company's league in 2012, Fantasy Football League. $1,500 was the win. Was the win. So the company had a dinner a week after they refused to recognize them at the dinner simply because they simply handed them the check, but because the name of their team was deemed, I guess,
inappropriate.
Yes.
That's what fantasy football's all about.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like I feel like
that's half the fun.
Yeah, y'all be some haters. Y'all gotta let us have this. Y'all be some haters. Somebody said, Reg, how many of them 4 were tutties? No, none. He didn't score a touchdown in that game. He was really fast, but he couldn't catch, and I hate it. Was robbed of that. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including Urban Meyer just got yet another loss in the National Football League. I'll tell you how next.
What was PC's FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. There's more people coming in with the times that they felt like they were robbed. Someone said that we're taking this literally. Someone stole their dry cleaning out of their car. It was all work shirts from Outback Steakhouse.
What does that accomplish?
Wait, what? This is nice. This is Outback? Okay, I'm going to wear this shirt. And then someone else said that they were robbed in a fantasy football work league because DeMar Hamlin's situation had one player left to play, which was Jamar Chase. But since the game was canceled, the commissioner gave the championship to the other.
I know a lot of people was robbed around that time.
Yeah, I never even thought about the fantasy implications of that game being stopped because
I think we was talking about that in real time because we couldn't figure out how they was going to count that game because the game stopped.
Right. Yeah. Which, I mean, in the moment, it's like, hey, the most important thing
I think about somebody being robbed at the end.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, 100%. And then the person who didn't have their team name said at the dinner was very upset that we did not do the same.
Well, yeah, you think?
Well, I don't think that this one will get me in trouble. We'll see if it does. The name of the team was Schaub on my Johnson.
Okay.
So like Matt Schaub?
Correct. And Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
Except.
So Matt Schaub on Andre Johnson.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I feel like if you say
I don't even know if that's even better.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if that helps. But yes, shout out to you, and hopefully that repairs the damage that was done.
We got our listener back
all those years.
Yes,
all those years ago. All right, let's go around the NFL. I mentioned that Urban Meyer, yet another NFL loss, and you're going, how's that the case?
How
does that make sense? Well, Urban Meyer, if you'll remember, was an NFL coach for a very short period of time in Jacksonville.
Remember. We definitely remember.
When he was fired December 16th, 2021. 11 months was his tenure in the NFL. 2-11 record. Very bad. But he was fired in part because, he was kicking people. Josh Lambo, the kicker, you remember?
In part.
In part
because of that.
Losing football games. It was very untenable. Well, he was fired for cause in that instance. And so Urban Meyer was trying to sue in order to get the remaining $30 million for the final 4 years of his contract, which would have been due if it was ruled that the Jaguars fired Urban Meyer without cause.
Right.
They sided with the Jaguars.
They sided with him. And look, I would have sued too. That's $30 million we're talking about. Take a shot, do it.
Just see?
But yeah, let's just see. But there was probably more than one cause. there were multiple causes that could have led to his firing, and based on what we know.
Right, like there's got to be something within the contract that speaks to like conduct detrimental, and I feel like we had enough on Urban Meyer in those circumstances when we get to conduct detrimental. Although, right, I know that the thing that we all immediately think about is that one time in the bar where he was out here.
Remember that time you stayed back after the Cincinnati game at the bar?
Oh yeah, that time. Yeah.
That's the most salacious.
Who was that you were with?
Yeah. I feel like the Lambeau circumstance absolutely falls in there.
Dude, he didn't fly back with the team. That alone, no matter what you're doing. I don't know if that's cause.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
But it's one of those.
The standard for cause is going to be a little higher, but I feel like at some point you got to look at all these things and go, "Hey, man, this
they can kind of make it whatever they want to make it too."
You could maybe interpret it as detrimental to the team. I don't know, but what I'm saying, even if you didn't have the rest of the items,
they do it with players. I don't see why they can't do it with him.
Well, the thing that is said though is like when you're firing other coaches, usually you still have to pay them out the rest of the contract. It is the specific. Is he going to get the rest of his money? I'm going to be honest. We could try and take this from a logical place. I'm just happy Urban Meyer didn't get that money.
Yes.
Like even if it was on shaky ground, which I do not believe that's the case of the arbitration of this case. I just don't want Urban Meyer to get the rest of that money. Spiritually, it feels like he should not touch that $30 million.
Just on moral standards.
Right? Am I wrong here?
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah, just like, hey, man, you were so... That was so fraudulent. You remember the hype with which he came into the league?
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of folks doing the Urban Meyer is
here we go.
Which, To be fair, in the college landscape, he is. Now, he would win to a point where he couldn't be here no more, and he had to fake like he was about to die, and then he'd go somewhere else. However, before he was having those issues, they'd win football games.
They would win football games.
Just doesn't work that way in the NFL, apparently. Apparently, the way the NFL works is if you are a backup quarterback who might be the best dude on your roster, holding out is the way that you should do this for OTAs, because he was not he being Jacoby Brissett, mind you. Jacoby Brissett not present for the start of Cardinals OTA, something that we kind of knew was going to be the case. He's looking for an amended deal, but he is actually doing this thing where he is going to seemingly, just withhold all of his services and his availability to try and get a amended contract, because it does feel like he is the best quarterback on that roster.
It does, not by a landslide, but it does, and that's where I'm going with this. Does he have enough pull?
That was the question.
Does he have enough pull to be I'm going to hold out guy? Because I don't think he does. I mean, Gardner Minshew, has won games, and they're going to run with him for a while. They drafted Carson Beck. It's not one of those. It's not as if he's we got to have him guy. He's the best quarterback, proven. But does he have enough swag? Does he have enough pull to pull this off?
I mean, logically, the way that you lay it out, I would say no. It does feel like, though, that he should probably be treated a little differently than just we're going to throw in three dudes with kind of backup type contracts, and then whoever gets games, whatever. I mean, that's just kind of not the way that this works. Like, he's really pushing the boundaries on the quarterbacks just operate differently.
Yeah, that's a better way. He's pushing the boundary a little bit. Like, you're not. Hell, you're not even Sam Darnold.
But Jacoby has been a I'm trying to write, what's the right word? Because he's been a serviceable starter for periods of time. Like, that is the pedigree that he has.
Yeah.
And it would be wrong to not acknowledge that. If you have somebody else who's clearly a starter above him, I think the contract that he ends up having is one that you can when you don't have somebody there. I think you just look at it, and I know that you mentioned Gardner Minshew, but I think I would probably look at Jacoby Brissett as the guy who's
I
going to be the starter.
I agree, but again, by how much of a margin? Is he just a lock? I don't think it's a whole lot.
Somebody said he had enough swag when opposing the Texans. Well,
this is true.
Especially that rookie season.
Yeah.
What do you think his base salary is for this season?
I haven't looked.
Age 34. I know. That's why I was wondering. I was like, let me give you the number on this so we can actually talk about what
it's
we're
definitely backup numbers, right?
I bet you it's good backup numbers.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 12.
Fig?
I'm going to say 8.
$4.8 million.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I understand your argument, man.
He's like, guys, you're not even giving me real
Throw
backup.
me a bone. Throw me a bone.
And see, it would be all cool if he was just a backup and not expected to take any snaps or something. And at that point, you kind of just chilling in Arizona.
How is it just 4? How is it just 4?
I mean, I don't have a great answer. Maybe he was in a place where he just wasn't there. And this is the thing, because someone on the text line goes, the Cardinals are being held hostage by Jacoby Brissett. I mean, not quite, because Lopez is right. They could just go out here and not do that. But again, I think that quarterback room, as woeful as it is, any level of viability is based off of the competition that you have there.
Yeah.
If Jacoby Brissett isn't there and it's a de facto, here's Gardner Minshew, I don't think I love that.
Oh, no, I wouldn't love it. How much better than Gardner Minshew is he?
I mean, I think that point is well made.
Yeah.
I would not put him like head and shoulders above a Gardner Minshew, but you need all of them in there in order to make this any level of viable, as much as I don't think any of this is actually viable in a real way anyways.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the place that the Arizona Cardinals are coming from, but that's a real cynical place to handle any of this.
It sure is.
Right, at that point, what are we doing with the football team?
Yeah.
You know?
What are they doing with the football team?
It's such a dumb story because it's not of actual importance, but it's so intriguing to me to see, like,
from his perspective and theirs, from both perspectives. I mean, maybe they're sitting there going, no, we're having a competition, and you're a part of it, and then maybe we can talk. I mean, that's
4.8 ain't even a competition. That's just like,
no,
hey,
I
man,
understand that. That's low.
You're an arm here.
I mean, Davis Mills makes like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he probably looking at it like, damn, if I got to play, if I got to compete for a job, at least give me a little more.
Yeah.
You got this guy over there, not even in competition. Making more than me.
We'll see if anything actually comes of that. We continue around the NFL. Deion Sanders legendary NFL player, head coach at Colorado, and notably Shedeur Sanders' father, has said that he would like to meet Todd Monken to talk about Shedeur, but not as a father, but as a coach.
Impossible.
He said on a podcast, I was supposed to go actually next week, meaning this week, has a commercial shoot in Cleveland to meet with Todd Monken because I want to meet him. I think it's vital as a coach, not the dad. I can tell him a few things about Shedeur, how to get him going. That wasn't asked of me a year ago. I don't understand it. Even a guy like Travis Hunter being drafted to Jacksonville, I've had him for the last 3 seasons. Don't you think you want to talk to me and ask me what gets him going and what backs him off?
I think that's more than fair. I think it could be valuable, but you're not going to talk to him as a coach, not a dad. I mean, you just aren't. You know,
I can even think that there's a possibility. The initiation of the conversation is as a father, though. Like, I don't think coaches are like, hey, let me go and intervene in this NFL circumstance to tell you how to get the best of this dude. That feels more like if they want to come to me, I got all the answers for you that I can possibly give. You know what I mean?
And I think it's relatively commonplace. You know,
I think he said the same thing about Travis Hunter too.
Yeah,
he was. I think he kind of made a point where he was a little upset that they didn't come to him to kind of just kind of, I guess, pick his brain or get some ideas or something.
I mean, I think it's commonplace and probably should be done. It's just when it's Deion Sanders, there's so many other things that come into play.
And it's this situation.
Yeah.
If he played at Nebraska or something like that, I don't think nobody would be. I don't think this would be a big deal.
Right.
Now, the interesting thing, though, is I feel like Stefanski did mess up not talking to Deion about this, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's commonplace.
Right. I'm kind of surprised, and that's maybe the bigger thing, right? Obviously, like the big thing that is the larger context or the big headline on this is, oh, man, Deion trying to talk to the coach. The nugget that Kevin Stefanski never reached out to get any level of insight on this does feed into the narrative that he had no real investment in Shedeur Sanders.
No, I think that's exactly what it is.
I don't think he did.
No, I think that's exactly what it is. Because other coaches would do it. I'm sure they're, just Carson Beck.
Even if it's just more information.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, they ain't going to take up too much of your time.
And they need to know it's more research. They research every single element. They talk to high school coaches.
They look at game tape. They look at all this stuff. You don't want to talk to the head coach?
Right, exactly. So I think that's the bigger thing that's in play here. It's a Stefanski thing like, I don't need to.
Yeah, I don't think that was this guy from the beginning.
Right.
So if Monken is indeed more tapped into this, do you have different outlooks on what the Shedeur Sanders experience could be in this year?
Oh boy, that's loaded. I maybe marginally, slightly, just because he's going to be embraced more, by Monken, but that doesn't mean he's going to win the job or has the job, Yeah,
because Deshaun Watson is back into the game somehow, some way. Did you see this yesterday as we continue around the NFL from Offensive Player of the Year for the 2025 NFL season, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Him on Instagram, he posted a video of his NFL football, National Football League Honors Award, right?
Offensive Player of the Year.
That is what the award is supposed to say. On the actual award that he received, the physical trophy, it says AP 2025 Defensive Player of the Year.
That's one of those how does it happen things. I wonder if the defensive player, if they just got switched. No, because it has his name.
It has his name on it.
His name,
And also it's worth noting that when I say 2025 Defensive Player of the Year, I probably should take less of a pause in between the and year because they didn't put a space in there as well.
The year.
How does this happen?
It's how does it happen with all the checks and balances, but just a complete blunder? I mean, and nobody noticed it? Nobody looked at it before they packed it? Said, hey, wait a minute. Those two words are one word, and it says defensive. Yeah, that's embarrassing.
This really is embarrassing for the NFL. Now, is this going to stop no show? No. This is just going to be like a small note. Yeah. Honestly, this might be a small thing that shows up in next year's schedule release video as a throwaway joke.
Oh,
right?
That's cool.
You remember that one time where we got the wrong award? That's the type of thing that this could be. But it's just the NFL that makes billions of dollars a year. It's never a good look for something clerical like this to fall through the cracks, even though it happens all the time at all of the billion-dollar companies that we see.
No, it does, but it's just an embarrassment from start to finish for them.
Yeah, so I thought he was very lighthearted about it, but it's ooh, this is not a good look. What would be a good look is a question I'm asking for the Madden 27 cover. Who do you imagine would be the smart cover answer? Because there's a few choices that are probably out there. If you want, I can give you those, or would you like to?
I want to guess first. You know how I love these things. Figgy, do you have an idea?
We don't know exactly who the cover athlete will be, but who should it be?
For this coming season?
Yes.
Smith and Jigma might be.
Yeah, I was going to say JSN.
Yeah,
that's one of the definitely the options that feels like it should be up there. As you mentioned, Offensive Player of the Year. Definitely.
Caleb?
You think Caleb could be on? I could see that.
Yeah.
He's not one of the names that NFL.com brings up. Do you think that they're right in these names? Matt Stafford.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, MVP heading into 18th season, like very recognizable.
Yeah.
Would you agree with Bijan Robinson?
Yeah.
I kind of thought about that. I was trying to think of somebody young, somebody that's, I guess, like somebody that's really good.
Yeah.
That's
I think that's a good quarterback. That would be a good choice.
All pro for the first time.
Yeah.
22, almost 2,300 yards from scrimmage. Like, that feels like a good answer. How about the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker?
Ooh.
That one doesn't hit you.
It doesn't. Because obviously, you give him all the credit in the world for what he did, but does that line up? I mean, he shared the backfield, first of all.
Is it also weird if you have a dude who's going to have a different jersey?
This is true, too.
On the from, like, especially the thing that you're putting him on there is pretty much for the Super Bowl win. It's not necessarily for the entirety of a season, as we know. He didn't have the greatest season.
Yeah.
And so to see him on there in a Chiefs jersey would almost feel weird.
Yeah, no, I that one does hit differently.
I think that this might be an answer, although he's already been on a cover before.
And that is?
The man who broke the single-season sack record last year, Myles Garrett.
Oh, Myles Garrett. Yeah. Why
Which
not?
cover was he on? Like
15.
what year?
He
15?
Yeah.
Damn, that was over 10
It's
years.
been a while. That's what it's like. It does feel like it's available to come back around. And when you break a record, because again, we're talking about MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl MVP. There's one of those every year. You don't always break the sack record. I put Myles Garrett on there.
Pick one.
I would probably say JSN.
I would put JSN or Bijan.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be a good cover. I mean, and he deserves it.
Who's the Texan most likely to be on a cover?
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
It's Will, right?
Yeah.
Would he have to break the sack record, or do you think that he could do it just like a Defensive Player of the Year?
I was going to say maybe win Defensive Player of the Year, and then you can do it. Yeah.
Somebody said put Will on the cover. Really good and praises the Lord all the time, so maybe the Madden curse wouldn't happen to me.
Madden curse is overstated now, right?
It really is. I think we've got enough instances where it does not happen to be able to throw that thing away. It was fun while it was there. It was a fun little talking point. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of talking points, Woody Marks is obviously coming back for his second year, and he did not seem as high on his first year as others did. Is he right in the way that he talks about this, and what needs to happen in the usage of Woody Marks in this upcoming season? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity after is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, I read the internet wrong, John Lopez.
It happens.
The last time a defensive player was on the cover of Madden was NFL 15.
How about Myles Garrett?
He hasn't been.
Hasn't been. Okay.
Oh, so he never been on the cover.
That's correct.
All right,
Okay, I was
I'll
wondering.
change my answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I stopped playing Madden in like 08.
That's why I'm like, when was he on the cover? I missed that one.
Which honestly, I should have thought about it. I was like, he wasn't even in the league in 15.
Yeah, I think he came in then, right?
18?
Couple years
19?
later.
Or 17? 17?
Yeah. So there you go. There's me being wrong. We were right
He probably
about.
should be on the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but again, no defensive players have done it, so it kind of feels like they've gotten to a trend of going to these offensive players, whether it's quarterbacks or big time playmakers. We weren't wrong about the fact that that Nashville, new Nissan Stadium, will indeed host the Super Bowl. That just came down from the NFL's spring league meetings. That's the 2030 Super Bowl and the 2028 NFL draft will go to Minnesota.
All right, both official.
Yes, both official per ESPN is where I saw those things.
Be sweet to be playing in that 2030 Super Bowl.
I mean, why would so?
Right under Amy Adams' Strunk's name, nose. That'd be pretty dang sweet.
You would enjoy that.
I would enjoy that.
With the Texans,
They got to wear some H-Town blue.
Yeah, I was like, with the Texans have some H-Town blue too.
Yeah, they wear the throwbacks. That'd be great.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be pretty fun. All right, Woody Marks. He had an event, a charity event with bowling involved. It was seemed to be a rousing success from all the things that I heard and saw. But while he was out there, I believe this was Sarge actually that got this sit down talk with him, and Sarge asked Woody about if he's just ready to get back into action playing football in year 2. And his evaluation of himself was kind of interesting to me.
I got a lot of growth to do my second year. I'll say my first year was a little mediocre to me. It's just coming out, but I've been working on a lot of things. Me and Demo been in the lab, and the other running backs, Jawar and British, and we got the 2 Rickies coming in. We all just been linking up and we've been working.
So how does that hit you?
Yeah, the idea that he called year 1 for him mediocre was very interesting to me. Would you agree with that first and foremost, that assessment of his year 1 in the NFL and with the Texans?
I like that he said it, but I wouldn't agree with it. I think it was more than mediocre when you consider where he was taken, when he was called upon, and how he performed. And when healthy. I mean, wouldn't you say he was clearly above average and clearly more than you expected?
Yeah, I think so. I know that he wasn't a starter until like midway through the season. He played in 16 games, only started 8 of them. But I mean, with that, he was averaging a lot of rush yards per game, even if you just consider the fullness of this, right? But when it gets to starting football games, he's putting up 60, 70 yards a game in a way that feels true to him being a number one running back. It's to the point that there were people that were willing to convince themselves that you could have Woody Marks as a number 1 running back.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know if I would have gone to that place, but if it's worth an argument, I don't know that you can have a rookie running back come in and feel like it was mediocre even.
But I like that he feels that way.
Yeah, I think maybe he looking at it from this way. How did y'all feel Nick Chubb did?
Overall?
Yeah, overall. I wonder if he felt, and this is no disrespect, obviously, but I wonder if he felt like he could have been a starter earlier over Nick Chubb.
No, I would want him to feel that way, but I don't think.
Some of us probably felt that way as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's part of the reason why he couldn't get on the field. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe that's why he felt like it was a little bit mediocre, a little bit.
Yeah. No, that's fair, and I think with Woody Marks, I just go back to what round was he taken in? The third?
Third. They traded up to the third
round, right?
Yeah,
fourth. He was a fourth round.
Fourth round. Okay, so given 4th round, which is high for a running back, relatively, I think he exceeded expectations. But I'm glad that he doesn't feel that way.
Yeah. I guess that's where I'd come to is if this is purely an honest evaluation of what happened, I think that he is underselling himself. But I also wonder how much of this is also him looking at it and going, I was, at USC. I was a dude who impacted the game, not just running the football, but also catching the football and being in all those portions of the game. And he had all of 24 receptions this year, and that felt like a pittance for what he probably should have been capable of doing. But that, again, feels less about his production and more about his utilization. And so the question I have then is, as much as he's talking about getting back in the lab and getting ready for year 2, what is now the expectation for him, and how do you achieve that with Woody Marks, both from his level, but then also I think this also falls on Nick Caley to help him be the best version of himself?
No, I think the expectation, and you can kind of surmise this from the moves they didn't make at running back. They have the expectation, and clearly he will have because it's David Montgomery and it's Woody Marks. And then it's a bunch of guys that you're just like, okay, maybe they can be the third running back. So just that alone tells you that the expectation needs to be like if they're going to have and they should, based on their offensive style, et cetera, if they're going to have a 1-2 punch, it's those two guys. So his expectation needs to be higher. Offensive line comes into play, but clearly Nick Caley's usage of him out of the backfield comes into play as well.
Right, and I think that's one of the things that immediately comes to mind, especially depending on how this rush share, this carry share ends up playing out. Because there is a scenario in my mind where David Montgomery monopolizes the carry share, right? He was in a place where clearly the share was leaning away from him, and it continued to lean further and further away from him, and it feels like that was the reason why he wanted out of that place. So it would stand to reason that if he gets to another place, especially with the capabilities that it seems like he probably still has, that he would want that to be the case. Not saying that he gets to dictate these things, but again, that would be the expectation that they have. So if they're meeting, the Texans and David Montgomery are meeting in the middle or meeting at those expectations, it would stand to reason that he gets a lion's share. So what remains for Woody Marks to even be productive with, if we're just talking about rushing? I think that this is why you absolutely need to utilize the talent that he has, the capability that he has, catching the football, and to make more of that. I think that would be huge in helping him utilize it. In addition to that, is there any other thing that you go, hey, man, this is how you get the most of it so that he does not feel like it's mediocre? Because I still am amazed that he maybe is there anything to be said about him feeling the kind of the joke that we make that he was always in the training tent? Like, is there anything to be said about that possibly factoring into his own evaluation?
No, I think those two things are it. His usage out of the backfield and staying on the field. Because if you look at the running back room, and I know you don't necessarily feel this way, but I do. Like, there's a drastic drop-off from the top two guys because there's just complete unknowns beyond that. And so, he has to stay healthy, and you have to use him out of the backfield. Because David Montgomery, you mentioned, I think that he's going to be the guy that they just continue to pound into the line, and I don't know how much they're going to throw the ball to him. So I think, health and catch the ball.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he felt like them going out getting David Montgomery is why he felt like his season was a little mediocre. Maybe he felt like that
was a sign?
Yeah. Because, I mean, he did carry the load at towards the end.
Do you think he thinks he should be the number one guy?
In a realistic sense, or just I'm a running back, I always feel like
so.
In a realistic sense, too. I hope he does, but I don't. But I don't think realistically that's the case.
I have such a hard time divorcing, like, our evaluation of it, seeing the inability to be able to punch in, touchdowns at the goal line, seeing those things, knowing that he produced pretty well between the tackles, but also seeing the difference between a dude who we know is a very good between the tackles runner. Yeah, he probably does. He probably does feel like, hey, I should be the number one guy. Even at the worst, though, I think he would have to acknowledge that the National Football League right now is one that I don't think that you could just have one running back and go, this is our guy, and that's it.
I don't think you can have just two running backs and say these are our guys and that's it. Would you agree that I think they're going to go get another running back at some point, from another team or however it plays out, just because of how they're going to play the game. They're going to want to run the ball like crazy. We know that. And those two guys we trust, again, staying healthy, but there are questions on both those, in terms of just how many reps they're going to get.
No, that's 100%. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I found it interesting as he was. I mean, he's obviously going to talk about his whole room. He mentioned both him, Demo. He mentions Jawar Jordan, British Brooks, who, again, comes to this place where I never really think about him in the running back case. But that's also because the way they use him. Similarly is the question that I have with Jawar, because Jawar, I vividly remember first training camp that I was able to get a little bit of an eye on him. I was like, he seems like he's got a little juice to him.
Mm-hmm.
He seems like he's got something. Now, admittedly, you know he's small or whatever, and Jawar just never got any level of burn. It never seemed like they even were pump faking like he would get some level of burn. And then that carried into year 2 until it was breaking case of emergency.
Until they had to, yeah.
And here is 100 yards ripped off.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because I think you saw the way that he ran the football. It felt like, hey, there might be something that you can utilize.
Mm-hmm.
But then where do I place that in the context of also the guys that see him every day in practice
didn't really trust him?
Or at least the way that they used him did not seem to show that they trusted him. If they did, it did not demonstrate itself to us. And so I don't know how to forecast that with it. Do they feel that he's capable of being the third running back now after the 100? Did that change it for them? Because he was also still a healthy scratch in the playoffs.
And that's why I say I think they are going to get another running back. They had, because who knows? You look at their depth chart, a lot of undrafted free agents, Pitzenberger, Whittington, Evan Hall, is back there as well. I think they're going to have to go get another running back, especially with the style with which they want to play. Those two guys with one injury, all of a sudden you're looking at something completely different because I don't know how much they trust Jawar Jordan. They showed us.
Especially to continue to be like a between the tackles type guy.
Right,
Not to say that he's entirely incapable of it, but that also feels like, hey, as soon as you start throwing him in here, you're kind of setting up a ticking time bomb as to when this is going to become problematic. Yeah, no, I'm amazed by that, but ultimately I feel really good about your top 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like that frustration comes just because of the nature of the attrition of football, less about their capabilities, which is why I was surprised, especially with Woody Marks feeling that he was somewhat lackluster, or maybe it's because we are inherently grading on the curve and he's not.
Yeah,
maybe that's
exactly.
And this is possibly part of the thing that makes Woody Marks desirable, admirable, is that he is not grading on a curve, because we are doing the thing where we go, you're a rookie, you're being dropped in as a dude who is a number one running back who maybe we did not view you as. I think for him, I'm a number 1 running back. I don't care if I'm a rookie or not. I should be able to produce at a incredibly high level. And that was not there. And then also how much of this is him making up for the fact that you did not have great blocking, which we are considering.
Yeah.
And he might be a guy that's going, it don't matter what the blocking is, I'm going to make it happen. I do feel like he's better situated to be productive because you have better blocking.
100%.
Hopefully a year 2 where you have more tight ends factoring in and more creative ways of getting to the run game. I hope that that's the case for him. And then also, Kaylee actually used him out of the backfield. That's going to be the one
that's going to be key.
Very, very useful.
Yes.
Somebody said British Book looked like something in the Colts game. Again, that he feels like he's a lesser version of Jawar Jordan in my mindset, more to the factor of like they don't seem to use him as a running back, even though they keep talking about him as a running back. And so how am I supposed to take you at your word when, hey, this is another running back that we can use when you never use that option unless it's absolutely necessary? He is special teams guy in my mind, at least is the way that they have seemed to use him. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including there is more movings and shakings on the Brendan Sorsby case, the Texas Tech quarterback. It's getting litigious.
Lord.
Let's talk about that and more next.
Ready.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, if we're going to be honest, the biggest thing that's popping in the world of sports from last night and from yesterday was indeed a banger of a game one in the Western Conference Finals, in which the Spurs were able to, really just outlast the Thunder in 2 overtimes, mind you. And it didn't feel like 2 overtimes. It really captured your attention and kept you going. The final there was 122-115. The Spurs end up getting the victory. Victor Wembanyama, 41 points, 24 rebounds, 3 blocks. It's something that is done so rarely that there's only a handful of names, and they're all greats that have done that. Dylan Harper quietly had himself in an incredible game as well. Literally, it's only been done that a rookie had, 20-plus points and a 20-10, 5-5 game.
Right.
It is Dylan Harper last night and Irvin Magic Johnson.
Those are the two. Yeah, was it 7 steals? Or 7 is
Dylan Harper. 7 steals.
7 steals.
He was playing the Kalen Bullock free safety role when they were trying to put those skip passes across.
His anticipation on some of that, including one late that was really crucial to them winning the game.
Just a thief.
Just an absolute thief. Forget the 20 whatever points and 11 assists. 7 steals, 6 rebounds. Dang.
And I'd be
20 years old.
I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention the dude who was the highest scorer for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Mm-hmm. No, not the MVP. No, not the clutch player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Caruso.
Dude was their best player.
31 points in 32 minutes
on both ends of the floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
He took on the assignment of guarding Victor Wembanyama when Isaiah Hartenstein got played off the court in less than 3 minutes. And then he was also the dude who made their 3-point percentage palatable because them dudes couldn't hit nothing outside of Alex Caruso. And this game would have been over a lot quicker if Alex Caruso was not playing the way that he did.
Oh, they would have won going away, 15, 18 points, if not more. How do you feel about this? And I've seen it on the timeline. I was watching it on television earlier this morning. This whole thing about, hey, Chet Holmgren, why don't you guard and take the challenge and guard Victor Wembanyama?
I think it's an oversimplification, right? Because I do understand. It's like, hey, are we doing too much? The 7-1 guy is not guarding the 7-5 guy.
Defensive Player of the Year too.
He is a really good defensive player, but I think that there's an understanding that. Well, it is a demerit on him that he is not sizable enough, strong enough to be able to handle Victor Wembanyama. I think that that's fair. But once you have that being the case, we just supposed to do it because they're the same height?
Yeah.
Once that's the case, now let's do something. Let's use strategy. And the strategy that made sense was get somebody that can actually muscle Victor Wembanyama, pester him at the low level, and has more of the adeptness at being able to deny the ball into him at times. In fact, it took a perfect pass late in the game in this double overtime in order to beat Alex Caruso for the bucket that actually kind of put this game away late in the game. So, I thought that it was a smart adjustment made by Mark Daigneault. And, it does look a little bit bad on Chet Holmgren, but Chet Holmgren, he needs to step up in this game in general. 8 points, and it very much, outside of the actual statistics of it, you could see it in his eyes that, oh, boy, the challenge was not – he was not up for it on that night.
He really didn't want any part of it. And that, if I were an Oklahoma City fan – that would be very discouraging. What's encouraging as an Oklahoma City, if you're an Oklahoma City fan, is they played outside of maybe those other 3 points. They played really well. Their defense was top notch. They moved the ball. They got a lot of fast break points. They forced turnovers.
Yep.
They played really well. They are the only team that can beat this version of the Spurs. All due respect to the Knicks and Cavs. They're the only team that can beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing I will say about the Thunder is also the good things they did last night were not things that were anomalous. They're going to be able to do that consistently.
They do it.
And so if I had to bet if this is going at least 6 or 7, and I don't think that you have more than, I think I'll put it at, there is one blowout in this series. If I put it at 1.5, would you take the under or the over on blowouts in this series?
I'd probably take the under, unless then things get interesting if the Spurs somehow finagle a Game 2 win in Oklahoma City. I think all of a sudden hands get thrown up like, what are we going to do with this guy? What are we going to do with this team? And the numbers are just you mentioned the number about how Well, there's so many of them, but Dylan Harper's number, obviously Wembanyama's numbers, the fact that nobody started over the age of 24 for the Spurs, they're going to be here a while. We'll get into that at noon. Just everything that they did. If they can, I would expect Oklahoma City to win Game 2, but if the Spurs win it, I think everything changes.
From the 8-3-2, Wemby had 41 points. What exactly was smart about that adjustment? The way that he was playing, he could have had 60. Like, this is one of those things where in basketball it doesn't always show up, but yeah, you did actually make it tough on him in that game. He's just otherworldly. Mm-hmm. Like, this is more about the credit to Wemby than it is about the way that they played defense against him, because they did make that game difficult for them.
Yeah, no, they again, it sounds weird. Well, not that weird because it was a double overtime game. But they played really well. Oklahoma City played really well. They just ran into an alien. And that three-pointer, actually we have it, don't we, Figgy? They were down. Okay, so this was low-key. If you go back and watch any of the highlights, there was a moment when the Spurs were down, I think, 1, and the Oklahoma City, the Thunder had the ball, and SGA went down the left baseline. And you would have thought, because Wemby was guarding the corner 3. He was cheating, but he was guarding the corner 3. And you would have thought he'd come over and try to block SGA's shot. And he stayed there. And I'm like, oh, I know why he did that. Basketball IQ. Because you'd rather take your chances giving up a 2 and be down just 3 than coming over, SGA hits the corner 3, passes it to the corner 3, then you're down 4. And that happened right before this.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh, my goodness. A logo shot.
28-footer. Ties it at 108. Timeout, Thunder.
Man, they ultimately said it was 30. It was a 30-footer. Unbelievable.
Wild stuff. Yeah. It was a really good game. Can't wait for Game 2. Unfortunately, you have to get through the Eastern Conference game 1, which is happening tonight. Cavs, Knicks, and it's just going to no matter how good this game is.
Unfortunately.
No, that's what I'm saying. No matter how good this game is, which, mind you, it could be really good with these two teams matching up. We're just going to keep thinking back to, well, it wasn't last night's game.
Yeah. It wasn't. What'd you think of Tirico's call?
I was gonna make that a confession, but
okay,
I thought
we're gonna wait.
I thought it was perfectly passable. I thought that this is the thing about Mike Tirico in general. In my mind, he is perfectly professional in the way he goes about this. Right? Yeah. He does this textbook as good as it. But in that moment, it felt like, imagine if that's Mike Breen and he gives you the double bang. Mm-hmm. Like, it feels like it punctuates it in a better way than what he gave you, which is not. It's not offensive. It's not wrong. Mm-hmm. It served the moment, but it felt like it could have been better. That's kind of the way that I feel about Tirico. I might be hating, though. I don't know.
I thought his call on one of the biggest dunks at the end, it was the one motion dunk of Wembanyama. I thought this one was great.
Must stop OKC. Castle. Lobbing. Wembanyama! He's unbelievable, folks. He's unbelievable.
I thought that was strong. Yeah, that was pretty strong right there.
Shout out to NBC. Outside of that one thing that happened.
Oh, that's going to be a confession.
Yeah, I bet it will. All right, another thing that's popping. The Astros fall to the Twins in Game 1 of a 3-game set, 6-3. There was a whole almost 2-hour weather delay in the middle of it that ended Tatsuya Imai's night, which was. It was something, right? It definitely wasn't bad, which that is a marked improvement for Tatsuya Imai. Mm-hmm. It wasn't perfect, though, because Josh Bell had his number on the day. 2 home runs that scored all 3 of the runs that Imai gave up in his 4 2/3 before the tarps get pulled. But his stuff was immaculate. The velo was high. He was placing it pretty well. At least his 2 pitches that he really likes. The fastball and the slider, rather. He was placing incredibly well. He worked in the changeup a little bit, which that one looked a little shaky, but it does look like at least he's showing a little bit of fight and maybe possibly could be a serious pitcher.
I think you're right. I think there's bitter and better that you need to take into account. The better, you just touched on it. Also, good velocity. Also seemed to be less shakeable I was mentioning earlier when he gave up that balk, I thought, okay, here it comes. And he didn't. He shook it off and struck out the next batter, because normally we would see him kind of get in his own head. So definitely some good stuff. Velocity, as I mentioned, and other things. The one thing that you do have to realize, and we talked about it when he was struggling, he does need to be more than a two-pitch pitcher. If you're going to be starting, you need to be more than a two-pitch pitcher. He dabbled with the changeup with mixed results. But he does need to start leaning on that more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more thing here before we move on what's popping. We brought you the story of Brendan Sorsby, the transfer quarterback at Texas Tech, when they out of the blue let us know that, hey, he is going to seek treatment for a gambling addiction. And we were like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Lo and behold, the NCAA has had a investigation into gambling violations, including bets that he placed while he was at Indiana, while he was incapable of playing in 2022. I think he was dealing with an injury at that point. So Brendan Sorsby has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in a Texas state court here yesterday, in fact, to seek a temporary injunction so that he would be able to play in this season that is coming up, 2026. Because as of right now, Texas Tech has deemed him ineligible with the NCAA. And so he's trying to fight that legally. The thing that I found fascinating is the argument that he's making is that they should let him play, not because he did not bet. In fact, he is admitting that and actually saying out loud that he has a gambling addiction. The argument that he is making is that he only bet a little bit while he could not play on his teammates to do well in order to be more attached to the results and to the team.
Well, that's a steaming pile of you-know-what. I think the thing that fascinates me is we all know addiction is a sickness. And I think part of what he's leaning on also is like, hey, I'm getting medical treatment, or I'm getting treatment for this addiction that I have. That's where I think it gets real interesting. If you're going to say, hey, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, or whatever it is a sickness. I think he's, the fact that he's saying, no, I'm sick, kind of makes it more plausible for him to build a defense. Like, this is a condition that I have. And part of the stuff that was in the documents, this definitely is a sick puppy. Now, I don't know how you're going to interpret it, but you're a sick puppy if you're betting on, and these are all true, the Turkish Basketball League, Romanian soccer games, obscure doubles tennis matches, and the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
If he's saying, look, I'm sick, all he has to do is show him that.
Yeah.
I am sick.
And, buddy, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, yeah,
that's a sick puppy.
Yeah, you definitely need treatment. One of the things that's tough for Brendan Sorsby is that he also did make the case that once he was playing, that there were, I believe there was instances where he was not betting on the team, which is obviously he's trying to be like, hey, when I had, like, this isn't any level of like match fixing or anything. I did not bet while I was paying. But then he was also betting on other college football games, which I guess would lean into the notion that
Insider
he did have
information.
a sickness or whatever with this. I just don't know that the NCAA can continue to allow this to spiral.
I don't think he's going to win. It depends on the judge, and there's some rumors about the judge out there as well, being a Texas Tech guy.
Well, I don't know if we could call this rumors. I know we do live in an era where photos aren't as
that's why I said rumors
aren't as clear because we have AI and all these things, and photo editing has always existed. There's pictures with the judge that this has been assigned to. Guns up, standing next to the Texas Tech mascot and everything, right? Maybe a favorable ruling comes down here because of that, because college football is a deeply unserious place in the landscape of sports.
You can't get any weirder.
But it just feels like if we're talking about the merits of this, all right, you have a sickness, but still.
No, I'm with you.
Because how far are we bending, I guess, like the rules and the morals that the NCAA is attempting to uphold? Because I feel like the entire Wild West of this all, the NCAA is losing its boundaries, it's losing its structure. I'm like, anything that continues to chip at that feels like it's something the NCAA will and probably should try and fight with all they can.
No, I think they will, and I also feel, there's got to be a line somewhere. Like he's saying, on the one hand, he's saying it's an illness, it's a condition. On the other, you're still betting on college football. How are we going to let you play in this league? How are we going to let you do that?
Yes.
You know?
Right. And also the idea that, hey, man, I have sought out help for this. I think that one of the things that you know about addiction is that this thing kind of roll back around. And this ain't really one that now knowing going into, I don't know that we could do this. Also, shout out to our local degenerate, Sean Pendergast, who feels like we're being a little too harsh on young
That's
Brandon
because he has, in fact, bet on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I can tell you that.
And then, mind you, one more thing, Astros-wise, Jake Myers and Nate Pearson, both in Minnesota, and have been said that they will somehow impact this series. So I think that there's some more corresponding moves to be seen once you get some of these guys involved with the team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we were just talking about this game a little bit. Victor Wembanyama, and honestly, both of these teams' performance in Game 1. How does that make you feel about the Rockets and their possibility of contending anytime soon? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
For the first time in Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A banger of a game one in the Western Conference Finals yesterday. Double overtime. 40-point game, 40 and 20 from Wemby, 20 and 10 from Dylan Harper, 30 points from Alex Caruso. Just an incredible game in which you saw two teams let the rest of the NBA know, this is the standard, can you touch it? And that is the question is, what does this mean for the Rockets when it comes to what is an expectation for trying to get some level of touching that standard?
It's one of the first things I thought of after, and we've been talking about it, just kind of marveling at the whole thing of how last night is captivating the sports world and beyond. I started thinking, how do you dead serious question. This isn't like, setting up some hot take or anything. How do you run it back if you're the Rockets? After you saw what you saw last night, how do you sit there, and they did sit there and say this, basically, Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone were running it back. How do you do that? What does that prove? Where does that put you? Are you just saying we'll be all right?
I was gonna say wait till they die down a little bit, and then maybe you could take the torch. But they 20-something years, they early 20s.
The oldest starter was 24 for the Spurs.
So they're gonna be around for a minute.
Yeah. How do you?
And it's not like the Thunder or that. The Thunder are in a place where they have so many draft picks, and that's before we even get to they're a young team. They have so many draft picks that if they tried to take all, they couldn't roster all of them.
Well, and for you guys and our listeners, I am dead serious. How do you sit there and say we're running it back?
I think that for me, I would like to stop and say, I don't think that's exactly what they're going to do. Like, there's going to be shifts and changes in the way that this team is built. It'd be an absolute crime if Rafael Stone does not find a way to move off one or both of the deals of Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella, as they are bad deals for them. It'd be a crime if he did not find a way to inject more shooting to this team, even on the perimeter, right? Like, these are things that they would need to do that would not constitute like changing the core of what they're doing.
You think that's enough, though?
No. See, and that's the thing. Like, that's margins. And I don't think that. But ultimately, I want to make it clear that it's not just pure. The exact team that you got is going to come back. I do think that they'll make some moves. But the closest thing I could get to maybe defending the idea of, hey man, we are going to rock with what we have as a core and keep pushing that forward is. That seems to be the way that you get to teams like this, is not trying to make the big swings to force yourself into the conversation. Because I do think, as much as the Rockets are looking up and going, damn, we were a coin flip away from Victor Wembanyama wearing a Rockets jersey and doing all those things for us. And also looking up and going, damn, I don't know if our team that came into the season talking about championship expectations is going to be in that place. Buddy, you're not alone. There are 27 other basketball teams that are doing that exact thing right this moment, because this ain't just about the Rockets. This is about all the rest of the teams in the league looking around and going, oh, snap, that is the standard, and there's two teams that aren't going anywhere when it comes to that standard. The point that I point is is these teams were built with patience, with getting young talent and allowing them to develop into what you want.
Well, you say patience. But as Figgy pointed out, we're talking a decade here of these guys just getting better, and you can be patient. And then the other point that I'm wondering about is, as I'm trying to kind of go through my answer on this, my answer ultimately is going to be there's other teams in the Western Conference that are going to have that are sitting there going, well, the hell we're going to stand pat, the hell we're going to run it back.
Sure.
We're going to take big swings because that's the only way we're going to have a shot. So,
the question I have there is, one, what are the circumstances that we're talking about that put those teams in that place, and two, are we sure that that's going to work? Because
you're not sure.
I would make the argument.
But we know what definitely is not going to work. Running it back. We're taking a big swing may or may not work. Running it back won't work.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Yeah, and you mean big swings as far as like
Giannis. And some of these other, who knows what else, but
I think the teams, if you look at somebody like a Minnesota or somebody like that, I think they will consider, taking that big swing, because clearly that the way they playing now, and Minnesota played really good.
Mm-hmm.
But you see where it kind of got them. So I think teams like that are looking to make that big swing to at least compete. And I don't even know if that will get it all for sure.
I think that we're moving away from an era in which the big swings are as impactful as they once were.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is, at least, here's the thing. I'm not completely sold on this as an idea, but I'm leaning more towards the idea of we have moved out of the era of like the superstar movement being the way to get yourself to that place. Like even the Minnesota Timberwolves that we're talking about, because if we're looking at the West, which of course is the conversation that we are talking about, because obviously the East has their own things.
Yeah.
And they at least would not have to see these teams until the absolute finals. Like these are the teams that you actively have to try and go through if you're the Rockets or any of these other teams in the West, right? Who are the teams that you can actually even say are within a breath of what's happening with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Spurs? The Denver Nuggets are actually a team that I feel like are on the downside of their
But they're
hill.
there. I would say they're there.
Maybe so. But
Yeah.
I think that they're on the downside of their hill, and the trajectory is pointing more down than it is up. Maybe you talk about a swing to try and rejuvenate what you're talking about there. The
Healthy
Lakers,
Timberwolves.
Lakers are there. The Timberwolves are in that conversation. And then, like the Clippers are, I think that they would need to make some changes in what they're doing. But they've got some nice young players when you talk about like a Darius Garland and some picks that they're working with. But a lot of these teams are not even within that earshot of what's happening here. So first and foremost, I would like that to be evident here. But then the Lakers are in a place where, they're built around Luka Doncic, maybe Austin Reeves, and the rest of it is kind of expendable, really and truly, right? You talk about the Nuggets and even what they're talking about with some of their role players. Those guys are aging, and they're trying to find the ways to piece this together. I think the Rockets have players that you can actually say have some level of upside still. Now, of course, there's still something to be said about whether all that fits, and I think that there is another year that can be given to figuring this out. The one in particular we're talking about, in my mind, is Amen and Alperin.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the foundations of what we're talking about here. And ultimately, if you're talking about big swings, it comes at the expense of that pairing. I think there's still upside with those two, and that's why you have to give that as much opportunity, because also taking a big swing and missing absolutely takes you out of this. Giving yourself another opportunity to see if there's more upside still allows you the time to take a swing with all the draft picks that you still have.
Okay, but you say upside, and basically you're saying patience, and see what happens. But I would counter that with this: even if you take Wembanyama just completely out of the mix, just imagine he's not there for a second. How do you feel about the upsides of Reed Shepherd, Amen Thompson, hell, even Fred VanVleet if he comes back, healthy? And I know he's older, but
Right.
just the upside of that perimeter: Reed Shepherd, Amen Thompson, and Fred VanVleet versus Dylan Harper, Vassell, Stephon Castle,
yeah.
and De'Aaron Fox. They still don't compare. Their upside is still Fox is proven, but
I think that if you take out the
let's
go
young guys.
I think that those guys can be competing. Those can be competitive.
Ooh. I mean, we just saw Harper and
here's the
Castle.
thing. I think that I would say that the backcourts that you're building there, because the tough thing about it is I don't want to undersell Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson is a fantastic player with all the athleticism that he brings. And the versatility, the defense that he has. So I don't want to undersell him. I would say that Spurs side, especially if we're talking about upside, is better, but it's not so much better that I don't think that you can't compete and win in circumstances, because matchups make fights in the playoffs, and that would be the conversation I'm having.
But I think the Spurs with let's just go the two stars or future stars or whatever you want to say, Castle and Harper versus Reed and Amen. The Spurs still have an advantage, and then you put Wemby into the mix. That's why I'm like, I don't see how you can just run this back and be patient. And other than you're selling the product as like, we want to compete, we think we have a future, but realistically you won't win. Even if it's just those two versus these two, you won't win, because then you throw Wemby into the mix.
All right, so let's play it your way, right? Because we're doing this as thought experiments.
Yeah.
All right, the swing that you want to take is what? Giannis is where you are?
I mean, that would be the most obvious one. What are some other options out there that you could absolutely? I mean, you could change, the dynamic inside. Obviously, Şengün would be someone that would have to be involved in something like that. You do still have Kevin Durant. I mean,
for the short period of time.
Let's not overlook that.
All right, so if you're making, let's say Giannis is the target because it's the easiest one. We know that the Bucks are making it very clear through their stooge in this time, Shams Charania, that this is something that they're willing to make. All right, you end up acquiring Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm guessing this is at the expense of Alperen Sengun.
Right.
Build me now the contender that you're saying is actually going to contend in this space. With the swing that you have made, that's also giving up the first-round picks that you would use to try and build a team that needs to be more cohesive, not just battling at the top end, but at the middle and the back end of the roster as well.
Well, I think it's obvious. I think it's as simple as, do you have a better chance against those two teams now with Giannis and Durant and maybe the development you're talking about of these young guys?
But which young guys are you developing in that case?
Reading them in. Yeah, Reed Shepard and Amen Thompson.
Okay.
So, like, I think you have a better chance with Giannis and Durant, those two guys, and a healthy Fred VanVleet than you do without him. I'm not saying it's like, okay, now they're on even footing, but you're gonna have a puncher's chance. You know.
I don't really love that, especially when you consider like the uptick that we've seen in injuries on Giannis, and I think that some of the issues that you're talking about, you'd be giving up more to still have some of those. Like the shooting that is not here for the Houston Rockets still very much exists if you throw in Giannis Antetokounmpo to this. That makes this difficult of what you're doing. I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to move out of a league or an era where I'm basing my team building around the superstar era, because I think that that's faulty. I think that honestly has gotten some of these teams into the issues where they are, where they're looking at the two youngest teams in the league, or maybe not the youngest, but the two teams that are built young as ensembles. This is more of an ensemble joint than it is a superstar joint. And I think that you would be making an error in philosophy to go that way.
Okay, well let's play it the way you're laying out then. You stay with the philosophy, you stay with draft picks, you start to build, you hope that these guys develop into something much more. What is your realistic chance then?
I mean, it still requires a good amount of work.
Obviously, Vassell and Castle and all those are doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's still a hard sell, but can I sell you on Amen Thompson being who's Andre Iguodala like Wemby slower downer, right? Because I remember when Andre Iguodala was supposedly some level of stopper for LeBron James, and you look up and you go, he's still scoring a whole bunch of points, right?
Or like what we saw last night with Caruso,
right? So you have somebody who can capably do that. You have obviously a scorer that you go to at least in the short term. If Amen Thompson, if Alperen Sengun is either finds more of a shot or finds a way to be more consistent in the things that we know he can do well, and you have the young guys like Jabari Smith Jr. become more of a consistent shooter, and you continue to add in, don't forget, like part of this in my mind is you need to draft well as well. Like you need to continue to add in the younger pieces, and maybe it's not going to be an immediate play, but as you're building this and as Amen Thompson becomes more of a developed product, closer to when I would look at prime in the NBA, which is like ages 26 or 27 to 30, as you get those guys closer to prime, which again, seeing the way that this went, that might be what we're talking about is more in that time period. Can you utilize the more picks that you have that you would not give up for Giannis to build out more of the robust thing where you have the A.J. Mitchells, where you have the Jalen Williamses that are the things that actually make that work? Because if you're talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander versus Victor Wembanyama, we saw what that was. Vic is winning that. We're not building this off of the superstars. We're building this off of, can I make a more cohesive unit, a quilt all the way around that's going to cover the things that we need, which is going to require, I think, all the capital that you have.
I think it might also require this. Ime Udoka and offense does not mix. And, the one thing Oklahoma City had going for it, as good a defensive team as they are, they can put the ball in the bucket. And they have a really good offense. So do you run it back with the players and maybe in the next year or so, or if not, whenever, a new coach, a coach that can maybe, do some of those things?
It sounds like you got to sell to the people that we ain't even close yet. And we gonna need a couple years to try to get these young players, these draft picks, and all that stuff.
And an offense.
By the way, Kevin Durant came here to win.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to sell everybody on, hey, the next couple years ain't our year. We gonna have to get some young players and stay on the right path, which is hard in the NBA because these NBA teams be blowing up these teams to try to win.
Yeah, but I think that there's a question as to like, is it smart to blow it up in this moment? Because again, I think that the starting point is you saw what felt like a nuclear bomb in that game. You go, oh, the world has changed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that you're going to need to recalibrate, but I don't know if the recalibration is the hurried kind of scared play. And maybe scared isn't the right way of saying it, but like it almost feels like, oh, snap, I need to go grab all my money out the bank. That's what the Giannis move feels like, as opposed to something that's a little more calculating and, okay, how do we then really in a complex way build something that maybe has an opportunity? And I feel like that's more of taking stock of what you have and adding in the pieces in the way that you saw these two teams make themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sold that either way you're going to make this happen, because the way that we're looking at this, again, I'm looking at this as if this is a nuclear bomb and we might all be screwed anyway.
Yes.
I think they better off, like if we was to roll with the way Reggie is talking right now, I think you better off just trying to get another coach, an offensive head coach.
I think that's where I'm kind of
leaning. And then see maybe you can get more out of Amen
if you do go that way.
Yeah. Like, if you want to stay the course and don't want to give up the bank for Giannis or whatever, I think you need to find an offensive head coach and see if you can,
or a better combination.
Yeah. And at the risk of taking this too long, one of the additional parts of the Giannis thing is I think that he is becoming more of a star in every sense of the word, including like in using his will to dictate the way that these things go. And I don't know how much you want Giannis now dictating the way that you build your team once he gets here.
Well, it's your decision. If you want to bring him in.
But you bring in a star player.
Durant has some of that.
But they're not, I don't think it's in that same place. I think Giannis is in more closer to his prime to where, you see the Milwaukee
I meant
Bucks.
like the dictating things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And maybe it might just be that the guys that you already went and acquired have put you in such a bad spot that I don't know if Giannis fixes that either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you just trading one problem for another is also a question. That's worth asking. It's not easy questions that need to be answered by the other 28 teams in the National Basketball Association, looking at where the Thunder and the Spurs are. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, guys, let's talk.
222. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think this is the second time in a week that my first confession comes with a bit of a warning. And this one, I realized last night, I always thought that the most irritating sound in the world was Dumb and Dumber. When Jim Carrey made the most annoying sound in the world, I think is what he called it.
Okay.
That is not the most annoying sound in the world. This is. Dude, it went on for a good, 5 minutes?
Yeah. It was quite a few minutes there.
That's enough, Figgy. That's the most annoying sound in the world.
Hey, apparently people was hearing that sound this morning on this station.
On this station.
I feel like there would have been people this morning that would have welcomed any sound.
Hey, salute to everybody that stuck with us on the AM.
Honestly, this is a great time to remind you, if you have HD radio in your car, you can avoid some of that. Also, if you ever find yourself in that instance, YouTube always holds you down. The Odyssey app always holds you down. There's various different ways to get at Sports Radio.
Did y'all do what I did? I turned off the TV. I went back to other stations. I was like, it has to be something here. Nope. It was NBC.
Would you be surprised to hear that I just sat through it?
You sat and listened to that?
Yeah.
It was making my skin crawl, man.
I kind of stood up like, they have some issues.
And then, of course, I went to Twitter and realized, okay, so it's not just me and my TV. Oh, God. That was the worst. You listened to that for 5 minutes?
Yeah. I didn't say I'm not a smart person, but I was like, this is my penance for watching a great basketball game. I was not going to get off scot-free with this.
I actually pressed the mute button and then just kept turning it back on, once in a while to see if they were over it.
How long did it last?
Again, full 5, maybe more, at least. Yeah, that was really, really bad. I do not want to hear that ever again.
Strong agree. Honestly, that NBC has had a few of those this year, and we've given them a lot of credit for really making the NBA feel big in the same way that Sunday Night Football feels big and it looks real clear on the TV. They've done all those things, but they've also had enough of these where I'm like, hey guys, these feel kind of elementary, rudimentary. I feel like NBC is above this, and I was kind of surprised that they had that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I think we've worked together long enough. You guys have heard me talk about things enough to know that there are certain things that make me absolutely despise, sports team owners. I have another one on the list.
I think I know where you're going.
He is on the list. In the same way I talk about the Bengals and I talk about the Browns. Welcome to the list, Portland Trailblazers owner Tom Dundon, who...
Tom Dundon?
Even better. We already coming up with nicknames. Fantastic. Who bought the Blazers this year and in the playoffs did not send a lot of the quote low salary kind of people to the game. And it was, this story that is talking about it talks about it as perceived frugality. This is what Tom Dundon said on the what's the name of this podcast? Max Kellerman, Rich Paul podcast. The thing that they're doing recently.
I don't know the name.
I don't remember the name either. But he said about not sending the two-way players on the road and whatever for the opening week of the playoffs. This was his excuse. Quote: "I just made a mistake. I don't understand the league." He said. In hockey, we don't travel extra people because we're not on vacation. We're here to win, so we don't want the distraction. The NBA seems to live with those distractions. It's not how I think about it. So you sort of got to learn, what the differences are between the leagues. Are you insane?
I don't know basketball. That's what he's saying. And
I just don't know the league. You mean to tell me when you made the announcement, you told somebody in your organizational chart, hey, guys, tell them we're not bringing a two-way players, then nobody was like, hey, so we typically do this. Nobody brought that up?
Somebody needed to.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
You out here lying. You out here faking the funk.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to make it seem like, I just didn't know, which also, terrible excuse, right? Because you get out here talking about, hey, man, in hockey, we're just here to win. So what you saying about the NBA?
As opposed to basketball?
What you saying about this?
Yeah.
Right?
God, that's awful.
So, one, either you're telling the truth and what an incredible unforced error, or you're lying and you are just being cheap and trying to find reasons to be cheap. Either way, I hate you.
Yeah. No, and you should. Basically saying he doesn't know the league, he doesn't know basketball, we're not, and insulting his team. What do they like to say? Talk less.
Yeah.
Talk less.
Or just wealthy thrift.
Yeah.
How you that rich out here being cheap?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I understand. It's one thing to be reckless with money. Being cheap, man, you don't get no love from me over here.
That's how they stay rich, I guess.
Hey, man, do that somewhere else.
Do it with something else.
Yeah, do it with something. Yeah. You can do that with a car dealership or what. I don't even know. What other things do rich people do with their money? That's how you know I'm not anywhere near rich. The first thing I thought about, buy a car dealership and be thrifty. But whatever they do with their money, the world of sports is meant to be a playground with your money, man. You're supposed to be doing this for the love of the city and the love of the game, man. You're supposed to be out here like what's my guy's name? Steve Ballmer, who's just out here blowing money fast.
No, he doesn't.
Because I enjoy having a sports team. Don't get over here and be cheap with it,
right?
You jerk.
Or Dan Gilbert sending 8 buses? For the Cavaliers.
12,
to Detroit.
12.
Yeah,
man.
Like, dang,
that
was badass.
This is the realm for you to get out here and ball out with the money. If you don't want to be a baller out here, you didn't have to come to the party. Nobody made you buy this team.
Yeah,
you knew what the game was.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, and this confession kind of came off the strength of last segment. I think because we've been talking about the whole, big swings. Should we bring in a Giannis or, or surround the team with smaller little pieces to compete? I got to confess, man. I think I don't want to do the big swing and get a superstar. I think I'd rather just have a coaching change, man. I'd rather bring in a young offensive-minded type of head coach and just see what he can do with this squad, man, because I don't think the squad is that bad to the point where you got to bring in a Giannis or anything. I think they could compete. I just think the offense stinks, man.
I think that's a great point, and we brought it up toward the end of that segment because the Thunder play really good defense. The number one defensive rated team, I believe, this past season.
Honestly, some of the
few seasons.
But you know what conversations is that their offense is it's okay, it's serviceable with the defense that they play, but even that offense pretty good,
much better. No, I think that could be the big swing.
And then when you think about it too, I thought Amin Thomas was going to be, closer to superstar type level at the last playoffs.
Yeah.
And it just ain't like nobody is, took that next step like I thought.
The progress wasn't there.
And I can't blame the players like that. To me, I just look at coaching, man.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point. They're committed to Ime. Gosh.
They're committed to Ime too.
This is why, for me, I was like, you don't got to change the coach at the top, but we got to shift some of this so that at least you give yourself an opportunity to have that portion. Because I think that's a fair point.
But you would, to me, I'd rather do that than blow the whole team up to try to get Giannis, and then it's the same result. Because that's one of the reasons why I don't want to take that big swing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Giannis going to fix the problems they have. So, to me, I think the best bet is to try to move forward, try to get a different offensive coach to try to coach these guys up, man, because I think the talent's there. Of course, they need some more shooting, but I think the talent's there enough to compete.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be this bad.
I got one more.
These are my confessions.
And I really want to say this one because I'm curious on y'all's thoughts. I kind of reached I guess it was a revelation of sort, a moment of clarity last night when it comes to Reggie Miller. How long has he been an analyst now? At least 12, 15 years now,
Reggie's,
right?
He's been doing this for a minute now.
Yeah. And I finally realized last night why he's so successful. Because he doesn't do any particular thing great, it seems like in terms of some what other analysts are doing. He's not necessarily like a spectacular actual analyst or, the Jeff Van Gundy humor and clever and all that. I think I realized last night he's just an easy listen.
That hasn't always been the case.
I think he's an easy listen now. He just has good reaction, but not great. Little insight, but nothing. It's kind of like one of those shows that you're just comfortable with. He's just kind of an easy listen as an analyst.
21 years.
21?
2005 is when he started doing NBA on TNT.
And he's never been. Have you ever said,
when did he retire?
When have you?
He had to retire around 2003, 2004.
But he's never been mentioned like best analyst in the game. But he's been doing it for 21 years. I think he's just sort of like comfortable. Like he's that meaty meaty part of the bell curve. And I think that's what makes him successful.
You know what I think it is? I think that he does the thing that I always want from broadcasters. Sound like you're having fun.
He does. That's a big part of it.
He enjoys being around basketball. And honestly, this is where I'll give Mike Tirico a lot of credit. He's made Reggie Miller a lot more listenable to me. I think that he's made, because as much as I love Kevin Harlan, buddy, some of those TNT, I'd be like, shut up, Reggie.
Yeah.
Like, shut up. And I haven't had that in the same way with Reggie on NBC. So I think Tirico has done that. But yeah, I think to that point, I think that we might be in a similar stage, but I always say he just sounds like he's having so much fun with the basketball game.
It's just comfortable. It's not, wild. I'll never put him among the best, but he's been doing it for 21 years.
He drives me nuts, man.
Reggie Miller?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. He drives me nuts when he was, I think he was calling the Rockets game, kept saying Shangoon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, my gosh, shut up.
You know what my favorite annoying thing about Reggie Miller is?
What's that?
He'll just try and launch a nickname that nobody else says.
And he wrote it down at a napkin at breakfast. Well, he did one last night. He says he's tighter on him than a Invisalign on somebody's teeth. It was, and you knew he wrote it down on a napkin. Like, I'm going to drop this at some point.
That's right. That's right. Shout out to Reggie. Shout out to my namesake, Reggie Miller, a dude who I might be named after.
Oh, really?
Him or Reggie Theus is one of them two in there. Because apparently hoop was always going to be in my blood. All right. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what's the must-see matchup of the season? The Athletic put together a list of the must-see matchups for every team. Which one do you think it is for the Texans? Let's talk about that next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity.
Amount of discounts and savings and eligibility vary by state.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Did you see this? I know that you saw the entirety of the Ronda Rousey fight this weekend.
We heard it.
That's right.
Played it on these airwaves.
We played the whole thing on these airwaves. So Gina Carano spoke for the first time since that. Mm-hmm. Apparently, she said that if she didn't tap, Ronda Rousey would have broken her arm.
I believe it.
She says she started hearing it crackle already.
Oh, God, I didn't need to hear that part. Did not need to hear that.
Hey, I would have tapped as soon as she got in that position. Like, nope.
She damn near did.
You ain't about to.
That was my thought.
Break my arm.
Gina tapped damn near as soon as that armbar got locked in.
She wasn't about to get out of that.
I was like, damn. You were like, this is gonna break as soon as that armbar. She was like, oh, okay,
it's time.
Yeah, this thing is gone. Which maybe that's the reason why. Was she 44? Like maybe that's the reason
44.
why we should not be doing this at 44.
Yeah.
Maybe just maybe. Mm-hmm. Like this is the reason why all of the. Sorry to say, because this is not accurate, but all the geriatric folks trying to jump into combat sports, like this is a young dumb person's game.
Yes, it is.
Why are you in here doing this?
Yes, it
is. Pursuant to nothing. Excited to see our guy, our guy Darius Fulgham fight this weekend as well. He's getting back in the ring. All right. What's the most must-watch, must-see game of the Texans schedule? Obviously, we got that released last week. The Athletic put together a list of the must-watch game for every team in the NFL. And I'm intrigued in thinking about it this way, like, because I know we were talking about it. I think we didn't even play the audio, but Aqib Talib said that the thing that the big-time players check as soon as they see the schedule were our primetime games. You would think that the primetime would tell something of this, but obviously that's not always the way that it works.
No, and I'm going to try to think of it not in terms of necessarily the fan in me, because the fan in me it's Cowboys. I'm thinking more like for football purposes, for AFC South purposes, for playoff and Super Bowl hope purposes.
When you say for AFC South purposes, what do you mean? With the Cowboys?
No. I said I'm not going to say the Cowboys.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Because the fan in me says, I want to watch. That's the most must-watch game. I want to see the Cowboys game.
I misunderstood.
But if you set aside the fandom, I'm talking in terms of football and your goals and such. Week 1 is not bad, man. Week 1 is not bad against Buffalo. We talked about it when the schedule came out. That could ultimately be for home field throughout the playoffs.
Houston Texans versus Bills, Week 1 is the one that they throw up here.
So
the
that's
Athletic.
The one they said too.
I take you to a segment that I like to call reading. Mm-hmm. This is a crucial year for the Texans, especially for quarterback C.J. Stroud, who really fizzled in the playoffs last season. The Texans expect their young quarterback to bounce back, and they anticipate becoming a contender again in 2026. Week 1 versus Josh Allen and the Bills will be a great measuring stick. Mm-hmm. The dominant Texans defense will test itself against one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and Stroud will do his best to win that shootout with Allen while also showing he has taken a step forward in year 2 of the offense under Nick Caley. Mm-hmm. It's interesting because it feels like, yes, from a 30,000-foot view, that's right. It almost feels wrong, though.
How come?
As we mentioned, that defense was not a very good one last year. So the idea of this offense, that being a measure stick for the offense, I don't know if that holds up quite in the same way. Now, of course, if you're anticipating this being up and down, a shootout, maybe that's the case. And then also, there is no acknowledgement of the recent history between Texans defense and Bills offense that I think is part of the reason why I was not that upset to see Bills Week 1. Because remember, we were talking about what are the things that you want to see, and one of them you probably want is something that eases you into the season. I would not call the Bills quite that, but it's closer to that than like, here comes super challenge out the gate in the way, especially if you consider the recent history that these two teams share.
Yeah, but I think that's more specific to the most recent games. I mean, the Bills are still going to be. I mean, they have either the best or second best odds in the AFC, don't they? That's a challenge by any gauge.
No, for sure.
That's a challenge. So that's not Week 1 for me. If I had to pick another one,
but that's what I'm saying is I don't know that I'd put that as number one.
What would you put?
That's the funny thing is I'm still going back and forth on what the absolute answer should be.
Tell me how good Baltimore is, and that might be number 2.
That's also one of the interesting ones is like how good is Baltimore, and that's something that we'll have to find. By the time we get there, it'll be one of those must-sees for sure. Mm-hmm. I just don't know if and when we get there if that's going to live up to it. Yeah, no, this is interesting because, that would be one that you throw up there. Buffalo early is a good one, but I feel like, and this is the tough thing, I would love to actually put Week 9 into the conversation. I don't know if it actually
Tell me how good they are.
On the road versus the Chargers. It feels evident that the offense is going to be better, but the question for me is how much does that Chargers defense come back? Because Jesse Minter leaves, and Jesse Minter is a large part of why that defense was really good or pretty good. Like, are they still in that place? This is also a team that you have a lot of recent history with against the Chargers in a different way. So I was wondering if that's the case. Is it possible that this could just be an AFC South matchup?
Well, my top three would be in order: Buffalo, then the Ravens, then the Chargers. I think that would be my third one. But right behind that might be Wembley Stadium, Week 6.
That's what I was going to say. Is like, is it possible that that's actually because
that is their quote home game?
It's an AFC. It's an AFC that at the top now actually has some competition for the first time in a little bit, right? With conversation about whether the Jags would actually compete. Even we were still kind of laughing a little bit last year, and erroneously so, because the Jags came out and they looked like a admirable foe, and they have added to what they're doing there. It does feel like now the possibility of who is coming out of the AFC South is a little bit different in that way. It feels weird that the first week of the season would be the most must-see game.
That's why I kind of hesitated, but I think it's going to be significant. It's going to be a very good opponent. There's going to be, the revenge factor there from the Bills' perspective for multiple recent, hiccups against the Texans. I think it's just going to, the significance of it all, ultimately, we're going to be pointing back to that. Let me ask you this, both of you guys. From a fan's perspective, forget like this could mean this and this could mean that, as we've been talking about. Just as a fan, I was just looking as we're talking here. I got a top three just from just sitting here as someone who loves to watch and has rivals and loves to watch football. Number one is still the Cowboys. I think number two might be interesting depending on how it plays out there at Cleveland Browns. Can you imagine
if Deshaun is playing?
Could you imagine
the defense going?
Yeah.
If Todd Monken actually gets that offense going,
that might be a sneaky one.
Yeah,
that might be a sneaky one. Depending on
you got Myles Garrett, you got Deshaun. You're at Cleveland.
Have we undersold the Green Bay Packers game?
That would be my
Week 17.
That's my third.
Even at third, I'm wondering because again, that's a team now. Jeff
I meant as a fan.
Yeah, but even like talking about must see. Now it's later on in the season, which might be hurting us, but a Monday night game at Green Bay, obviously the Lambeau factor. But even if we remove that, I know Jeff Hafley isn't still there with that defense, but that is a defense that's been really solid, and a Matt LaFleur that is proven really very clear that he can call an offense, especially as he has found more of the identity, the comfort with Jordan Love, and then also that wide receiving core, especially as you're seeing more development from them. Romeo Doubs finding more of his level, depending on when Christian Watson actually shows up in the way that he can as a big threat receiver. Yeah, that one might be actually more of the balance, more of the actual competition. Now, it's not in the AFC, so it would not have those same implications when it comes to like tiebreaker type scenarios that I think that you could possibly see depending on how Buffalo looks under Joe Brady. But I think that might actually be the one where I'm looking at where I go, actually, I can usually depend on Green Bay to be a pretty good team compared to some of these other teams that might be some maybes. And I think that they are also good in the ways that you look at and you go, hey, that could test the Texans in these various different ways. Plus, there is the added element of is this a level the finishing proving ground of the Texans on how postseason ready are you really?
I think everything you just said, you might be able to say the same thing the week before on Christmas Eve at the Eagles. Everything, from the proven to on the road at night, kind of the last step. They certainly know how to play football and have a loaded roster. So I think either one of those at the Eagles on Christmas Eve and then at Packers on that Monday, and I think both of those kind of share similar qualities.
Are you intrigued about any other teams, what their supposed must-see game of the year is?
Obviously, I think you mentioned the Jaguars. I think we got to see what the Colts are as well. You get them early on the road. That could be obviously division game, close. Familiarity, all that stuff. That could be a real stumbling block if things don't go well.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Going back to the Athletics must-watch game for every team, is there any other team that you were like, hey, I'm interested in what theirs is supposed to be this year?
Steelers.
The Steelers with their most watched game?
Yeah.
The Steelers?
Mm-hmm. Now that you have him back, him being Aaron Rodgers.
Week 12 versus the Broncos.
Who?
The Steelers.
Oh, they're playing the Broncos on Week 12?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant on the Texans schedule. You're talking about just in general most watched. Oh, yeah, Week 12 versus the Broncos for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Because they play. That's why I was confused because the Texans play in Week 13.
Right? Yeah, that's funny.
Like, wait, what?
Right. Bo Nix wears that stack off as they continue to become one of the more kind of assured contenders because of the way that defense is and the Sean Payton. Although Sean Payton is handing off play calling duties in a way that's actually really weird. I don't know if you've considered this. Sean Payton, not under the guise of needing to assure or being under some level of hot seat circumstance, handed off play calling duties. That doesn't happen very frequently. Usually play calling duties are handed
Especially
off.
a guy like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Who will take this to the grave, the opportunity to call plays. I'm very intrigued to see what the behind the scenes of that is. Not to say that we will definitely get that at any point, but that is an interesting move that we haven't talked a lot about is the fact that Sean Payton, a dude who loves calling plays, gave up play calling duties to Davis Webb, seemingly to keep him in the building, but also what is the machinations there?
I mean, that has to be dang near 100% a Sean Payton decision. I mean, they had success. He's an offensive guy. He has total control of everything from the roster, to the head coaching things. It has to be just him saying, I'm going to do this. I have confidence in it.
Maybe so.
Right?
Or maybe there's more turmoil in that building than we probably know. I don't know if that's a thing, but it's just that's an oddity that came up as I saw the Broncos name. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you shouldn't judge an NFL draft until you have 3 years under your books. Well, seems like Pete Prisco did that. How did the Texans do in his estimation? Let's go through the Texans and their draft history next.
Ready?
appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Hope your Tuesday is going pretty well. I mean, mine is going pretty well insofar as when I came into work, it was rainy. Looking outside, actually looks all right.
Did I mention it yesterday on air?
Yeah, it's going to rain for like next week.
6-7 days in a row.
Man.
Which is fine, I guess. I mean, unless you have outdoor plans.
Hey, we need to build an ark or something, man.
I will say, man, like it is middle of May type stuff because every time I've been outside, I've been like, oh, it's not that bad. And then after like 5 minutes, I'm like, damn, what is all this wetness?
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a thing that's happening out here. All right, so we're 3 years removed now from the 2023 draft. And what's the old saying, John?
You got to wait at least 3 years to be able to judge that draft.
Seems like Pete Prisco was chomping at the bit. I believe they're both technically correct, but it don't matter. To be able to get to some level of evaluation. Now, I do appreciate this texter on the text line, which again is 713-572-4610, who said, "Hey, before y'all even start, Pete's a Texans hater. All right."
Oh no, Pete hates everything. Pete hates himself.
Yeah, when we had Pete on, was that last year?
I've known Pete for decades.
Did we have Pete on last year to talk about the Ravens game, right?
Yeah.
And the way that he talked about the Ravens,
he was great.
Now he wasn't wrong. They did ultimately fire John Harbaugh.
This is true.
But he was talking about them like that thing needed to burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does seem to be just like a general hater.
No, he hates everything. But he knows football. And when you go through some of his evaluation, especially draft time, personnel in general, he's really good at that. So we always hear, we've got to wait at least 3 years. All right. So it's been 3 years, and he graded the 2023 draft. You know who was in the 2023 draft, don't you?
You want to rattle this off?
Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud were at the top of it.
Correct.
And who else was in that? Juice Scruggs.
Mm-hmm.
Who else am I? Tank Dell, Henry To'oTo'o.
Let me give you top to bottom. Obviously, your first-round picks are C.J. Stroud at 2, Will Anderson Jr. at 3, Juice Scruggs in the second round at 62, Tank Dell in the third round at 69. Nice. Dylan Horton, 109, round 4, who, honestly, Dylan Horton, after, defeating cancer, seems like he's going to have an opportunity to be some level of a more advanced part of your rotation in the defensive edge room. You mentioned Henry To'oTo'o in the 5th round, 167. Jarrett Patterson, don't forget, was a 6th rounder there. Xavier Hutchinson also a 6th rounder, and Brandon Hill in the 7th round. That's, for a period of time, you had all 7 of the dudes on the active roster.
Yeah.
Now, as of right now, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these dudes that are still, actually 8 of the dudes who were on the active roster. Juice Scruggs no longer here, but you have a lot of these dudes that are still here at this point 3 years later, which is, it's not the craziest thing in the world, but it's notable all the way down through the 6th round.
So he gave out his 2023 grade of the draft and then his updated grade.
Oh, and how
which
it's
I
changed.
liked. Yeah. I like that.
And there's a little bit of accountability in here.
Yeah, it's good for him. He's fallen on the sword in some cases and flexing in others. So in 2023, what do you think the grade was that he gave the Houston Texans?
Oh, this has to be high, right? The trade up for Will Anderson Jr. along with C.J. Stroud, he looked at as one of, if not the best quarterbacks in there. Now, of course, you're not getting all the love from like a Tank Dell necessarily. You're not getting all the love from a Henry To'oTo'o who ends up being a starting caliber player. I'm guessing letter grades is where we're going here. I'm guessing that he went with an A minus maybe?
He went with a B.
Okay, B.
He went with a B. And then he talked about they had 8 picks in the draft. 3 go into the season as starters, 2 being first-round picks. And then now he's talking about here and now. He said he faces a big prove-it season in 2026.
CJ specifically?
Yeah, CJ specifically. Obviously raving about Will Anderson. Henry To'oTo'o he calls a solid starter, which I guess is fair.
Absolutely.
The rest of the draft produced little, although third-round receiver Tank Dell flashed before a devastating knee injury. And back then, he said he loved the Tank Dell pick.
Okay.
Called it a real value. Questioned giving up so much for Will Anderson, saying he better be a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think everybody was
kind of that was the knock on that trade.
Yeah,
of course,
it gave up too much for Will Anderson.
And the thought was also that pick that you gave up. It's like, oh, y'all going to be bad again, and now you're giving Arizona a really good pick. Apparently not.
Yeah,
apparently not.
And then he said second round center Juice Scruggs was a reach. That's what he said back then. So he has since said Will Anderson may well be a Hall of Fame player eventually.
Correct.
I was not wrong on Juice Scruggs. And Tank Dell, obviously the injury is going to change things perhaps. So his new grade that goes from a B in 2023 to an A.
Okay, he actually went up here.
In 2026. Obviously Will Anderson, kind of, and Toto for that matter, showing that the Texans, not only did a lot right then, it's been proven that they're even better than they drafted. Now,
is a single injury kind of really hurting this?
And Juice, second-round lineman. Second-round offensive lineman. That's a big miss.
Who's not even a depth situation.
We got traded.
Yeah, you got traded for, and it was really just a jettison trade. It wasn't like all right, maybe you can make something out of him, so we'll get something back. It was really just can we move off of this player entirely? But if Tank Dell is not looked at as, man, all right, that was a flash, as opposed to this is a player who clearly can impact games, which he is if he is healthy. But that's a big if he is healthy at this point with the multiple injuries that he has sustained. This looks so much different, does it not? Even with however you feel about C.J. Stroud, and I do say however because there's a spectrum of thought here. But that is a dude who you would not be in this place if you did not select C.J. Stroud. If you had if you had just taken Will Anderson Jr. there and not ended up with C.J. Stroud. First and foremost, I don't think that any of the other quarterbacks in that particular draft would have gotten you to the place that you are, even with the conversations that you're having about what C.J. Stroud's second contract actually is. And on top of that, right, I don't think that as much as this team is defensive forward, you're not allowed to push yourself in as far if you don't have that happening on the offense. Obviously, C.J. Stroud's rookie play elevated the team a lot in order to allow you to keep doing some of these things. I don't think that you could be where you are without C.J. Stroud, even with the conversation you're currently having.
No, I think getting here, you couldn't have done it without C.J. Stroud. It's the here that is kind of, and he still gave an A.
For sure.
As of now, but
I was afraid
that's the big question.
I was afraid with some of the preliminary conversations that we had about this because I did not look at this. I wanted to be kind of surprised on air. The way that I was kind of reading it, and maybe because of the conversations that are out there generally about CJ, I was afraid that he was going to be so low on him that he would not acknowledge.
He just says it's got to happen, and that would be big, for the Texans, obviously. All right, so let's get to the rest of the division here because I think it's very, very telling. Where do you want to start? I'll let you do the thing.
Yes, the choose your own adventure.
Choose your own adventure.
I would like to go back to the 2023 draft class for the Indianapolis Colts, if you don't mind.
All right. What grade do you think he gave them in 2023?
All right. So what are we talking about in the 2023
I've got the
draft
picks
class?
right here. It's Anthony Richardson. I'm going in order of the rounds because they had 12.
They had
picks.
a whole Julius Brent, defensive back. Josh Downs is there, who's been solid. Blake Free. Who are the notable ones that Evan Hull was drafted by them at that time, and then Jalen Jones. Yeah, there's not a lot of notable in here. He probably gave them. I'm guessing somewhere like if he had a B for the Texans, I'm guessing this might have been like a C.
Gave him a B.
Oh, a B as well.
Yeah.
Well, there's still upside on the Anthony Richardson.
I guess, but he said he liked the Anthony Richardson pick and at that place, obviously preferring C.J. Stroud, et cetera. The rest of the 12-man class didn't produce a lot either. Third-round receiver Josh Downs is a good player, and seventh-round corner Jalen Jones has started. Fourth-round tackle Adetomiwa Adebawori, something like that, is a rotational player. So.
I'm surprised you didn't I was waiting for you to clear out and let me say it for you, but it's good.
Adam Adebawori is what I'll call him.
Definitely not what his name is.
What grade does he give the Indianapolis Colts today?
Give him an F.
Gave him a B in 2023.
Give him an F. I mean, that's a huge swing on a first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably like a D.
Gave him a D. Gave him a D. Where do you want to go next?
Let's go to the Jags.
Jacksonville Jaguars in 2023. The Jaguars selected Anton Harrison, Brenton Strange in order, Tank Bigsby, Ventrell Miller, Tyler Lacey, Yasir Abdullah, Antonio Johnson. Boy, they had a lot of picks, too. Parker Washington, Chris Braswell, Eric Hallett, and Cooper Hodges. Actually, two more. Raymond Vohasek and Derek Parrish.
They didn't even make the roster, man.
They did not make the roster. What grade did he give them in 2023?
Is this where we get to a C?
Gave him a B minus.
Man, he was just everybody get a B in
Love
here, man.
AFC South.
13 picks in the draft, trading down to land 5 of them, and 5 are projected to be starters in 2026. Anton Harrison, the tackle, and second-round tight end Brenton Strange, good players. Antonio Johnson, breakout season in 2025, 6th-round pick. Parker Washington did as well. So what grade do you think he gives them now?
I think this is also a D. Or is it a C?
I'm going to say probably kept it a B.
They went from a B- to an A.
He went up.
Yeah, they went to an A. He said he liked the idea of trading down to add picks and still landing Harrison.
Yeah.
Didn't love the pick of Strange, which has proven to be a big miss by me, being Pete Prisco. Also didn't like the Bigsby pick, but that didn't necessarily was wrong. 5th-round pick Abdullah has been more than a backup, and also thought Johnson would be a good player, and he is as well. So what's interesting about that?
I guess there's some of these depth guys that is also getting some love there. Yeah.
And that's pre-Magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that funny?
But I mean,
that's what really struck me.
You could see the places in which the Magnificent or the other executives failed them, and it wasn't that you get some adequate value in the 2023 draft. Like there was larger kind of conversations that clearly did not hit the way that they needed to.
All right, Tennessee Titans. What grade do you think he gave them in 2023?
What are we talking about?
I'll give you all the picks, actually. Peter Skoronski, Will Levis, Tajay Spears,
yes, that's right.
Josh Wiley, Jalen Duncan, and Colton Dow. They only had 7 picks.
A small class that's going to hinge a lot on the quarterback that did play for you some, but and then Tajay Spears was solid. I think that in the moment, and Peter Skoronski up top, I think in the moment he probably gave them an A-.
Gave him a B.
A B?
Gave him a B. He loved, when they drafted him, and now loved Peter Skoronski. And Will Levis, of course.
Get him in the 2nd round, because remember, everybody was talking about him kind of early on.
That's right. That's right. And then took running back Tajay Spears, and he's been a nice change of pace back. So they've gone from a B to,
I'm going to say a D.
The Will Levis feels like he's doing a lot here. I think he should stay at a B.
C-.
Damn it.
So
I've been so wrong on Pete Prisco.
But what's interesting,
he's actually pretty nice, huh?
I like him. He just hates everything. But that's fine. Some people are like that. What's interesting is the Texans then and now, unless you're counting the Jaguars moving up, just with all those 13 picks, probably the best draft.
Of all of them.
The Colts went from a B to a D. But the Texans, clearly had a plan, had a good review, and they've even gotten more out of it than most people have thought. I thought that was interesting.
I wonder, so in looking at this exercise, does this at all make you feel like we're dealing with the kind of blinders experience when you talk about some of the 2023 picks, because particularly the offensive line has not worked out, so the Drew Scruggs stands really large, looms really large in your mind, and then because the quarterback very recently has had the circumstances that he has, like, is that what brings that the feelings towards the draft? Because, I mean, we know Nick Caserio is a good drafter, generally, right? Now, the offensive line caveat makes it so that you go, that's a big hole to have.
Right.
However, do you think that's why we kind of have the general feelings largely the general feelings exist?
I think the Tank Dell injury is a big hit, too. Because if he didn't have that injury and was just anything close to his rookie year, this would still be considered despite Drew Scruggs, one of the best classes that Nick Caserio's had. Because Stroud and Will Anderson, we know the story there, and we'll find out on Stroud, and he mentioned that. Tank Dell,
starter
caliber, and had he not had the injury, would still be Dylan Horton, definitely in the mix, and To's, starter with a 5th-round pick. Even Xavier Hutchinson was taken in 2023.
Right. And that's a dude that they feel comfortable being in their wide receiver rotation room of sorts.
To me, it was just interesting. Not only was that a really, really good class, but it's probably better than even he's given it credit for, simply because of an injury and the offensive lineman that didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's a really good class.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Despite the top 2.
How do you think that this class, will compare in 3 years? Projected
3 more years?
Right now, of course, you don't have the top end of it, right? Will Anderson Jr. is doing a lot of the lifting because, again, as he stated, and rightfully so, that's Hall of Fame potential Will Anderson Jr. And honestly, I think I would take the bet now. Like, I would put the money on it this moment.
I would too.
That's the case, barring clearly like just an unforeseen catastrophe of an injury. And so you don't have that in this draft class. But it does feel like this is the draft class where Nick Caserio could really be proved to be like some level of genius, because it was so on the feelings, whether it was the tactics that they used in the places in which they got, including in which we did see like video from the Ravens room where it seemed like they had a deal in place to possibly trade the Texans pick 80.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
And if you get Marlon Klein in 80 is opposed to 59, like, does this feel a little bit different? Is a conversation that is there to be had. But yeah, I do wonder if in 3 years this doesn't look better if like Marlon Klein hits in the way that it's possible with the talent that he has, if they do have that upward development that's there for them, if Keelan Rutledge does continue to be like the dude that seems like he is the pacemaker for the offense. Like, there's still opportunity for this to grow, I think.
But this class in particular, 2023, if C.J. Stroud is just serviceable and Tank Dell is just healthy, this could be the class that gets them to the Super Bowl. You can point to the 2023 draft. If you just get serviceable to good C.J. Stroud and a healthy Tank Dell, with Will Anderson and Dylan Horton and Toa Toa and even Xavier Hutchinson contributing, this could be the class that you're like, all right, that's when they did it.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you start turning this thing around, 2023, very clearly. And it's not just that you go, the 2023 draft class, they immediately hit the ground and changed the dynamic of what was happening, along with the culture change that DeMeco Ryans set in this building. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about the time where we hand things over to One Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, got a funny story about a guy who came up with a hack during his Zoom meeting. The try to get out of the just sitting around in a whole bunch of Zoom meetings. Plus, do you lock your door when you use the bathroom? 713-572-4610. You got a lot of people that don't really do it as often if you think.
All right, let's talk about it next.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So we all been in Zoom meetings, and most of the time we probably don't want to be in this Zoom meeting.
Probably.
But I feel like we probably are the outliers. We don't have a lot of Zoom meetings, us. But you have some people that go Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting, where it's nonstop all day long. So a guy decided to try and beat the system. This is what he tried to do. This was his bright idea, and it actually worked way too many times until he got caught.
He recorded a 35-minute video of himself acting like he's participating in a Zoom call.
This is genius!
And it was on a loop, and he did it in 2024, and he had in this 30-some-odd minute video, there were instances where
it was going to be he's not wearing pants.
No. He's like trying to fool his bosses. And there are, instances where he nods his head.
Right.
When he chews on a pen for a second, takes a sip of water.
Genius, boss.
Yeah, right. He's looking like he's all into participating in the video. Well, it turns out that after some, this has been going on for 2 years now, after some 870 times that he used this video with his employer, somebody finally asked him a question. After 870 appearances, they asked him a question, and they noticed that he didn't give an answer.
I guess so.
He used that for
870 times.
Man, it's worth it.
I agree with you.
Now, here's the thing. On the backside of it, all trust is lost. They might get you out of here for this. However, you killed 2 years worth of meetings. Think about how much time he reclaimed for his life. Because he said it was a 35-minute video. Looped. So we're talking about meetings that could be
over an hour.
It could be hour-long meetings.
Yeah.
You saved yourself 800 hours over two. That's conservatively, right? I think that's probably 800 hours over 2 years.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Well, unless you lose your job, but
but now whenever he go to a Zoom meeting, they gonna ask him, "Hey, Bill, how you doing, man?
Yeah, what's the weather like outside?
Can you hold up a fork? Go grab a fork right now."
That's the way to test him.
Yeah.
Say the third and fourth letters in the alphabet. Just something.
Yeah, something outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hey, salute to whoever that was, man. How you get away with it that long like that?
I could easily see that.
And here's the thing that I would have to get to. How valuable are these meetings if I could do this for 2 years and y'all ain't noticed?
That's funny because I always marvel at my sons, both of them have to do a lot of Zoom meetings. They're in the oil and gas industry and all that stuff. And so they're always in some meeting of something, selling something, whatever. And when we're in meetings, we're always participating. It's like, hey, can you get on this meeting because we need to meet about such and such. So we participate. Most of their meetings, they just have to be there. Be there. Yeah, just be.
They're not even listening.
Yeah, well, they're there. I don't think they're doing this, but
I feel like that's most of the meetings I'm in.
You just be there. Just FaceTime. You have to be there.
Yeah, I'll just be like, I'll cut the camera off. I'll be playing the video game. I'll be doing all type of stuff.
Yeah,
because I know they ain't gonna call my name. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Do y'all lock y'all doors or door when y'all go use the bathroom? Somebody actually did a poll on this. So they say 34% say they always lock the bathroom door. 32% say they lock it if they had company. And 21% said they don't lock it at all.
Not only do I not lock it, I don't close it. Because I want to bother my wife.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
I was wondering specifically.
I keep it wide open.
I wanted
just to get on her a little bit.
I actually wanted to ask Reggie because Reggie, you stay alone, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Do you close the door when you go use the bathroom, or you just?
No, I do not. Yeah, it's just an extra step. I'm not bothering nobody.
I always tell her it needs to be appreciated.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Do your wife walk in while you using the bathroom?
No, she walks by
something?
and calls me names.
No, but I'm saying, like, if she wants to talk to you, does she just walk in and talk to you?
No, I don't like that. That's a non-starter.
You know how you can stop that?
Close the door. That would not work in my household, by the way.
Yeah.
My wife would come in. Oh, guess what happened at work?
I hate that. I hate that so much.
I done got used to it at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like all of these things are privileges that we have because we do not have children. I feel like when you have children, doors got to be closed and locked.
Yeah, closed anyway. Yeah.
Man, them children be trying to bust them doors down, man. If you lock that door.
Well, I think there's that, and then also I feel like you got animals. You probably need to be closing that door.
Oh no,
it depends.
Gibson used to like to watch.
That's okay.
He'd be sitting right there,
and you're comfortable with
making sure everything's
cool.
cool.
My old dog, rest in peace to Stanley. He used to try to come in and lay on the little rug.
Yeah.
And my wife ain't like that. Get out. So we stopped doing that. So my any of my dogs go in the bathroom now. So yeah, just kind of random. I just wonder what y'all be doing in the bathroom.
Yeah, man.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So a barbershop owner in Florida did a drive-by on another barbershop.
What?
A drive-by.
Is this the drive-by as we commonly think of drive-by or something else?
I'll let you decide on that.
God.
So nobody was hurt. So thank goodness nobody was hurt. But here is Fox 35 in Orlando with the story. It's a Florida man.
Yeah, okay.
So it might be something different.
Barber is arrested after being accused of using a crossbow on a competing business. Investigators say Jorge Rivera routinely drove by the competing business in this bright orange truck and then shot arrows at the windows and doors. It caused more than $1,000 in damage. A witness believes that it stems from Rivera being mad that one of his former barbers joined the competing shop. Police tracked down the truck and found a crossbow inside. There were also arrows that matched those found at the scene. Rivera is now facing felony charges.
So
what an idiot.
Obviously not a good thing. Obviously something that should not have been done. But just as a side note, I feel like crossbows are underutilized. They're cool. Crossbows are really cool. Quiet, efficient. Not in this instance, of course. But I think crossbows are really cool.
You heard it here from John Lopez. Kids, put the guns down. Get crossbows.
I just think they're cool, man. Yeah.
Put the guns down. Get the bow and arrow.
Can you imagine? Like have a crossbow? That's pretty cool.
Hey, what you say to me? What you say?
Yeah.
And then if you miss, how long is it going to take you to reload that joint?
Oh, I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out.
They used to do it back in the day. They used to be quick with it.
You've been watching too many movies.
Hey, man, be looking like the dude from Zelda with the crossing bow, man.
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
It's cool. Again, I don't condone anything that we just heard, which is a pretty wild story. But I just think crossbows, very underutilized weapon.
Huh.
Yeah.
I did not expect a borderline advertisement for crossbows.
And very
to come out of
cool.
this.
It's a cool. You're cool if you have a cross. If you have a crossbow, you are cool.
What did this dude expect to happen with this going and shooting crossbows, arrows
right.
At the competing bar? Like he thought that his
and what
barber
about
would
you
come
pulling
back.
up in a bright ass car? You couldn't get no black car.
Yeah. Why did he think this was a thing to do?
Yeah.
I'm very confused.
A bright
about this
orange
entire
car.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves it. In fact, he is where he needs to be because he clearly is very smart. And honestly, I don't know that I want to know about my barber because if I found out my barber had a crossbow, I feel like he couldn't be my barber anymore. I don't think there's a lot of logic in that.
I think he'd be cool.
I don't. Okay. There's a lot of things about this story that I just do not understand, and I don't know that I want to ask more questions about it.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We talked about this yesterday. Jaylen Brown versus Stephen A. And apparently Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, he's in on it.
Yeah, he's in on it. We heard from both of them yesterday. But here is Kendrick Perkins. He was on First Take, and he had to weigh in on the whole Jaylen Brown situation.
Jay, can you read this text message real quick? I didn't even have this number saved.
Sure.
But read that text.
Former Celtic here. Keep speaking the facts. Pound emoji. Much respect.
Okay, cool. So he was texting me that because of what I just said. We had a conversation about Jaylen Brown. Then I get another text that said, hey, JB tripping. Another text from a former player that played with the Celtics. JB, lack of accountability. You know why I'm bringing up these points? It's because, JB, guess what? It's a lot of people in the organization. It's a lot of former players, legends, that don't agree with you, bro. They don't agree with you. They don't like the way that this looked. And what you said and how you said it during that time, it didn't make it look good. Everybody already got speculations about him and Jason Tatum relationship. Oh, and by the way, we still haven't seen Jason Tatum on your Twitch yet.
And for those who don't know, this all started because Jaylen Brown was on the stream and he said this was his favorite season after getting bounced out of the first round.
Yeah, after having won a championship with these. We definitely were making
it's
a lot.
It's getting messy.
It is getting messy. The question I have, though, is where could you see this going to? Because right now, it's kind of all silly, right? You've got Stephen A. and him going back and forth in various different mediums. Now you've got the pride of Beaumont, Texas himself, Kendrick Perkins, saying that other Celtics contacts that he had are actually on his side and are okay with the questioning of Jaylen Brown. That does make me, assuming that all of that is correct and that is the truth.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Celtics would at any point look at this and go, this is too much hassle than it is worth? Or maybe he might look out and go, especially with the seeming implication of I want my own thing and want to be out? Because we were talking about the Rockets taking a big swing, and I don't think that Giannis is it. If you talk about Jaylen Brown, you could easily convince me in that one. A younger guy who is more of a ball handler, can create, and obviously can get buckets, drive, kick, those types of things, that maybe fits a little bit nicer into the context of what we're talking about here. Or does all of this that's happening now make you wonder about the viability of such things?
Well, first of all, of course, Reggie would want Jaylen Brown.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because y'all look alike.
Why would that help me out? Why would I want that?
That's your twin.
Out and about town?
You gonna call him twin?
Yeah, he'd go to a restaurant. Hey, Jaylen.
That's twin right there.
Yeah.
So you think that the dude who was being mistaken for a football player in San Francisco and clearly tried to move away from that would walk around Houston pretending to be Jaylen Brown? That's what you think is going to happen?
Hey, you don't have to pretend.
It's just like the dude that walk around pretending to be C.J. Stroud.
Well, you don't even have to admit it or say you are Jaylen Brown, but if you get confused for Jaylen Brown, just take everything that comes with that.
You could get the girls, too.
That's what I'm saying. Take everything
just walk around in the Galleria with the Jaylen Brown jersey.
I never said I was Jaylen Brown. Good morning.
Hey, girl, I'm Jaylen Brown. I play for the Rockets.
No, don't do that. You don't want to be that guy. But
you'll get somebody in the Galleria if you do that.
But secondly, to your actual point,
I was like, y'all, I'm actually kind of offended by this. Y'all think I don't got no code in here? Y'all think I don't have no morals?
But to your actual point, I will say I don't think it's going anywhere. This story is just going to continue. Even going into the preseason next year, there's going to be questions about it and such. So I don't think you're necessarily out of bounds.
Would you be down for a Jaylen Brown trade after hearing all of this?
Not as much as Reggie, but yeah. Yeah, okay. I would absolutely.
So this don't scare you at all, just the behind-the-scenes type of stuff.
I think you think about it, but just in terms of the player, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Would you?
Look, I'd consider it, right? Because, again, we saw what that game was last night, and you go, all right, how are you getting yourself closer to those things? If you're talking about a dude who seems to be more formed, I mean, the Boston Celtics, he was that central force. And if you are in this place where, because I think there are people that are now questioning, can Alperen Şengün be that central guy that you're talking about? That feels like a little bit closer, especially with still some more upside and some more a runway ahead of his career in Jaylen Brown, who's been to that level, but also still has something ahead of him, as opposed to Giannis, which feels a little bit like it's trending down. And I think he speaks to some of the things that you need. He speaks to the capability of being outside scoring. Also fits in that defensive context really well. I think that those fit a little bit nicer if you want to go superstar hunting.
Yeah,
you know.
No, I would be down with it.
So I get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Salute and congratulations to Shaquille O'Neal, who graduated from LSU. And this is what it sounded like when he walked across the stage and they announced his name.
Shaquille, I hate Charles Barkley O'Neal.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That will be replayed, of course, and replayed again. Yeah.
It's
awesome.
Hey, Shaq. Like, I appreciate the trolling because I know that they actually like have great appreciation for one another. But isn't this where the young folks will say rent free? Like wasn't. Chuck wasn't over there. He ain't had nothing to do with that.
I think
just having fun.
I think they was talking about it. I bet you I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, I bet you they're just having fun.
Maybe so.
And that's Shaq at his best.
Maybe so. All right, that's another edition of the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on the program. Hit them up if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and we'll do that next.
What was PC's immediate reaction? Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a good one thus far. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that here in a moment. Just out of nowhere, which I realize I've done a lot less this year, but you would understand why, is just check the MLB standings, because every once in a while, just see what's looking like. Astros still 5 games out of the top of the AL West, because there is not a single solitary team in the AL West 500 or above.
Yep. Everybody's under 500 in the division, and you're still, what, 5.5 games back?
5 games back, even at this point.
Yikes. You know what's funny about the Astros, and we talked about this happening, anything close to what of the offense you had in April last night, Imai gets his first win.
Correct.
You starting to worry about that a little bit?
That's a great, yes. Yes. Yeah? Yes, I am. I've been thinking about that because
here we are, we're talking about they scored 6 runs, but what does it matter? Their pitching stunk and they gave up 10. Last night, we were talking about Imai and sort of we're back and forth a little bit on how we feel about it, but anything close to that offense that we saw almost every night, that's a dub.
Yeah, and obviously I imagine that some injury is affecting it. Jeremy Pena just makes his way back yesterday, and I imagine that should help, but obviously you traded that off with Altuve going to the IL the day prior. And then, Jake Myers is coming back, but he is no offensive stalwart that we're talking about here. So, yeah, man, it feels like a level of lack of luck on top of the already all of the issues that you already have with the Astros and, the spending and the ability to identify talent, so on and so forth. And I feel like I'm trapped within it because I keep looking at these standings and go, the spot still is not wrong that you're not far out from it.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it's not going to get any better if you keep, at best, splitting series and such, right? You're not going to be able to claw your way back. But it's still within reach to the point of you kind of have to, you're not at the place where you just let go of the rope because it's inevitable. This is clearly the way that this is going. This is a hell of my own making, watching the Astros right now, really and truly. And because it's still within reason, it's like, all right, I have to look for Tatsuya Imai is looking like he's turning the corner, and does that if he's able to give you better performances like you saw yesterday, right? And obviously better from that as well. Are you able to find enough offense to make some of these things go? And it's just like, I hear myself too.
Yeah.
I get it that there's people listening going, what the hell are you doing? It's a 19-30 baseball team. And I go, I hear it too, but I keep looking at all the factors and go, you kind of still have to keep trying because there's a possibility.
You almost have to. Because I think we all kind of are in a similar place, maybe different degrees of, I don't know about this year. To paraphrase Raphael Stone, maybe it's just one of those years, But the standings say otherwise. The standings say no one on your team is above in your division is above 500, so you kind of got to keep chugging along and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and even though you've allowed just an ungodly amount of runs, you also have scored the most runs of anybody in your division. And so eventually you imagine that comes back. No, but maybe not. Maybe you just had the hottest run to start the season offensively, and this is all leveling out. Now, one of the things that it still feels like is that Christian Walker might not be on this team at the deadline because, it's going to be hard-pressed for this team to not be sellers.
It is going to be hard pressed, but again, what if they're still within 6.5 games come July? You almost wish it would swing one way or the other, right? Either just drop drop 10 games behind, or get within 3.5. One way or the other. You got to do something, because just this kind of this middle area here is just sort of a tease, and it's not going to really accomplish what you really need, and that's to retool.
And a fair point. If they do play 500 baseball, they will make up ground slowly but surely, because, again, the division is not good. Do you agree with this person on the text line from the 713? Right now, I don't know that I want to take Bryce Matthews out to put Jake Myers in. Bryce Matthews has been an enigma in and of himself as well. Like, there's been instances where you very much see the prospect there that gives you some level of hope. And then also just at the plate, you see the instances where, here's a couple of hits and getting on these base paths. But then you also see the instances where it's just nothing, and it's all or nothing in that way. Plus, you see some of the moments in defense where you go, okay, solid, but then you'll have it really does feel like it fluctuates all the way around, both offense and defense for him. Is that something that you just want to stick out, or do you want to go back to the Jake Myers experience as well?
See, I'm really kind of going back and forth on this, because Jake Myers clearly better defense more consistently. I would guess we can agree on that.
Certainly.
But the upside of the offense makes me want to see Bryce Matthews out there a little more. It's been viral, hot and cold, but when it's good, it's really, really good.
I'm interested to see what the corresponding move would be to get Jake Myers on as well, right? Because Cam Smith has been real questionable, and we talked about
not health wise.
No. And we talked about it. Like, does it feel like he might need a little bit of stint to go build some confidence back before he makes it up? But it would feel weird to send Cam Smith down to option him and sit with like DeZenzo and Bryce Matthews on this roster right now.
Well, but you got to do something, because you're going to make that move. And Cam Smith, everybody in the organization is saying, boy, you ought to see him in the batting cage. He's hitting 101. You ought to see him in the batting cage. He's hitting everything. He's timing up everything just perfect.
That's like so much of the ethos of the Astros.
Did you see those stories? The people were talking about, man, in the batting cage, he is just. It's like they said it to 110. To 110, that's right. They said it to 110. Man, he can hit that 110-mile-an-hour batting cage ball a country mile. It's like me on the driving range at golf. Man, I hit every shot pure.
Then you get on the course.
And then I get on the course. It's like Cam Smith in the batting cage. He can hit 110. In the game, it's just not happening, which clearly is a mental thing.
Yeah. I guess that's fair. And somebody said Bryce can play second too. That let's not forget. He does get in there, but with Payne back as well, like Payne holding down shortstop, you want him to be there every day as much as possible. Like, I don't know exactly how many days off he would need from time to time coming back off of that injury, but I feel like more than often than not, you want him at short. And it seems like the Shoemake thing is also now.
I like him, and all kidding about the Aggies aside.
No, I hear you.
He's really shown something.
I mean, now
consistently shown something.
Right, and how much of that though is going to remain consistent with all of this thing? It feels like nothing is consistent when it comes to this Astros team in this point.
Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Cam Smith just needs to face a starting pitcher that throws 110, and then we're in business.
Oh, man. All right. Thanks to Dan Amato. We get to crosstalk with these fellas. And I don't know. Do you guys feel the same futility that you feel when you talk about these Astros? Especially because this came up because I've looked at these standings, and it's just like they're still looking at an AL West where nobody's above 500, and in theory they could still contend. But we keep watching this baseball team and seeing what's happening. Even the small things of like Tetsuya Imai looking more feasible. Like, obviously the stuff looked really good, controlling it a little bit better, but unfortunately getting a loss because your offense now isn't there. Like, it feels like if it's not one thing, it's the other here.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, look, it's rough, but last night was a win, boys. That rain couldn't have come at a better time.
Oh, you think so? You thought you felt it coming? Is that what was happening for you?
He'd shown us enough.
Yeah.
It was time to shut him down and get somebody else in there and let the young fella have a little confidence between now and his next start. That rain hit at a perfect time.
That's a fair argument.
Now, I mean, obviously, I'd like
for those bats too.
I'd like for the bats to wake up, but that's the least of my worries right now. I mean, if we can get a pitching staff that that can somewhat give us a chance, I feel like our bats are damn sure going to give us a chance. Didn't last night, but I feel like long term they will. Last night was perfect. And in fact, when that rain delay hit and they pulled that tarp out there, and I realized I saw him sitting over in that dugout having a little chit chat realize he's putting that glove up.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I went on to Netflix. I went on to Netflix for that Spurs game.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you got yourself comfortably excited to be able to flip over to that basketball game.
Well, I went to Netflix first, and then I remembered. I was like, no, I got to click this thing off and get over there and watch him Spurs, baby. I'm a Spurs fan right now.
Yeah,
not just a Texas team fan. I'm a Spurs fan right now.
Oh wow,
yeah, I'm a
Spurs
Spurs
fan.
fan.
The next level of it.
Yeah, I mean that's fun to watch, man.
That's an example of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. That's I mean, obviously it starts with all joking aside, it starts with just being the Texas team that's representing our state, and I'm all behind them. But that team's easy to like.
It is.
That is the way they play. They look like they've got a plan every time up and down the floor. They look like they've got guys that got control of what the hell they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they got multiple guys, obviously, as we talked about yesterday, the depth to be able to keep up with how deep Oklahoma City is. And then obviously big boy in the middle.
That's the thing.
I mean, the whole thing is you got young players flourishing, like rookies flourishing. You got young up and comers that are taking the league by storm. You got a deep team. You got a scheme.
Mm-hmm.
You got a coach over there that, I mean, we ain't over there looking at his ass with his old forehead wrinkled up every damn time the camera pans over there to him because his team ain't doing basketball things, simple basketball things well. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm a fan. I'm a fan right now, no doubt.
Well, the thing with Wemby is he's the kind of player that I think is even a cut above, all the Hall of Fame names that we know, because he's a guy that the casuals are going to tune in like they did with Tiger Woods, like they did with Muhammad Ali, if you want to go back further, like they did with some of these players that are beyond just, oh man, that guy is one of the best there's ever been. I think he's just incredibly culturally a crossover. For my wife, usually we get in the middle of the fourth quarter of a game, she takes off, she puts on her robe, goes to the bedroom and says, tell me how it ends, tomorrow morning. She stayed and watched the whole damn thing.
I'm intrigued to see how much, because we've not seen someone not born here be able to talk or to be able to take over like
a sport,
athletes you spoke of,
yeah,
like Ali or Jordan or even LeBron, more modern, or
Tiger,
yeah,
because he is that.
We have not, but we've just not seen a non-American pull it off here. I mean, I can't think of who's a non-American that's taken over an American sport like that. I always used to say, if Ortiz was American and that language barrier, he would have been a much bigger star than Jeter.
A language barrier might have been part of it, I think.
Which you don't really have with Wemby.
You don't have with him. And also the likability factor with him is just off the charts. And you could, hot and cold with Ortiz.
I just see, I think the likability with Ortiz was
definitely a lot of that.
He was just a huge personality. He was like Shaq.
I just think
didn't. But
he kind of is now on the Fox broadcast, right?
I mean, like my daughter-in-law texted the family today. This morning, like talking about that, like that just doesn't happen.
Well, he's a freak too. When you turn the TV on, like he's doing things.
Stands out.
7'4". I mean, he's doing things that you just. I mean, usually it's like just freakish athletic ability of some of these guys, or a combination of size and athletic ability. And I'm not minimizing his athletic ability, but 7'4". I mean, he just that late in the game, I was in the fourth quarter before the overtime when he got the ball down low and that padded back to the basket kind of. And then he just finger rolled, like he ends up just putting it in the bucket.
He got the pass and just kind of flicked it in.
I think he was over Caruso. But, I mean, he just reaching like over Caruso's shoulder and head, just like he's not even there, and laying it in. You're just like, damn. Like that's your most common. You don't even got to be a fan of basketball and know the rules of basketball to enjoy watching that dude do his thing.
I got to be honest. There's a lot of interesting conversations that you guys had to be had out of this. I found it interesting. I see, I think me and you, Lopez, kind of coming from the same cloth. Reggie on some other stuff. we come
knew
from the same cloth. Like, I don't know what it is about Giannis that Reggie has a personal and all
that's my Nigerian brother.
All the Nigerians are rolling around in their living graves to just hear how Reggie puts him down. Like Reggie, like I get where Reggie's coming from, but damn it, like. When you say, well, I don't know if I want to bring Giannis over here because it doesn't solve some of the other issues. No, No, the other issues you have is you can't find shooting. Although everybody else in the league can find shooting, there's 3 and D dudes rolling all around the league. Right? As I said before, somehow Luke Kennard just keeps finding his way through. Somehow the Lakers found Kennard and Rui.
Yeah.
Like, so you can look around, you can find shooting. That's the biggest problem. No. You get the dudes in here, and then you figure out what you can do around them.
Yeah,
you can't watch last night and say, "Hey, man,
we're good."
Hey, I want to just, hey, let's just build this thing organically. No, you did.
Yeah,
you had all the picks. You had top 5 picks for years and years, and you did bring Amin's good. Şengün's good.
I just simplified it.
They're not this good.
You don't. It may or may not work if you bring someone like Giannis in. We don't know. It may or may not work.
May not.
But I know it won't work this way.
Absolutely.
That's why I think
we just watched these two teams, the Spurs and the Thunder, build organically like I think you want to.
Yeah.
And you had that was your time to do it. You got Amin, you got Reed, you got Jabari. All of them were top 5 picks that you had.
Yeah.
They just took it to a whole nother. And again, they're not bad players.
No,
boys, you could put Jordan, you could put Kobe, you could put LeBron, you could put any of those players on the Rockets team, and they ain't playing with these two teams.
If they're in their prime,
I put them dead in the middle of their prime.
You're insane.
You're insane. Okay. They are absolutely the others, the coaching and the others. Not a chance. Not a chance.
No,
this Rockets team is not one of any player, even the greatest to ever do it, away from competing at that level.
No, I think LeBron in his prime,
and Jordan,
no chance,
and Jordan in his prime, and Kobe in their prime.
No chance with this group and this coach. No
with
chance.
Kevin Durant and
no chance.
Yes, I do.
No chance.
With Kevin Durant,
it's a good place to leave this show.
I just watched the Indiana Pacers force this Oklahoma City team to Game 7. I think LeBron in 2011 could.
I'm glad you brought up the Indiana Pacers, though, and this is where I'll leave it on. Is I think that this is the new meta of building in the league, where we came out of an era where it was get you a grip of superstars and then figure out the rest. And I think that this should shift to it needs to be a cohesive unit, because that Pacers team was not like, hey, here's our superstars. It was, we got guys that all fit together really well and make this whole thing come together. That's why my thought process is not, hey, just drop in another Giannis and we'll figure it out.
I get it. I'm just saying you've done it. You tried it. Yeah. Like, I mean, or because the other thing is, let's just
try again.
Let's just keep rolling. Let's keep rolling that thing up. Man, I don't know if you're going to get that many top 5 picks in a row again, and then get the picks like
all
you
needed
used
was
with
a
James
coin flip
Harden
to hit the right
stuff,
way.
and stuff like that. Yeah, you couldn't, man, and you've built it pretty. You built it. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
you got you to the 2 seed last year. It's just these jokers have just. I mean, they are just nailing these picks to go along with the superstars.
That was just fun too, man.
They not only have SGA and Wemby, but they also hit. Yeah. That was the thing about watching them. The other dudes around. This Dylan Harper dude in about 2 years.
He had a historic night. He had a historic night that nobody paid attention to because Wemby was crazy.
Him and Magic were the only ones that did what he did last night.
Aaron Fox just don't even have to play.
All right, fellas.
Best player.
Excited for what you guys got in the next 4 hours. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow for Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to DNM Audleys for the crosstalk. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live in the building. You heard Clint Stoerner in there. You see Tyler Milner. He is freshly shaved, folks. He showed me today in the parking lot.
Oh,
and he
got Velcro.
That had to be a good 45-minute job. That right there.
That's soft as a baby's
body. That had to be and he was as hairy as it
straight
gets,
razor.
Man.
That
had to be at least 2 apparatuses. I mean, you did not just attack it with one.
I use clippers every time. I sure as hell ain't using Nair.
I know, but you had to clipper that down first and then use
just all clippers, man. Straight one pass. Right. Well, maybe not one pass technically.
Yeah, you had to go back and clean that thing up. You get a few stragglers.
That must have been the Donald Sterling clippers you were using.
My floor looked like Trophy Barbershop in Midtown, Texas.
You got to do it in the shower, man. Let it all run to the drain, and you pick it up at once.
Did you just say Donald Sterling?
Yeah, you used the Donald Sterling. If that was all clippers, you had.
I don't like that.
You had more of an aggressive, not a racist, but more an aggressive.
Yeah, but I'm a white guy, and there's a comparison involving Donald Sterling, so let's just not do that.
I mean, that takes a lot of white guys off the board, didn't it? older white guys off the board. And younger. But anyway, but no, man, he came in freshly shaved. It's good. I like what you started off with early with him. Hey, man. Imai. That's all that. Hey,
I'll get carried away here.
I'm not getting carried away. I said, what did I say before we left? Do you
Yeah.
I said, how do you feel? Do you think he's going to make you feel better about him once that game ends? And both of you gave distressed looks on your faces before you tried to answer. Many of you texted. Once somebody flat said, no, there's no hope for him. That's what that person texted. No, he's going to make me feel worse. There's no hope for him. Hey, if he could have avoided that big fella, 56, who looks like he could play D tackle for the Vikings. I don't know, man. Something. Maybe come here. Josh Bell, if he could avoid his ass, he'd have had a night. Hey, 4 2/3, that was stopped by the rain. Honest to God. Again, if he could have avoided Josh, I think he had a quality start in him.
No question.
Like he had a quality start, guys. No walks.
That's huge.
No
In all seriousness, that's bigger than I can even say that he was able to find the strike zone.
Honest to God, I didn't think he was capable of doing that.
Nobody did.
Minnesota swinging at balls had a lot to do with that.
But that's all right, though.
I like it.
He had that slider working.
Yeah.
He had that slider working.
Yeah.
He was rolling. But, I mean, no walks. Listen, I don't care who he did it up against. I don't care if it was the Houston Cougars women's softball team. No walks. I didn't think he was capable of doing
Houston Buffalo.
How are they catching strays, man?
It's not a stray. I'm just saying. I just thought of a team that swings bats. No, but, hey, man, for real. That was big of him. You wanted to see progress, and he was pitching pretty well. He looked like a major league starter out there, Clinton. That's all you can ask.
When the team's highest paid pitcher is in the mind state that he was in, I'm gonna take every little bit I can. That rain, thank you, Jesus. That rain came at the perfect time.
Somehow you don't think you didn't feel good about
I didn't want to see it. Nope. 4 2. Was it 4 2/3 or 5 2/3?
Man, he was 4 2/3, 2 outs. He was ready to get it out of there.
4 2/3 was fine with me. You sure it wasn't 5 2/3? Once they get into the fifth inning, I guess they were batting, weren't they? Because he was on the bump when it happened.
He needed to get one more out.
That's right. Yeah, man, that was plenty for me. I'm with you. I mean, look, I'd love to see 7-8 innings of 3-run ball. I'd love, but at the end of the day, at that point in time, it was kind of like me in the first half of that Giants game. If they'd have benched me at halftime, I'd still be playing. Let me come out there and screw it up in the second half and never touch the field again. He had played a really solid first half.
You think
I'd still be playing Chief.
Real quick. How many years do you think that cost? If you would have sat down in the second half,
Lord, this is dangerous.
If you sat down in the second half, or you just got real Davis Mills conservative in that, how many years do you think that could have bought you?
Dallas Cowboys versus the Giants in New York with an amazing first half.
Hold on, what was the first half?
11 of 12 for like $120 and a touchdown, and we were up like 24-3 or 24-6 or something like that.
And then the second half, what happened?
I came out, drove him right down the field, and got down like from the 5-yard line, and I threw another touchdown. Was going to make it 31.
Howard Cross
got called back. It got called back on offensive pass interference, which was really defense. We had it schemed up, perfect play. We knew they were going to grab Jackie Harris, my tight end.
That's who it was.
My tight end, when he crossed face to the linebacker down in the goal line, they tackle your tight end because you're in the goal line so tight it never gets called. Well, he tackled my tight end. Well, I threw the touchdown to Rocket behind him on a little angle route. And they saw the tight end get tackled out of the corner of their eye, and they thought the tight end picked him instead of the linebacker tackled the tight end. So they threw a flag, called it back. I threw for some reason we had in our game plan a jump ball to Rocket Ishmael with Jason Sehorn covered him, who had about 4 inches on him. But I threw it up, and Sehorn picked it.
And that was the first of
that was the first of 4 in the second half.
4 in the second half. So if you had not thrown or just sat down after, how many years do you think that had bought you? 5?
More.
You think that first half performance that had bought you about 5 more?
No,
5, 6
no
more years.
question. The only thing they saw of me was my first start, which was left a lot to be desired. But I ran a touchdown, and then I come out and light it up in the first half, and then hang on to just don't turn it up, don't mess it up in the second half. Yeah, at least 5. You'd be sitting here working with a 9-year vet, Chief. You'd be sitting here. Ooh-wee.
Listen,
a lot more paper in the back too now.
I don't know. I was watching it, Tyler. It felt like he was in a groove. Again, if he could just avoid Josh Bell, Josh Bell was seeing something. All right, and he hung up that changeup. The changeup ain't supposed to be sitting that high.
That brings up another point, Ron. I'm not real because he only threw 4 changeups last night outside the other 2.
You don't disagree with
him. But one of them got hit out of the park. I don't know. I don't know if that bodes well for the Astros.
Yeah, that letter high 90 changeup.
The Astros are telling him, hey man, you got to throw more than 2 pitches. You got to throw more than 2 pitches. He throws a changeup and Bell parks it in the trees out there. And he's
I think what you're saying is fair. Because I did watch him, and I felt like he was in a good spot.
Oh, I agree.
Like he was rolling. But
what was he, 70-something pitches at that
74.
point in time?
Yeah. But Tyler and Clint, we've watched Imai. It can fall apart in an instant.
Very quickly.
He can lose the muffler. He could lose the radiator. I mean, it could just fall out the bottom of the car. All of it.
You might as well start with the tire. We've seen him lose tires,
Yes,
not just mufflers.
No, I mean the Mariners game, he was not rolling that bad. He had given up the 2-run homer. By the way, he has got to figure out that he seems to give up home runs every time he pitches. But he was going all right. He hit a guy. And then he hit another guy, and then he 4-pitched walk, and that turned into the complete car falling
salami.
apart. Right there, that fast. So I felt like he could have. I felt like he was destined to go 6, or at least go all the way up until Josh Bell came up again.
Let's find out.
And then he's good. But you're right. It could have turned into It could have Pete Lambert real quick.
No doubt.
The way it did. So yeah, No, I think there is something to, even though. It could have been more, and I think he knows it could have been more. He probably got some confidence with his stuff, like confidence in, hey, these jokers wasn't swinging at these these sliders that I'm intending to throw out of the strike zone, and now I got major league hitters to do it, and that may be more important to walk off the mound feeling like that as opposed to going deep.
Look here, his interpreter, I'm not real sure what he said, but his interpreter talking about he wanted to go more. Joe Espada talking about he could have gone more, would have gone more. Hey man, y'all can shove that where the sun don't shine. That rain came at a perfect time. Get that man that confidence, give him 5 days off, let that stew. Let him have a little bit of positivity here, not have to feel like he's got to explain the difference between Japanese baseball and Major League Baseball in America. And let's see if he can do it again next outing. That's exactly what we needed. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, text line coming out. I ain't gonna lie to you. The fact that he balked and didn't lose his ass was good. I don't know what happened there. That's the mound stuff he was talking about in America, right there. I bet he said it again. See, these stupid mounds.
these stupid Americans.
These stupid mounds. And I'm telling you, I thought, oh boy, because it does. It feels like anything can trigger it. I thought, oh boy, here we go.
Is it because we're on the metric system?
I don't know what it is.
Well, no, there's another thing. I read Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome said he adjusted his mechanics. He was falling off or leaning or something on these mounds, and it was causing some problems. Apparently, he corrected it. It was a posture, kind of a lean situation. He corrected it and felt a lot better yesterday.
I was about to say, it sounds like he's just got balance issues, like he's bow-legged or something.
Looks like that dirt or that rubber reached up and grabbed his ass. He spun out. Text line, he gave up 3 runs in 4 2/3, not even a quality start. Pump the brakes. No, there's no brakes to be pumped. This is a guy who could not just get out AA hitters. He could not throw strikes to them.
That's where we're at, friend. It's a step in the right direction.
And yes, he did what you will see normal pitchers do. We saw Pete Lambert do this. We've seen other guys, he came out there and he pitched the ball pretty well. He just made 2 mistakes, at least one mistake, that a guy who sees him clearly really well, he made mistakes to one guy on 2 pitches, and it was 3 runs. And he was headed that way. 5 strikeouts to no walks to major league batters. You can kiss all of my ass. I'm not pumping a single break.
This guy walked 5 people in Sugar Land the last time he was down that way.
What are you talking about? He kicked off the game against the Mariners before he went on the aisle. He walked the first 5 out of the 7 batters.
Yeah, in a season like this, you're going to take your wins like that.
Well, Tyler, we need this dude, man.
That was good. No, it was good. It was solid.
And it was stopped not because he had throw too many pitches, the rain stops.
Yeah. The reality of it is, if we have any chance this year, I mean, I love Hunter Brown. I love what we're seeing out of Spencer Arrighetti. I love the Hader and coming back and all. We don't have a puncher's chance if MI is not a factor in our pitching rotation. I mean, unless this Pete thing's real, we don't. We need the highest paid pitcher on our staff, starter on our staff to be nails. We need him to be. We need to be at least a fourth starter that we can depend on.
Well, and the big reason is that the Astros need it is because they seem to be hell bent on running him out there, regardless of if he's showing signs of being ready to pitch or not. There is nothing.
Tough love.
This
is Joe's tough love.
This is beyond tough love. I told you it felt like they threw a towel in. Like there's no way you run him out there the way they did. There's nothing that he did that
they're
said,
showing you right now, Ron, why they did it. You see how they just got to fight through it.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Yes. Now again, I pump the brakes. I'm not all of a sudden sitting here saying, all right, his next start he's fixed. I'm just telling you. I talked about him like a deserve it dog. Based off his performance when he performed like that. I asked, can you just look like a regular starter, and can you show me something that screamed to them, boy, this is why we got to go out and give him $18 million and give him player options. Well, that slider was dancing. Might not have been Chris Brown dancing, but it was certainly Lance Bass. All right, I'm sorry.
Not Usher, not Justin Timberlake, not Chris Brown.
What about Neo?
I mean, who was it? Maybe
Neo, maybe.
Maybe Neo. Maybe Neo. No, that's not too good. Maybe one of them Temptations. He was a backgrounder. Like he wasn't out there leading the show. All right, coming up as we continue.
that old boy that trapped J-Lo. That's who it was. I ain't even got his name. Is
no, that's Brittany. That's the one that tripped Brittany.
Federline's a good one. No,
Federline's a good one.
Chris somebody. Somebody named Chris. I can't remember.
All them backup dancers.
Text line give me Chris's last name.
Very forgettable white guy. Yeah.
Lance Bass felt like the weakest dancer of them.
I feel like J-Lo's was Latin or Latino or something.
His name was Chris. Chris something. He might have been.
That's crossover. Good crossover. That could be Chris any ethnicity.
It was Chris something.
Chris falls in all three of them.
Coming up.
He might used to be a Jabberwock.
The answer for the side of the ball that we will be watching that could be the difference for the Texans all season. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, look, if you're selling a home or you even thinking about selling your home, you know how the story goes, man. You get one offer, and it's somewhere between low ball and not good enough. We've all been there, and it's unfortunate, but here's how you keep that from happening, right? You lock arms with
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Hey, by the way, you got a chance to win. It pays to win to listen to The Drive, with your chance to win coming up a little bit later on in the show. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. St. Louis Battlehawks will be in town to take on the Houston Gamblers and that is the Gambler call right there.
That was a dud, right? That was like, it sounded like a bad firecracker.
Shell Energy Stadium.
Or the Battlehawks.
Is that for the Battlehawks? Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah,
if that
man, come on.
I just didn't know if that's
so hard on that.
I didn't know if the Gamblers ran out. I don't know.
That sounded like a bad bottle rocket.
I don't know if that's what the Gamblers ran out to.
Tired ass bottle rocket right there.
I don't know if that's what happened over at the.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? I thought 4th of July. I thought somebody done bought a dud
At the old Shell Energy. I didn't know that's how the Gamblers ran out. They played that. They ran out there.
Oh.
But you got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets coming up a little bit later on the show, listening to Sports Radio 610 and The Drive. All right, you tell me, Clint, because right now they are banking, and this is to me one of the biggest things with this offense, Clint, is how many ways can they be effective, right? And it seems like right now, run game.
Yeah.
And CJ don't mess it up seems to be where it is. What else do they have if that is somehow taken away or not as successful?
Well, look, we just spend so much time, rightfully so, talking about the quarterback and then the way that they address things on the offensive side of the football this offseason, talking about this run game as if we brought 5 Trent Williams in here to all of a sudden move mass. And rightfully so. Those are if CJ doesn't play better and we can't run the football like at least top half of the league, if not top quarter of the league, it's going to be rough on the offensive side of the ball. But those 2 big pieces are definitely important. But when you get beyond that, our conversations yesterday about Nico got me thinking, man. When you get beyond the C.J. Stroud and the run game, the expected run game for the Texans in 2026, what does the season really hinge on? And I think there's 3 things. I think it's health of your superstars, particularly Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins, more importantly. Number 2, I think it's scheme. I think Nick Caley has to not only take the next step from year 1 to year 2, but I think there's some scheme things that have to be expanded in a big way in order for this team to have the success. And then there's unknowns. And when I say unknowns, I'm talking about players, right? And so I'll start with the health overall. As I said, I think the reality of it is the way they built this offense, the way that they built this offense to date right now, if you lose one or, God forbid, both, we saw what that looks like, of Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, you are in trouble offensively. You are absolutely 100% in trouble offensively. I don't care how well you're running the ball. You can run the ball like the Detroit Lions if you want to.
That's damn sure what they showed us the last time.
If you lose one or both of those two guys, you're right now. And now some guys may emerge in training camp. All the what ifs and the speculation. Okay, fine. But right now with the Houston Texans, the season, I believe the season, definitely the offensive success in 2026 for the Texans hinges on the health of Nico Collins and the health of Dalton Schultz. And the reality of it is Nico Collins hasn't proven to us that he can stay healthy throughout a season. And even worse, he's shown us that in critical moments when this team needs him, he's been injured in the past. And so how much do you trust as a Texans fan, how much do you trust that Nico Collins is going to be healthy and available when you need him the most? Because we know what this thing looks like without Nico Collins. And I know there's some guys out there like Jaden Higgins. I know there's some guys out there, folks out there, ladies out there that really like what Noel does in the kick return game. But the reality of it is we don't know how high those guys' ceilings are. We don't know what they're capable of doing. And when they're out there on an island by themselves without Schultz and without Nico Collins, we're going to have some problems. So I think number one, Ron, for me, beyond CJ and beyond the ability to run the football is just overall health with your main two targets.
Let me ask you this, because I'm seeing someone text this in, because I understand the thought of it, because right now, would you say those are their top two non-running back weapons, right? Is Nico and Schultz. Those are the
look, I think Nico's the only real like explosive weapon that you have on the team, and then you look at Dalton Schultz, and he is just as quarterback friendly and very important to CJ Stroud. Yes.
And someone said here, doesn't that happen with any team if you take away their top two weapons? Why is it so much of a bigger deal for a team like the Texans?
Well, because they don't have the depth behind them. We've talked about it. We've talked about it. There's no offensive coordinator that's going to do more with less. There's no, beyond Nico Collins, there's really no weapons on this team that you can say, well, if Nico goes down, then all of a sudden this guy is going to be our X factor, and this guy is going to take the top off of defense, or this guy is going to be the guy we're going to get creative with. There are, as I said, there are some unknowns, which is my number 3 here. There are some unknowns that we'll see how they're used that could potentially fill that void, But yeah, to the texter's point, yes, it hurts when you lose your top receiver for anybody, right? But when you lose that guy, do you just your offense just go completely in the tank?
That's what happened in the playoff game.
That's what happened in the playoff game, right? And that's, I think that is a big thing for the Texans is, boy, you are really, really dependent on that one main guy. And boy, if you lose him, you could be in trouble, no doubt.
Yeah, no, and they've got to figure out because they don't even have to be lost. Like teams just say, all right, man, we're gonna take Nico and the running game away from you. What are you gonna do next?
Yeah.
Now the one thing is we've seen CJ in the past be able to get Noah Brown, a guy going, be able to get lesser receivers going when he either doesn't have his guys, because that's the other thing is we've seen CJ just not have those dudes and still the offense at times be effective. Hell, we saw it last year against the Niners where Nico and I think 2 for 20 were both out for that game, and we've seen them be able to do it. That's the other part is the other stuff around. Can your OC create something?
Yeah.
If those guys are taken away or you don't have their services.
Well, that to me that's number 2. I mean, the scheme question is about screen game and quick game. Can Nick Caley be just let's say on par with other offenses in the league in that scheme category? That's just got to happen, Ron. And that is a perfect fit for who the Texans are. You got receivers that y'all claim first and foremost have to be able to block. Well, you ought to have a good screen game. Right? To complement your run game, suck them in, make them pack the line of scrimmage, and then throw quicks outside and throw screens outside, leverage them to the sideline. I mean, it's a perfect fit for what you're doing in the run game as well. It's a perfect complement to what you're doing in the run game as well. So the scheme thing is a big piece of it. Then obviously with the unknowns, as I said, I think it's Jalen Noel. Like this season is really dependent on. We're talking about having an offense that's humming. I mean that's really humming. I think you got to keep those guys healthy, and you got to get the most out of Jalen Noel, whatever that looks like.
Coming up, the game of the night and what set maybe the tone for what could be an amazing series last night. The Spurs in double OT. If you are a legit sports fan and you even flipped that on, I don't know how you turned it off and didn't watch it to the end. Are we overreacting by the Spurs win and potentially being the thing that slays OKC? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Holy smokes! Ready?
The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime.
free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5 on 4. Wemby's going to pull a deep three.
Oh my goodness. A logo shot.
28-footer. Ties it at 108.
I about woke up the whole house on that one. I promise you. I about woke up the whole house. He came down, and it was. You ever been in a car accident, and it just seems to be slow.
Slows down, yeah.
I could see it developing, and I could see he's not gonna put this on the ground, or he's not passing it. He knew as soon as you could see it coming, and you could see he was loading up. Now nobody's getting a contest on his big ass anyway, but it don't matter. But you could see him loading up. I said, "Oh Lord, he's going up with this."
Shoot the
when I saw it, I looked down, I saw the time. I was like, "Okay, he's going up with this," and he just, stuck it. I just said, "My goodness." You talk about having a night. I think there's a lot to go to this game, Clint. A lot with the game, but kind of to what they were talking about earlier. Do you think last night was a moment where, this thing, I don't even know if it was passed, but just got taken away? Where, we've been trying to figure out who can just let LeBron go sit down and be the next face of the league. Did that happen last night? Did that, or
if you didn't know now?
I'm trying not to overreact to this. But that was on NBC, everybody watching, and I think a lot of people are almost approaching this like this is the finals. This has a real Seahawks-Rams feel to it.
Yeah.
Where the winner is. But did this happen? Did we just I know about 10 years ago, Colin Cowherd told LeBron he can go sit down because what's my man Ben Simmons? He's got it. He's got it taken care of. That's one of his worst things.
Yeah.
Hey Tyler, you got it. Have you seen him do? Have you seen Colin do that?
No, yeah, I remember that.
Oh boy, he's so confident with it.
Scalding cold.
He said, "Hey bro, LeBron, we're good here. You can sit down. We're good here." Did we see that happen with Wemby? Did Wemby just take over this thing, or we get a little? I'm gonna get a little carried.
Well, look, I think it may be a tad bit premature. It was game one of the Western Conference Finals, but I think you're onto something. To me, there's clearly the opportunity there, as you've mentioned this multiple times. SGA is not necessarily that guy. You look at Anthony Edwards; he's not necessarily that guy. All the old heads are falling by the wayside and not the face anymore. There's clearly an opportunity there and clearly a void there, and he's doing things in a way and seems like the way that he moves, Ron, he wants it and he damn sure can handle it.
Yep.
It looks like he's the real deal and could potentially be that guy. Now I think he's got to continue playing well in this series. Obviously, I don't know that he's arrived there with this year of being healthy in the dominant play. I don't know if he's arrived there yet, but he's damn sure he's damn sure next in line.
It's like the moment. It was such a big moment in that game. 40 plus, 24 rebounds. That last block shot that he got towards the end of the game, where Williams went up, he just absolutely engulfed it.
Yep.
And then, but all kind of culminate to the way he's been talking. He's been talking if you remember. All-Star game, he almost before the game forced everybody. Anthony Edwards, another guy who we've been saying is vying for the face of the league. He said, "Yeah, man, Wemby kind of set the tone," and he started talking about how hard he was going to play. Then I think we all of that to a point where he just said to hell with it and just tried to kill Naz Reid in the middle of the floor last week with an elbow. All of that, and then to that moment against SGA and to have the shot, the three to go over the top and just. Well, I don't know, boy. That was a moment. That was a moment.
It was a huge moment. There's no doubt about that. I was locked in. To me, the beauty of it and kind of the arrival of it for me is when I tuned in, there was about 9 minutes in the fourth, and the Spurs are within 9 minutes, and then they got down to 6 or so, and the Spurs, I think, had actually stretched it out to seven or 8 maybe. And then I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, "Yep, Ron said it. OKC's going to sit there and they're going to dabble around, and all of a sudden they're going to make that run, and you're not going to be able to handle it." The Thunder made, of course, over 2 overtimes and the end of the game, made several runs at the Spurs, and the Spurs
they even took the lead a couple times.
Yes, the Spurs had the opportunity to throw the towel in, and Wemby and company, because the others were great too. I don't want to minimize them, but they were not going to let it happen. I think that in a nutshell, the last 5 minutes of the game, then obviously both over OTs that were were must see TV. To me, the moment was multiple times could have been snatched from them, and they said, "No, you're not snatching it from us." That was big,
huge. Those are highlights, man, in that electric period game that we saw, especially in the second half and into the double overtime. Those are highlights we're going to see the rest of our adult lives. Like, that game was it was an instant classic. Put it on ESPN Classic tomorrow. I'd watch it again.
Well, it was one of those moments, right, fellas, where if you're on any kind of social, it was kind of driving you there. If you're on social, that you could
Astros
see
were on rain delay.
Yeah, they were on rain delay, but across the country, it was something that you were seeing. It became one of those you gotta get there, and I really don't know. And I see my man Gus here talking about LeBron's bum ass hadn't been the face of the league for years now. Now, who has been? He seems to always find himself in the wink wink primetime game on Christmas Day. He seems to, no matter where he is, where he is. No, he has still been the face of the league. Somebody needs to take it from him, but he has still been the face of the league. This is going to bring people back and say, I'm going to watch this from the jump.
Yep.
Like this was, plus it was a really good game of two good teams. And then I'm assuming we're probably going to see maybe one of the best of OKC's. We'll probably see Shea look more like Shea because he wasn't great in this game, which then you'll see even better basketball. You'll be like, boy, these two teams are – he's going to bring casuals to the game or bring people who don't necessarily watch it back to the game, and that's face of the league stuff. I don't know that Anthony Edwards was doing that. I don't know that Brunson was doing that. I don't know that has been happening since Steph and LeBron. And now we had reached a point where those guys were either too old or just not even in the games where it mattered. So this is a different thing. But I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit more concerned about OKC than I thought I would. I'm not shocked that the Spurs won the game, Clint. I said I could see them stealing this one. I know Shea did not play well, but if I were to have said this out loud to myself, all right, OKC's at home. SGA is going to have 24 points, 12 rebounds. Williams is going to return from the hamstring issue, which set him out the entire second round against the Lakers. He's going to come back and get you 26 and 7. And then White Mamba, the head man, bald man.
Bald Mamba Caruso.
Caruso's going to lead everybody with 31 points and go 8 from 14 from 3 himself. They're also going to force 23 turnovers, and right before the game, their second-best player for the Spurs, De'Aaron Fox, is going to be scratched. And you lose that game at home? They lost that game? that one.
Caruso was trying to carry him.
That was, listen, I know Chet had his entire heart taken from him.
Yeah. Chet might not be the same rest of
He might say he's either going to come and go on tomorrow, or he may be done against him because it seems to be personal with Wemby. But all of those things, man, and they didn't win the game at home. That is to me a bit concerning. It feels like SGA has to be great every game out for them to be able to have a chance in this series, and I don't think that's had to be the case for a couple of years now.
Well, we're going to see if if the Spurs can go at that speed and exert that level of energy for a 7-game series. We know Oklahoma City can. We've seen them do it to the tune of a championship. They lost last year. They lost in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals and then took them to 7, didn't they? Or was that in the championship?
Well, they went to 7 with the Pacers.
There you go.
Yeah.
They lost game 1 against the Pacers, and then they ended up going to. We know that Oklahoma City can play and run up the minutes. Can the Spurs do what they did last night? They got some dudes played a lot. Hell, everybody played a lot of minutes last night in double overtime. But can they play at that level long enough in a series to dethrone the champion? That's the question. Last night was awfully impressive, and yes, Wemby was clearly the headliner. But I mean,
it's all we talked about it last week. They just have so much around him that you could lose De'Aaron Fox, turn the ball over 23 times, and still Dylan Harper do what he did, and Johnson off the bench do what he did. He's the 6th man of the year and do it. Like it was impressive for them to defensively. It's like the only time you see a team that defends like OKC does.
Yeah,
they're in passing lanes. That was some high level basketball.
Yeah, they are nasty on the defensive end of the floor. On the offensive end of the floor, it looks like they have a plan, which obviously starts with going through Wemby. And if Wemby can't get position, and they've got a plan to move and kick it and move it around, and they never go stagnant. They got guys that can at least are dependable shooters at the very worst. They don't have any black holes that just can't shoot a soul out there on the floor and. They all knocked down shots last night, man. It was if they can keep this thing rolling and knock off the champs, it's going to be big. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be real popular in these parts, Tyler. But I'm not only rooting for the Spurs because it's a Texas team. I'm in with the Spurs.
Man, you're rooting for the Spurs and you're pulling for James Harden. I'm going to throw up.
The Harden thing is just I've got a heart and you don't. I mean, that's
what it is.
It's just a heart thing. It's not a fan thing. This started as just a Texas thing.
No heart for turds.
And then when I watch them, Tyler, my eye, both of those teams last night, but my eye just loves to watch what they do.
I want to apologize to Min Thompson for that drive-by without saying your name from Clint. When he talked about they just don't have a black hole out there that can't shoot.
Let's be honest, he ain't the only one. I mean,
he had to be the front of the list.
I mean, Tari shot about like me for about 3/4 of the season this year.
I feel like Kobe.
And he runs around like a space cadet the rest of the time, like he doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
We know you were talking about.
I really did not have Amin Thompson's name on my. But it's fair. It is an accurate assessment.
The first name that came to my mind.
You are fair. That is very fair. I get it. I get that the shot was taken. I get it.
Wait till you hear this, boy. If you're a hardcore Texan fan that loves when the national media talks up the Texans, you're going to love this. I think he's badass crazy, but you are going to love this. Wait till you hear what a prominent member, I don't know if he's prominent, but a member of the national media had to say about what he believes the Texans will be next year. That's next.
To the first.
Print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint Stoerner's in the building. Tyler Milner is in here. We appreciate you jumping in with us. Please make yourself a part of your show. This is your show as much as ours. We just plan it and make the decisions on a lot of the content. But it's as much your show as it is anybody's. So if you are on the text line 713-572-4610, I see you out there, Cornbread, just letting it ride. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, our normal cats that are here with us. I see you, Jordan. I see you, Adam. Rob is usually going to find his way in. Joel's in the building. Chewy's in the building on Twitch. So we appreciate you jumping in with us. Hang out with us as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. Remember, coming up in this show as well, you got a chance to win. It pays to listen to The Drive. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Gamblers in action Sunday, May 24th. They will take on the St. Louis Battlehawks. You got a chance to win. Got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets coming up at some point in the show. So stay tuned. Make sure you're listening and hanging out. People on the text line, Clint, you get them every time, don't you?
What happened?
Rockets fans don't cheer for the Spurs. Texas team, why? I hate the Spurs. Houston hates the Spurs. Clint did that stupid-ish when the Rangers beat us in 23. Went for them in the World Series because they play in Texas. Screw that.
Yeah. Look, if
he's consistent though.
I am Texas through and through, and I'm going to root for the Texas team before I root for a team outside the state of Texas. Period. Point blank. There's
Oklahoma.
Just the way it is. I mean, anybody outside the state of Texas.
That's all Dallas is, South Oklahoma.
I mean, look here. That's just the reality of it. I don't hate any of them. I don't hate the Cowboys. I don't hate the Mavericks or the Spurs. I don't hate the Rangers. I don't have room in my heart for hate for sports teams. Now, some people, sure, but the sports teams aren't it. I like to see my fellow Hill Country folks out there that are big Spurs fans that cover the Spurs. I like to see them have a little success. If we can't have it, and it's not going to come at our expense, then I like to see my fellow Texans succeed. Have some fun, cover a team that's fun to cover. Hey, that's where I'm at, man. If you want to walk around with hate in your heart because of the team colors, so be it, man. Do you?
I do.
Sports hate.
That's fair.
Sports hate in your heart.
Yeah. I mean,
you
if you can't turn on the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Spurs game right now and enjoy what you're watching.
Oh, I enjoyed every sec.
Yeah, right. Because you hate for the Spurs. So
do you have a number one on your hit list, Tyler? He said person. You got a number one sports hate person on your hit list?
Oh man, there's probably like a 3-way tie near the top. James Harden, obviously. Heard his tendencies all over the place.
You got to come up with one.
I don't know. I think it's a tie. I think it's Harden, Aaron Judge.
I think Steph
and probably Mike Fires.
What about Steph Curry?
Steph falls below them.
4-way tie.
It's not. No, you got to have one. I got one. I know who I want to fail.
Mine's probably, if I had to pick one, Mike Fires,
That's
the
what
Rat King,
Clint said.
formerly known as Matt.
Wants to fail.
Fires.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah. Mine is Jim Nance. I want him to fail on every call.
And you deserve that one more than anybody.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's one of the best.
I don't know how
got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I don't know how he records losses in what he does, but I want him to get them.
Hold on, so
I mean, I want him to get duds in the final round of these tournaments. I want Scotty Scheffler, nobody to be near it. So he has bad calls. I want Tony Romo to get progressively worse. I want him to get worse. So he makes Jim worse.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
But I mean, that's just me. That's just sports hate that I have in my heart.
I don't have that hate in my heart.
I know you don't.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. That the only thing that I seriously brings me joy when I see them lose, and it's a very, very faint, but it is there, is good old Rocky Top.
I was going to say, do you sports hate Philip Farmer?
No. I mean, Philip had nothing to do with me tripping. Hell, I mean, I sports hate him because he didn't send me one of them lunch bags that he was handing out to all them recruits with them millions of dollars in it. I believe that's the least they could do, send me one of them. Send me one of them national championship rings or something. Hell, at least acknowledge. Yeah, the Tennessee, when I see that bright orange and them having any level of success in any sport, I'm not going to lie, it hits me a little different. But that's about it.
That's about it, yeah.
That is about it. And be honest with you, I don't feel comfortable. I really don't feel comfortable with that. Be honest with you, because they have been really, really good to me before and after.
It's just Jim to me.
Yeah,
and he's not been good to me, and he flaunts it in my face. Only time I ever went to the Fertitta Center to watch U of H basketball.
That's right.
They were inducting him into some.
You can't get away with it.
I can't get away from him.
Oh man.
Oh, it's not good, Jim.
Come on, Tony. Keep getting worse.
I'm
really
doing
upset.
the best I can, Jim.
I hope he jumps in one of his calls again, like he did the Super Bowl.
I think Bobby Petrino was on that list for me. Was on that list.
Oh, was. We got
the fact that he came to Arkansas and faced some music as the offensive coordinator and literally said, I feel like I've got unfinished business here. The fact that he was able to voice that that went a long way for me.
He pitched you smooth ball. He took it. I mean, he set you guys back a few years.
Well, he set the organization back for sure, but it was one of those where I don't know that I've ever experienced, other than playing and obviously fumbling the damn ball, but I don't know if I've ever experienced fandom hurt like that. When I remember topping that mountain, if you've ever been to Fayetteville, you top a mountain and you're looking down into Fayetteville and you can see the city and the stadiums, all the baseball, football. You can see it when you top that mountain. It's just all rolling hills and Ozarks, I believe, and boom, 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 all these mountains, trees. But all of a sudden you top this hill and boom, it's sitting right there.
Loose gravel.
I mean, what was that? Loose gravel
at the top of the hill, from what I understand.
There used to, but since there was when I was there. But
not good.
The first time I topped that hill after he did what he did, my stomach fell out, Chief. I didn't expect it, but he did it.
He had explanation for everything. Just couldn't explain why she was on the back of that bike.
Just didn't have to lie. Should have told her. Should have been honest.
Just couldn't have come up with why she was on the back of that bike.
I can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
Text line coming in, Dan. What did Jim do? One day we're going to do the origin story of the drive, and that portion of it will be highly documented. If you don't know about Jim Nance. All right. I wonder, and be as objective as you possibly can. I wonder how people will hear this. Lejay Douzable, he is a 10-year veteran. He works with CBS Sports, and he had comments about how he feels we should be looking at the Houston Texans coming up in this season. And I wonder if you think he's spot on, if you think he's aggressive. I'm just going to let you hear what he has to say, and then I'm wondering what your thought is, and we'll discuss off this. But here he is talking about how he sees this Texans season coming up.
The floor for the Houston Texans should be the AFC Championship game. And that's saying a lot because they've never been to an AFC Championship.
Which is crazy.
But they've been to 3 consecutive divisional rounds, to your point. This is probably the best defense in football. I will say it's the best secondary in football. Them and Denver are neck and neck for the best defense in football. They were so dominant. 2 edge rushers that are all-pro, a corner that's an all-pro, a linebacker that is a pro bowler, and then so many frontline starters that are really good. So the big question mark was the offense and the offensive line to C.J. Stroud. Well, I thought Nick Caserio, the GM, did a masterful job this offseason refortifying that offensive line, and they have something that they haven't had, Jacqueline, in the last couple of years, depth on the offensive line. And for a quarterback, that gives you so much confidence because I felt like C.J. Stroud the last couple of years has been playing sped up, right? When you don't have good protection up front, it speeds you up in progressions. Now that C.J. Stroud knows that he has a subsequent talent up front on the offensive line, and they've also put pieces in front of him to protect him, he'll be able to take his time to go through those progressions and find some of those young receivers on the outside. Also getting David Montgomery was massive. When they lost Joe Mixon, he was the guy that kind of steered the ship right when it was going off course, and they didn't have that last year. So now they have a guy that's a bull in a china shop that is going to run downhill and be physical. So to me, for the Houston Texans, the floor should be the AFC Championship game, and I have them going 13-4.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, it really did. By the way, the floor definition, the lowest acceptable baseline or limit for quantity, price, or standard. That is the floor of something.
The ceiling is the roof.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Your thoughts on that? 10-year vet right there saying the floor for the Texans should be the AFC Championship game, season 13-4. That is the floor. Your thoughts, Clint?
I think he's delusional. Look, I think this team has
one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
I think this team has an extremely high floor. I think the point of the overall point of Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans have built a team with an extremely high floor. I get it. That's the point he's making. He lost me at 13 wins is a floor, and he lost me at AFC Championship is a floor. That there are a lot of question marks in Houston. There's a lot of unknowns in Houston. There's a lot of gotta-haves in Houston. And to set anybody, much less the Houston Texans floor at the AFC Championship game, I think is setting yourself up to fail.
Yeah, I just think I don't know how that can be the floor. I mean, for me, if I look at the Texans, the floor, the absolute floor is above 500. Like floor, like to me, the floor, the worst that they can be that's acceptable, right? Like I said, I believe they'll be. I said 11-6 and they'll win the division, but the absolute floor is, 9-10 wins. And really wild card, like that's a floor. Hell, I would say AFC. They feel like AFC Championship is like closer to the ceiling than it is.
Well, hell,
floor.
That's one game from the ultimate prize. It's got to be closer.
Yeah, I would say it's the ceiling. I don't even know how many teams there are in the league that I would say the championship game is their floor.
What position did Leger play?
I don't know. That's a good.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's a defensive guy.
That's gotta be.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's a defensive guy, boys.
I'll hunt this down. He's got safety written all over.
I didn't get that. I didn't see the size.
Safety. Maybe there was a linebacker that's lost some weight. He's got safety written all over it.
Defensive lineman.
Wow. There you go.
And he played a little tackle and in.
Wow.
There you go. Inside
lineman.
There you go. Yeah. It's got defense written all over it.
Yeah. Like to me, even if you said even if you told me my expectations are that the Texans made the AFC Championship game, I think that's fair expectation. But what the Rams is that? I don't even think is there a team how many teams in the league with the floor where you're like the baseline for you is the title game.
Yeah. The bottom line for me is you can't say that whenever this team has existed for 24 years now and they've never sniffed that point. I hope he's right. I hope they get there, but they have never sniffed a title game.
If you watch this team play last year and your expectations, your legit, not fan expectations, but as an analyst and a former player and that watching through that, you can honestly sit there and say, yeah, man, if these boys don't go to an AFC Championship, I'm going to be disappointed. Based on what you see, right? I ain't talking about fan. I'm talking about based on what you see. I think that's plumb-ass silly.
Yeah, you're phrasing the verbiage because I agree 100%. As a fan right now here today, I am hoping they get to that point. I think defensively, at least, they have the talent to do so. But to say that's the floor, buddy.
It's rich.
Let me introduce you to Houston football and the history of it.
Yeah, I just, they just have, and to me, and I'm somebody who I think is a supporter of him and a believer more than others. I just think they just have too many questions at the quarterback position to have like that's the floor. Text line coming in. Y'all don't have to agree with the man. Hell, y'all come on these airwaves and say dumb-ish all the time, LOL. Listen, I have only said 2 to 3 things this dumb in my 6+ years here. And really they aged dumb.
Took a while.
If you're gonna text that, provide an example.
David
please.
Johnson's one of my worst. That aged dumb. That first game, man, against the Chiefs, man, he had about 76 yards rushing. Thought, there we go, man. That aged dumb. 2 or 3. Okay. I'm down on that. No, I just don't even know how you arrived there. I think they are a really good football team that I would not be shocked or surprised if they were in the AFC Championship game. Like right now, if you ask me right now today, would I be shocked or surprised if the Texans were in the AFC Championship game? No. That can't be the floor. Like, that can't be like
maybe division champion.
Yeah, like I mean that can't be the floor. Like
the South sucks.
Yeah,
we do win it often here with the Texans, so you could have gone with that.
That was it.
He was feeling it.
He was. He felt it. Felt it right on up out of there. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. We give a statement. You let us know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on the drive.
All right, we don't have to real or fake this one right here, y'all. Generator Super Center.
Be the designated caller, and a pair of tickets to see Journey could be yours. Courtesy of Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
All right, what we got here, Tyler? We got some breaking news.
We were just talking about a step in the right direction for these Astros. Well, of course, a step back now. Not great news for the Astros. Lance McCullers Jr., who was scheduled to start tonight in Minnesota, he has been scratched from tonight's start. Replacing him will be Jason Alexander on the mound for the Stros. Astros say they will announce further information later on today, including roster moves prior to tonight's 6:41 pitch. Bury him in the H.
Well, God, please don't be.
Pray it's a fingernail, boys.
Please, God.
Pray it's a nail issue,
I
boys.
I can't handle an elbow or shoulder from him. I really can't.
I don't think he can either.
I'd be crapping on my.
If this isn't a fingernail from Lance, I think he's done. If this requires any level of
he had
surgery,
a good outing his last day.
Exactly. Surgery and recovery, I think he's done. I think he's going to spend time with his girls.
Yeah, I don't think he's got another rehab in him.
Mm-mm. And I don't blame him. Hell, I wouldn't either. Give him my money. Let me get up out of here.
And then
get in this coffee shop.
It was also, if it is the fingernail, like what happened last week, should we have maybe take a little bit more precaution there, or what?
I don't know, man.
We'll see. They will provide us, as Tyler said, with a reason for McCullers' late scratch, here soon. I'm going to be honest with you, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it's the fingernail. I do. I feel like this is a late scratch, and I think it would be. I don't know. He just pitched on it last. I feel like that would have been something. We'll see. It feels like they know Jason Alexander was one who they brought back up yesterday, and was like, oh, all right, Jason Alexander brought back up. But all right, who knows? But Lance won't get the ball tonight. It will be Jason Alexander, as he is struggling with something. It is well, Lance has struggled, but boy, wait, you see what Jason's been putting together.
This baseball season, man.
It is a tough one when you think, God, dog, we just lost this guy who's at a 6.86 ERA right now.
I mean, it don't move me relative to the season. Does it move y'all?
I mean
a little. I mean, I just trust him a little bit more than, like, I got no idea what Jason's going to give us, and based off what he's been doing,
I mean, that's the bar. Jason Alexander.
I'm just saying, based off what he's doing, I feel like there's maybe a fighting chance. I mean, Joe's got to be putting the Marlboros away.
Well, this is not good.
He's just got when is he getting these calls? In the middle of the night? Like, Joe's got to be somebody. Is there one person who is tasked to tell Joe Espada about every one of these injuries? Because if he's that guy, he's been avoiding.
Head trainer, right?
He's got to be avoiding looking at him like, oh my God, light it up. Should I grab the pack? Pull it out, man.
It's got to be the head trainer.
Every time he sees him walking past, Joe just goes and grabs one of them marbles and lights up. That's rough.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. For me, the ship had sailed with Lance, and I'm a Lance fan. But I'm just being honest. The times of late as I've thought of, can they right this ship? Can they figure this thing out? I did not factor in Lance, in any way, shape, or form. No, it's Spencer, obviously Hunter. It's Spencer. It's O'Pete. It's obviously MI. Hopefully he turns the corner.
That's a hope. See, if you're
I even depend on old buddy. Hell, I think he got sent down. I even had him in the damn in the thought.
See, man, if Imai is involved in it, then Lance has to be. If talk for this year, if Imai was involved, then Lance had to be. Lance had to have a shot.
Nah, well, I mean, I see where you could say that. But my thought would be that MI would make it where it's a no-brainer. I mean, like it's a non-conversation. It's a non-starter if he doesn't. But, I mean, at the end of the day, like I've just – the thought of like, yeah, man, we're going to dig ourselves out of this hole and get in the playoffs and try to make a little noise, and Lance is going to help us get there, I just didn't –
All I know is you named off those guys. You had a hard time getting 5.
Yeah, it's a hard time getting past those Spencer, isn't it?
It's hard getting 5.
Yeah.
But if you're putting Lance out of this. All right, again, if you missed it, Lance McCullers, scratched. We have no reason why yet. Scratch. As soon as we get there, we'll let you know. Scratch from his start today. Jason Alexander will start in his place. All right, let's do a little real or fake. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Tyler, a little real or fake. Let's stay with the Astros. Jeremy Pena, who just returned yesterday from the hamstring issue. Jeremy Pena will get traded by the Astros by the deadline. Real or fake?
What does he have? Just the 1 year left on his deal, I believe.
Yeah.
Shortstop's pretty damn important. You can't be tossing your eggs into the basket of aging Carlos Correa, who is not playing the remainder of this season.
My God.
I want to say fake, but you just never know with this dude running as general manager of the Houston Astros with Dana Brown. But I'd say fake.
All right, real or fake, Clint? Jeremy Pena will get traded by the deadline.
Oh, I'm going fake as well. I'm not there yet. The ice is thin. I will agree, but I'm not there yet. No, you start talking about Pena, Hunter Brown, Yordan Alvarez. I mean, we got that's.
You put Pena in that camp. Like you put him in.
I don't put him in the
Brown
camp. No, I don't put him in the. I put him in the. I'm not ready to say they're going to trade him camp, in which I think there's several guys in that camp, and he happens to be one of them. I don't put him in the untouchable tier. No, but I don't right now. No, I'm not in the. We're going to be sellers at deadline camp yet. I mean, I'm close, but I'm not there.
Oh,
yet.
That's where you're not even talking about sellers yet. Okay.
Yeah, so no, I don't think he's. I don't think Jeremy Pena's traded by the deadline.
I'm going to say fake. But I do the Dana Brown thing is why I'm going to say fake. I don't know if Jim will allow, unless Dana is going to be here for a long term.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like Jeremy Pena falls into the camp of Jim Crane said, "Nah, Jack, that's not one you get to make the call on." I think he could probably. I think he probably gets a chance to make the call on the Brian Abreu, maybe something like that. I think there are some where Jim is like, no, Pena, Hunter, Paredes, even maybe in that. Nah, man, we'll hold on to them and figure things out. So, but it would make sense if you had your general manager in place that was going to be the one that you're going to allow make all the decisions. He would make sense to get as much as you could out of if you're going to be sellers. He would make sense to make a move there. So I think it's fake, but just really because of the lame duck status of their general manager. All right, real or fake, Clint? Let's go here. Kyler Murray, he will get a second contract from the Minnesota Vikings. Right now, he's on a 1-year, $1.3 million deal. As we know, he's getting all that money from the Cardinals, but he's on a 1-year deal right now. Real or fake, Kyler Murray will get a second contract from the Vikings.
This may be your best one you've ever come up with. Because I could see where he completely bombs out and is in trying to play baseball in the next year. I disagree with one thing you hear from a lot of people about Kyler Murray. I heard Warren Moon talking about it a couple of days ago. Like, I think it takes real game action for you to really see what Kyler Murray's all about. I think in practice, J.J. McCarthy's going to look just as good, if not better, because he knows the system and he's had to win from the pocket where Kyler's been a little bit of a freelancer in his career. So I'm worried about Kyler not being the starting guy, the starter on
Oh, you think that's a possibility?
I think that's a possibility. I think when you look at Kyler in practice, the arm is average at best. The size scares you. The athletic ability is minimized because you're in practice and you're not hitting him anyway, so you don't get to see the athletic ability making plays. And so, and obviously, new system where JJ's been in it for several years or 2 years. Yeah, I'm worried about him being the starter. I believe that for Kevin O'Connell to say he is the starter, Ron, I think he's going to have to lean heavily into obviously the tape of what he does athletically outside the pocket and just go, hey, this is going to be my guy. I'm a little worried how that decision is going to go. But even if it does, no, I don't think he earns a second contract.
See, I think I'm going to say real because I listen. If he can't make it work with this quarterback or this quarterback guru in this offense with these weapons, I think they are hell-bent on not letting Sam Darnold happen to them again, to where Sam Darnold plays the way he plays and you let him go, and now he goes to Seattle and you're stuck here. Like I think he will have every opportunity to send J.J. McCarthy on, and I think he will play well enough for them to say, all right, we feel we got a better shot future-wise with him as opposed to that. But I agree. In game, he is going to look. But in game, you get him and Jefferson and some of those guys together.
I want to see it. I want him to be the starter in Minnesota. I want to see that athletic ability. I want to see that guy play the quarterback position at the NFL level and be 1 of 32. No question about it. No question about it. I just wonder how the skill set, the thought of the guy doesn't watch film and doesn't study enough. In this system, that's going to bite you in the tail. You know, in Cliff Kingsbury's system, maybe not so much. In this system, it's going to bite you in the tail. And so I do think there's some X factors out there that could be a problem for Kyler.
All right, coming up, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. We'll do that coming up next. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Gamblers coming up Sunday, May 24th. And just to, maybe not so fast, maybe a little Lee Corso on those of you who are ready to just tear the thing down with the Astros. That's coming up next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity after.
401-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it right now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 6. Caller number 6. 713-572-4610. This is your opportunity. Phone lines are open to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Gamblers. They'll be in action against the St. Louis Battlehawks at Shell Energy Stadium coming up Sunday, May 24th. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets right now. Tyler has the phone lines open. He will take care of you. Caller number 6. You will have a chance to be a winner right now. I do find this fun to try to figure out who these coaches are for these teams.
Which one you got? Which one you trying to figure out?
And you know a few too many head coaches in the league. You got the Battlehawks head coach,
St. Louis.
Yep, former player.
Is that
he's made
is that Ted Ginn?
Nope.
No, he's Columbus.
Yeah,
he's Columbus.
Former players made some big plays.
This is a tough one because Anthony Beck was in St. Louis.
That one.
He was in St. Louis previously, and now he's in Orlando.
This guy, you definitely know, made big catches in the Super Bowl, but really a big catch to get his team to the Super Bowl. I've just given you a position to. Ricky Prohl.
I did not have that. Would not have had that.
The Rams, St. Louis Rams.
I was thinking St. Louis Rams, and I was thinking, but I didn't have that.
He's about to go Ike.
I didn't have that one.
He's about to go Ike.
I didn't.
Gosh, dog. Yeah, Rick Prohl.
I did not. I'll be honest with you. I didn't know Ricky Prohl was even in there. I didn't know he was even in the mix.
I wouldn't have guessed Ricky either. I just remember him catching that huge touchdown pass from Kurt Warner against the Bucs in the NFC Championship game. Damn
sure did.
It did. There you go. So your chance, caller number 6, Tyler will take care of you as you can win a 4-pack of tickets to see a little Gamblers football downtown. So your chance to win. By the way, text line coming in. The dude has to earn a position from 9. Oh, J.J. McCarthy refers to himself as his number 9. Come on, bro. He's out. To the point you said it, and Clint, you kind of said it too. You don't know if Kyler's going to win that job the way he practices. The one big thing that Kyler has going for him is, I think Justin Jefferson is a ticking time bomb.
You are correct.
To throw a major fit, and hey, he's not doing that again. And if you could just throw on a little tape and watch Kyler and say, yeah, that's the guy who could probably put up a better ball there.
Yeah.
We've seen him with receivers. We've seen him with I forgot he played with Larry Fitzgerald. We saw him with DeAndre Hopkins. We've seen him do some things like that last year. That was hell for Justin Jefferson. That was hell, and it was worse with J.J. McCarthy. So that's the one thing I think Kyler has going for him is J.J. over there. The other J.J., Justin Jefferson, he wants somebody that can get him the ball.
Yeah, I think he's he's done everything he could to not disrespect J.J. McCarthy. He's tried to say it with as much respect as he possibly can. But so I've
never seen anybody who misses Sam Darnold.
No, right? Exactly. Who would have thought, right? And then he has to watch Sam go win a Super Bowl. Made it even worse.
God, what do you think he was sitting there watching that game for? Look at John. Look at Smith and Jigba.
Damn you, J.J.
Look at the year Smith and Jigba had. Look at the season he had.
Smith and Jigba's out here worried about his Offensive Player of the Year award. Has got mistakes on it. Says Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Justin Jefferson's over here pissed because he.
Damn it! There's one thing I got to live here. I got to live here in these winter months in Minneapolis. Beautiful city, not in the winter, but I got to play. I got to play with this guy. I got to play with this guy. Whew, that is a tough one. I mean, that dude. For him, he played with Kirk Cousins and Sam Darnold, and he is a ticking time bomb from losing. There is no. I feel like he went to Kevin and said, "Look, man, you do whatever you want to. Hey, man, he better come in for injury." Kyler better be injured.
Well, the worst thing that could happen is if JJ does get the starting job, and then when he struggles, like you're talking about, and Kyler Murray's the one that JJ goes and talks to, goes and sits in. I'm talking about Justin Jefferson. JJ goes and sits down next to Kyler. Oh boy, that could be awful.
I watched Justin Jefferson run some routes, just knowing there's no intention that he's going to even get this ball to me. There's no chance. There's no chance. All right. Congratulations to our winner. We got a winner?
We do. Our guy Dwayne in Cyprus.
Dwayne in Cyprus. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself. Checking out.
Dwayne.
Wanted me to send you boys some love. Said he listens every afternoon, laughs his ass off while he gets his news.
There you go. Appreciate that, man. Hey, we enjoy you for listening.
Was it Dwayne or Dwayne?
You're right, man. That's got to be
Dwayne.
He said it real fast.
Is it?
That was Dwayne.
Is it like Lucas or is it like Wade? Which Dwayne is it?
Oh, like you're asking if it's Dwayne the Rock Johnson or
one Dwayne Lucas. What's Cal's name? Is Cal Dwayne?
No, that's Cal.
It'd be Calhoun. Is it Calhoun?
I thought his first name is a D.
Oh!
Is his first name Dwayne?
I don't think so. I can't remember now.
What is Cal? Is it Calhoun or Callahan?
It's Calhoun.
Calhoun's his
I don't
middle
believe
name.
it's his first name.
Yeah.
And Callahan is his boy's name? Or is he little? Is he a Calhoun?
Sorry, he's Daniel. He's Daniel. Daniel Calhoun.
Daniel.
DC. Daniel Calhoun McNair. Is the son Calhoun?
Yes.
The son is Calhoun. But he's Calhoun too. But he's Daniel Calhoun. I don't know why I want him to be Dwayne. Dwayne Calhoun.
Dwayne was pumped.
Sorry, Hannah. I felt I wanted him to be Dwayne. Dwayne, it's Daniel.
Does this count as us being on your show?
You're right. We talked about that. Yeah,
No, to answer your question, Hannah.
Dan McNair. I think I like Cal a lot better.
Cal McNair's slick. I'll give you
I like
that.
That's better. A lot better than because.
And I even like Cal, and then short for Calhoun. I mean, Calhoun's that's a strong name. That's strong.
Come on, Hannah, text Clint if you're listening. Did he ever think about going Calhoun? Because that'd be strong.
Just straight out Calhoun McNair. It'd have been old school, traditional.
But like Calhoun McNair, everybody who knows him calls him Cal. Just like everybody who knows Barack calls him Barry. But you know him as Barack. He could be just Calhoun. Like that. Just everybody.
I wonder what
Calhoun
Mama called him. Calhoun, get your tail in here, boy.
You're right. No, she called him Daniel. No chance.
Now he's just Pinky Rain Cal.
She called him Daniel.
I wonder if she went Daniel. I wonder if she went Daniel Calhoun. Get your tail in here, boy.
I was a Ronald Charles.
I was a Clinton Jacob.
Tyler Scott.
But were you? I know that's your middle name, but were you called like that?
Oh, when I was in trouble, yeah, that was the signal.
Tyler Scott. That was me coming up them stairs trying to figure out what I did.
Get your ass in there.
All right. Did I turn in that assignment? Did I wash the dishes? Did I get that? Trying to figure out, slow walking up there, trying to figure out what I did.
God. Hope none of us have that middle name as our passwords. We just kind of gave it all out there.
Yeah, it's not mine. Just want to say that. It's not mine. Not mine at all. But
it's every one of mine. Try it. Clinton Jacob Stoerner.
Hold on, show.
It's
every one of mine, man. Get in my bank. You're getting everything. Clinton Jacob Stoerner.
Yeah.
Cheryl, take note.
Yeah, someone texted the Steelers. I'm going to take the Steelers in desperation paid Rodgers $25 million. They could have gotten Kyler for 1.3, but they didn't want any part of that dude. No,
he's Whittle.
That's all right. Again, Kyler may not work out. We've seen Kyler play at a very high level before, but if it does, you would think it would work with Kevin O'Connell on the ones and twos with that offensive line. If they're healthy, they've invested in, that's pretty good. With Justin Jefferson, Jennings, and who's the kid from USC? The
Addison
and Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson and
they got some pieces, man.
And Jones, and then blitz you once, blitz you twice, blitz you three times on the other side.
He's gonna come get you.
Like if it don't work, it'll be like it, as you said, man. He might be over there trying to fight Bryce Matthews for his position. It just feels like to me Kyler Murray in baseball would do whatever it is that Bryce Matthews is doing. That feels like the position of Kyler Murray. I don't know if it's size. I don't know. It just feels like that is the position for Kyler Murray. Whatever Bryce Matthews is doing. All right. Again, congratulations to our winner. Clint, what you got coming up in the fourth?
All right, we talk a lot about C.J. Stroud and a lot about the run game in Houston, which I do think are obviously key cogs. But the season hinges and the offense hinges on a few more things than just C.J. Stroud in that run game. I'm going to tell you what those things are. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at Kirkwood. It's an accident blocking a right lane and a right shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Arizona Cardinals are holding their first OTAs with new head coach Mike LaFleur, but without their quarterback Jacoby Brissett. Brissett is holding out for a raise and a reworked deal for the 2026 season. The Cardinals have a regular season win total of 4.5, tied for the lowest in the NFL. Does Brissett know he might be doing the Cardinals a favor by holding out and giving reps to Carson Beck? The March for Arch is fully on in Arizona. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com.
ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily today is powered by Tim Sparks. Y'all familiar with Tim Sparks, boys?
You're going to have to help me out.
I have no idea who.
Bubba Sparks.
I have no. Bubba Sparks, that's right.
College Park.
He's on tour right now, man. He's on tour right now.
Booty, rocking everywhere. Booty, rocking everywhere. Booty, rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. I found you, Miss New Booty.
Get it together and bring it back to me. At the Players Club. Oh, hug it to. Then see what it do. Something like that.
Bring it back.
I'm going to be honest with you. The fact that my 2-year-old, when I ask her what song she wants, it's Booty, Booty, Booty. That's the song she's referring to, boys.
That song was on one of the first Bird CDs I ever made.
Yes. Bubba Sparks.
That completely got
away.
Bubba Sparks.
I know, Bubba. We need to get Bubba on the show sometime.
Do it. You what? He did have a run to Nashville.
We need to get. It's actually Little Rock where I ran into Bubba. Believe it or not, Little Rock's Little Rock was a great spot for music, whatever any kind of music, any kind of live music, because people were going from Dallas, Houston, really anywhere out here, getting to the Midwest, Nashville, Chicago, anything over there. You got to go through Little Rock, so they'd all schedule shows on their off nights, on their Wednesday nights or Tuesday nights or Sundays coming back through, and so you'd catch some pretty good acts in little small venues. It's really cool.
I always wonder why Warren just made it 3 X's. I want to know the story behind if it 3 X's, they almost go 2 X's on that Sparks. Is it just what you maybe think it is, or there's something special around it?
You may ask and find out.
Hit up Warren, see if you can find it.
What Tim Sparks though?
Sorry,
KS. Sorry, Tim.
KS. This is a KS, by the way.
That should be a promo.
What
we just did.
What we just did right there?
Go ahead. The Drive. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. This should be played and then hit the voice guys.
We do like shaking that.
All right, Tim Sparks. What?
He's a businessman.
All right.
Hold on, I'm hitting up Bubba. Hang on.
Hit up Bubba. Hitting up Warren. Warren Mathis is who he's hitting up. Also, you may know him as or a businessman.
You beat me. It's like we're simpatico, dude.
Sure.
Should have gone to that movie together. Damn it.
Oh, Devil Wears Prada. Mom went there this morning. She found a $6 matinee. Hit it.
Nice.
Hit it this morning. 10:35 too.
You stole that bonding moment from me.
Tim Sparks, boys. He is no kin to Bubba Sparks.
No relation.
He's a businessman. Don't even know where he made his money. But I greatly appreciate what he did, boys. He bought 80 Pizza Huts, apparently, around the country.
Oh, my.
80 Pizza Huts. And you know what he's going to do with them? Little throwback.
Hell yeah.
Little throwback. Tell me if this hits home, Houston.
Tell me
the Pizza Hut back in the day, before, of course, it changed with times. We get it. Time changes everything. The Pizza Huts back in the day that had the Pac-Man arcade game. The Pizza Hut back in the day that had the absolutely beautiful salad bar. Big salad bar guy, and I'll be honest with you, it may have been because I wasn't a huge pizza guy, so when the family went to Pizza Hut, I mashed the salad bar. All right? Red cups. You remember the old red cups?
The big
By
red
the way,
cups, yeah.
Hell, I think we've got some of those colored cups here. I think our new kitchen here at Odyssey,
they're
I think
blue,
they put some
not
of
red.
Are they blue?
Yeah.
All right, well, the red ones are what Pizza Hut's going with. And this is my favorite, man. The old family booth sitting, right? The seats where the booths are big red booths, whether it's a 4-top or even bigger where you can sit more people around it. Trying to promote, family time, put the phone down, look eye to eye, communicate with each other. And I'm here for it, boys.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to tell you, T, Wimberley, Texas, used to go to 7 Acre Ranch every July 4th. We'd go down there for 10 days. And at that, back in the day, there was only a couple of places where you could go to eat. There was a little small Pizza Hut up there in the hill country in Wimberley, Texas. And it was, hell, it may still have all the things he just mentioned. But, I mean, it was – when you talk about them red cups, when you talk about them boosts, when you talk about the salad bar, I don't remember if they had Pac-Man or not. Never been a big game video game guy. They're the devil, so I've never been a big fan of them. But that's where the old traditional Pizza Hut takes me is Wimberley.
I did not remember his name, but I read the story. It's a good move by Pizza Hut.
To be fair, I saw Tim's picture. I read his name. I did a tad bit of searching, looking for like where he made his money to go buy 80 Pizza Huts. Couldn't find it. Doesn't seem like anybody cares about how Tim got his money. All they care about is that he's doing good with it, buying 80 Pizza Huts and doing that right there. So I don't know about very, very few like. Really any kind of establishment, but damn sure eating establishments like that can take me back to a certain place in a certain time and literally by the way it used to be.
Well, they didn't want to see me coming at that Pizza Hut buffet.
You just murdered it up there in Kansas City?
I'm coming in here, boy. I'm coming in here with bad intentions.
Put a hurt on these pies.
We're talking about the salad bar. The hell with that. I use the salad bar for ranch.
Where the meat lovers at.
I use the salad bar for ranch.
I'm coming in there for a shift. They had to put a time limit. Esther put time limits on me. I come in and I put my feet up and settle in. It's Thanksgiving out here.
Said, do I have to buy that salad bar over there to get my fair share of that ranch?
Yeah, I take it.
Y'all fire up them ovens now. I'm here.
That ranch, man.
I
got me a salsa ranch by myself.
Oh, that's good.
In there putting my feet up.
That is good. Well, big shout out to Tim Sparks, and I'll let you know what Bubba Sparks, why he had so many X's in that name. I think I've got a pretty good.
I don't want to just put him in a box and think it's just horny. Yeah, horniness.
All right. What is the answer for the Texans offensively beyond C.J. Stroud in the run game? We've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud, rightfully so. It's what I think is going to be a top 3 story, if not a top story in all of football going into the season. The closer we get, C.J. Stroud in the run game clearly. With your quarterback being that important, this important, when you're talking about winning 12-plus games and when you're talking about going beyond the second round, which is the AFC Championship and Super Bowl, the quarterback's obviously important. When you look at how the Texans built, how Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans built this team and the reinforcements that they brought in, it wasn't additional targets for your quarterback. It was additional offensive linemen to get your run game going and a downhill bruiser in David Montgomery. So clearly we all understand that C.J. Stroud has to be good to great and the run game has to be really good to great or the Texans offense is going to be doomed again. But even if those pieces are good to great, there are still some things on the back burner that I would say this season offensively hinges on. Number one is the health piece of this, Ron. And it starts with Nico Collins. Let's be honest. I mean, Nico Collins has been injury prone, and last year Nico Collins was injured when you needed him the most. He was unavailable when you needed him the most, which was in the playoffs, and in order to help get beyond that second round of the playoffs, and then all of a sudden double whammy when your next most reliable target in. I mean, that is not many. I tell you, not many Super winners lose their top receiver.
Yeah, but